want the Chinese food? Oh, we got
Why would you play this?
You fat fuck.
Why would you play this? I knew you'd fall for this racist video. I knew when I put it on here. I said Jack will totally click this.
I was just curious what it was. I'm like, it has to be this. But I was like, I didn't pre-play it for that reason. And I'm like, I wonder what this is. So I'm gonna
I just added another video. It's about, go back in there. It's about Godzilla. It's on that same playlist.
Oh, I made my own. I made my own whole playlist that I'm just gonna play through in order.
Oh, because there's a bunch of stuff that is like, when did you make it?
Oh, like literally in the last hour. That's what I was doing.
Oh, because I've been adding stuff within the last hour.
That's fine. In the fun one?
Yeah, go back to the fun playlist and look at. There's a video. It's like a girl feeding turtles.
Oh no. What is happening?
Here he come. Here he come.
Oh my god. That's hilarious. It's just a monitor.
Yeah,
They're
the Asian
fucking great.
South Asian water monitor. They're huge though. They're like one of the
I
largest
know.
water monitors.
They're massive.
There's
Goannas
that
and
famous video of
monitors
the
are
one
sick.
climbing the store shelves.
Yeah, they're massive. But Indonesia also has the how am I forgetting its name? The dinosaur that eats people. in
Komodo
Indonesia.
dragon.
Yeah, that one.
Do they eat people?
They actually have eaten people. Yes,
Dead people? Living people?
living. Killed them, ate them. Fucking wild. Unless I'm grossly mistaken, maybe check that. But I'm pretty sure that's.
I don't know. It sounds like some Joe Rogan stuff to me.
Granted, it was like children and like an old person, from what I remember. But
they added AT-AT into the game. What's this? I'm out. What the fuck is that? Holy shit!
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting air support.
Oh my god, that's insane!
Bro, those things suck. They can shoot the fucking objective.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like on the base defense mission, they can just snipe the objective, and you have no chance. So you can't even like basically.
So it finishes too quickly, is what you're saying?
Yeah, so it can like look over the terrain and just snipe the objective that you're supposed to be protecting on the on the tower defense map.
Yeah. Interesting.
So they just need it because they're like that's what the enemy is striving to. They're like, that's their mapping is to go for those targets. So it found the most efficient way to go for those targets, and it's just been sniping the objectives.
That's very funny. It's great if you want to speed run it.
Also, they are talking about that it might be coming to Xbox too.
Oh, really? Interesting. If that's the case,
I guess the new CEO at PlayStation isn't dumb.
A dickhead, yeah. And crossplay and cross-platform exclusives should exclusive to platform games should be extinct. Just like all of these.
I'm fine with certain titles, like God of War and Spider-Man or PlayStation.
Sure.
Game.
Halo. Keep it on the.
Yeah, Death Stranding.
Sure.
Death Stranding's on PC as well, though.
I would argue some of like the PlayStation Studio ones where Microsoft has their studio games, but they also like own every game company now. So they're kind of a monopoly at this point. So they're kind of forcing Sony's hand, which if we're talking in a vacuum here, and you look at what Microsoft has been doing because Sony has all these exclusives, and they're like, what the fuck? Right? Everybody who plays Xbox is like, I don't like PlayStation, but I want these games. And so Xbox, again, looking in a vacuum outside the fact that this is a monopoly building capitalist venture to fucking force the hand of their their competition. It's literally the what antitrust was made to break, right? But also proprietary games and proprietary systems need to fuck off. I think what Europe's doing with the Apple and the Type-C is great. That kind of stuff, perfect. This kind of stuff, again, it's not government or doing it of its own volition, but Microsoft is kind of forcing Sony to open up. And I'm not opposed to it. Because, again, proprietary systems need to fuck off. They are ancient ideas that need to die. It's just ridiculous to have to pigeonhole people into a single system. Anyway, that's a rant. Fuck these companies.
Oh, maybe it's gonna kill it.
Not today!
Come on. Did
Ooh,
you
hit
think
it.
that was gonna work, bro?
Well,
Jesus. Dude, that's fucking crazy. I'm
Bro-
just
bro got
I'm
wrecked.
so glad that Helldivers
do we care what he has to say?
exists in order to prove to people that live service isn't the problem. Bad designer teams and bad fucking developers are the problem.
Capitalism
Wait.
is the problem, actually.
Yes. I didn't know that the Justice League game was live service.
That's so stupid.
That's dumb. I'm so glad I didn't buy it.
But Helldivers is also a broken game that doesn't work, though, just like all other live service games. You need to release a game that works.
Yeah. Pause the video. Holy shit. Why? What is the purpose of this video?
You clicked on it.
You put it on here.
You clicked on it. Yeah, because I knew you'd fucking click on it.
All right. Well, let's begin. I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Everything is going wrong.
Israel's top military intelligence officer resigned today, blaming himself for missing the signals that Hamas was poised to attack Israel in the run-up to the October 7th attacks.
Interesting.
And just 2 days after the U.S. House approved a new large military aid package for Israel, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken rejected claims that Washington has a double standard when applying U.S. law to allegations of abuses by the Israeli military in Gaza. Ali Rogan has our report.
I mean, they obviously do.
What?
Like, they clearly have double standards because Israel's been able to do everything, and America's just like, please stop.
And that's why America's sanctioning them.
A single military unit. Great.
America also went after BRS. The
BRS.
country protected him.
What the fuck is BRS?
You know, Ben Robert Smith, Mr. Leggy.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah. So they that's like, yeah. I remember seeing some of the stuff that really didn't get publicized, that was like only
Mm.
shown in court and stuff.
Yeah, it was fucked up. The shit he's done.
Yeah,
wasn't
really
one
the
of them,
worst
like,
thing was that really the worst thing really is that the blatant killing on camera in
mm,
the opium field of the little boy.
yes. Yeah. Didn't he
The
also
rest,
throw CS gas into like homes and shit?
I'm not sure, but like the tribal elder, like he like beat the guy to death
Mm.
that he took the leg from, but like that wasn't on video, I don't think.
No, I don't
But
believe
like
so.
the killing of that one boy is like HD quality, like clear
Yeah.
as day. And then
Mm.
there's so much evidence on that guy, but not like fucking Israel has on themselves. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Point is, America went after Australia because of that asshole.
Yeah, as they should. Yeah, like it's the whole IDF. I am not fine with this. It should be all of Israel. They should stop giving them money. They're like, oh, we're going to sanction this military unit while giving you billions of dollars.
The
Great.
argument now, though, because see, Iran is stupid. They're both stupid, but Iran was stupid to attack because they were on a scenario where Israel was going to be defunded. They bombed an embassy. They bombed aid workers. If Iran just used their fucking brain, right, and thought for a second, they would realize that if they hold back, Israel will be on a path to be defunded. Now that
Yes.
they attacked Israel with such a heavy attack, it's
Mhm.
now going to be framed that this is why Israel needs money. And what happens?
Yeah.
Immediately, Israel aid passes,
Mm-hmm.
which also came with Ukraine aid. So at the end of the day,
Yeah. You win some, you lose some. But Israel is not going to
that's
stop being stupid.
democracy.
Israel is not...
That's democracy. You end the genocide here, fund one there.
The fuck's sake.
It's true though. That literally is what
It
democracy is.
literally is. It's so insane. Oh my god. Like they get away with so much and they're not gonna stop being assholes. They're not gonna stop doing this. They just bomb Rafa and kill a kid or something?
Well, also
Like,
there's that rumor. Is yes, to fudge what you're talking about. Yes, it's that video. Because I distinctly remember that him saying that.
I don't think I've actually seen the video. I think I've only read stuff.
I've posted it.
Oh really?
Yeah, because like I like covered it. I like got paid to
Mm.
cover it. It was like one of the last things that I
Oh
did.
right. Okay. Send it in the private chat.
Oh man.
I won't put it on. I want to watch
The
it.
video the video will be easy to find.
Mm.
I can probably find it censored. It's
Ooh,
Did you see what
put
I
it
just
on
sent you
screen.
though before that?
No, I just opened it up. I don't know what
I
it
sent
is.
you a fucking
Oh, another self-immolation. Epic.
That's probably an older one that happened. It's because it's
Yeah.
it's police activity.
Holy shit. Holy shit. He's like, fuck it. Jesus Christ.
Another day in Gaza is another day of mourning. A wife grieving over her husband's remains, a daughter left fatherless.
I didn't. What camps? What are we talking about?
What?
Camps? Israel making camps for Palestinians? That's not a good look. What are they going to do? Tattoo them next to ID them? Jesus fucking Christ. Maybe they'll just bomb them all. We'll see.
Osama's body was found in a mass grave in Khan
Osama?
Yunis, Gaza's second largest city. His
A
family
mass grave?
That
mourning
reminds me, Vosh
inconsolable,
is Al
but
Qaeda.
Yes. We'll do that now.
I gotta find it.
Okay.
today they find some measure of that solace in his burial in a freshly dug grave.
We found Osama's body,
Actually,
but we couldn't find the body.
I'll chuck it in on one of my, because I've like scheduled it out, so I've got.
I have
marked
to.
points.
I have to find.
No, I
it.
know. What I'm saying is I've got marked schedule points where I'm going to put marks. So in between those marks, we'll play whatever that is.
Body of his brother Mohammed. You saw how the scene is. There are piles of bodies, and some victims can't be found.
Like Osama's family, many Palestinians have returned to Khan Yunis to search for their dead after
Communist?
Israeli forces withdrew from the city. And for more than a week now, they've unearthed graves where their loved ones are believed to be buried. So far, more than 200 bodies have been found in the courtyard of Nasser Hospital. And according to the Palestinian Civil Emergency Service, around 2,000 people are still missing under the rubble. But the pain for Palestinians stretches across the entire Gaza Strip. In Rafah, Gaza's southernmost city, over the weekend, families mourned the death of loved ones after 2 Israeli strikes killed at least 22 people, mostly children. Soccer Abdul
Right.
Aal's home
Good
was
job,
hit,
Israel.
killing his entire family.
Very cool, Israel.
Did you see one man of all those killed? All of them inside the house, and here are women and children.
But even in war, a miracle. This doctor at Rafah's Emirati hospital rushed to save a premature baby girl whose mother was 6 months pregnant when she was killed in the strike. Rafah is home.
Fuck yeah, Israel killing pregnant women too. Epic. Fuck yeah. Aren't we glad that Israel got funding from America? Fuck yeah.
To some 1.4 million displaced Gazans who fled fighting elsewhere. And despite U.S. calls for restraint, for months Israel has insisted a major ground offensive in Rafah is needed to destroy Hamas.
Maybe Israel should pause the bombing so U.S. Politicians who are holding up funding for Ukraine and funding Israel can see what Israel is doing. Maybe that would be a good idea. Hey, ceasefire so these cunts can go and see what's actually happening. And actually, see that it's people, not just the money in your bank account that the Israel lobby is paying you.
Issue shaking the U.S.-Israel alliance today, a possible U.S. move to punish an Israeli military unit, the ultra-Orthodox.
Is what I would say if I was not a journalist and biased. But the point remains the same.
Netza Yehuda Battalion, accused of human rights abuses against Palestinians. In
Is
West
this them just randomly shooting at buildings to get footage?
Bank. The U.S. can apply penalties under the 1997 Leahy Law, which bans foreign military battalions accused of human rights violations from receiving U.S. aid or training. But today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said there was no timeline yet.
That these efforts are ongoing, and when we feel that we've made the
Ooh, does that mean that they can't come to Cop City? If it even gets built. But that's interesting. That could have implications there. Maybe they should push for more.
that we have the facts, we've been able to do the analysis, we'll make known the findings.
There's important symbolic significance because the law has never been interpreted
here you
to
go,
restrict
Jack.
assistance
It's
to
at
Israeli
35 minutes.
Okay.
security forces.
Sarah Elaine Harrison is a senior analyst with the International Crisis Group and an expert in U.S. foreign policy and national security.
The impact, though, for people who are watching what's happening in Gaza and the violence in the West Bank will be minimal because these units can still function and these units can still receive U.S. weapons if they're purchased by Israeli funds.
Yesterday, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu criticized U.S. plans.
If anyone thinks they can impose sanctions on a unit of the IDF, I will fight it with all my strength.
Meanwhile, turmoil has also reached inside the highest ranks of Israel's military. Today, the country's top military intelligence chief, Major General Aharon Haliva, announced his resignation over the Hamas October 7th attacks in southern Israel. On that day, Hamas militants blasted through Israel's border defenses, rampaging through entire communities and killing an estimated 1,200 people, including more than 300 soldiers. 200.
Whoops.
53
I believe that was censored.
Israelis were kidnapped. In a letter shared
It's
by the
PBS.
Defense Forces, Haliva said, quote, "The intelligence directorate
They don't
under
give a
my
fuck.
command did not fulfill its task. I have carried that black day with me ever since, every day, every night. I will forever bear the terrible pain of the war." But even in the shadow of war, in Tel Aviv today, hostage families gathered to mark the beginning of Passover, the festival of freedom, as they pray.
The head of Israel's intelligence has resigned over the failures stemming from that October 7th attack on the country. This is the first senior figure to step down after the Hamas attack.
Did you call him?
Blasted through Israel's border defenses and rampaged through Israeli.
Blasted through their border defenses. That's such a funny picture to use.
What?
Come back and look at the pictures that they use.
I can't. I'm dealing with rodents.
That's amazing. Surely someone has done this intentionally.
What?
They're like blasted through their border defenses.
And then this is the picture they showed. That's
so fucking funny.
The communities unchallenged for hours, killing 1,200 people, most of whom were civilians, while taking roughly 250 hostages in the Gaza.
And all these lives were killed or taken away, 5,000 lives in one shell.
Bahauddin Ghalaini headed Al Basma IVF Center, Gaza's biggest. He doesn't know if the Israeli strike in December targeted the lab specifically or not.
Oh, look. Actual act of genocide. Amazing. This documented act of genocide. Fuck yeah. Ooh, cool. Jesus Christ. It only just registered to me because this story stuck out, and I'm like, that's very interesting. I wonder what. If any more action at the ICJ happens, if they show this and can get records of them targeting it, I believe they will get taken down on that alone. Just this, let alone everything else.
The impact of that single blast was far-reaching.
We know deeply this 5,000 lives or potential lives means for their parents, for either for the future or for their past. It was for days.
Only news.
I would say.
I didn't see.
Don't agree? None. The ones that don't agree would have left already.
Who knows?
Crying for this, what happened.
Those embryos, sperm specimens, and unfertilized eggs were a last hope for hundreds of Palestinian couples facing infertility.
Do you know about the Israeli
Whatever you
Brigade?
imagine.
What?
Jack?
No.
Go back. When I say the IDF cum brigade, what do you picture? What do you think that is?
Notorious rapists?
No.
No idea.
No, it's actually a unit, a real unit in charge of cum. Why would there be a cum unit. There'd be a unit dedicated to cum.
What the fuck is happening? I have no idea. Why?
Oh, I gotta. There's a lot to. It's a whole thing. We'll finish this one first.
Or I tell you about how hard the IVF journey is, only those who have been through it know what it's really like.
Seba Jafarawi had 3 years of painful fertility treatment, then became pregnant last September, right before the war broke out on October 7th.
Oh.
I did not even have time to.
Oh.
No.
So it's
No, it's not. That's not.
group,
It's not what it
it's
is.
a group of prostitutes. Is that what it is? That they mail out to the soldiers?
No.
No.
It's a unit in charge of cum. It's actual the resource of cum.
Israel's a ridiculous country.
Celebrate the news. You know, an IVF case is very sensitive, unlike natural pregnancies. Take care, not go out, eat healthy food, and move little.
Here you go. I'm sending the video to put out after this. It's related to this in a way.
Embryos were stored. Jafarawi couldn't rest and keep her fragile pregnancy safe, with the elevator not working and a bomb leveling.
You know, it's like Glock how they're in
She started bleeding. She and her husband moved south to Khan Yunis, then Egypt on November 12th. Her first ultrasound in Cairo showed she was pregnant with twins, and they were alive. But a few days later, she miscarried.
It was really the most difficult moment of my life. I entered the bathroom. I had twins. One of the babies was hanging out of me, and at that moment, I didn't realize what was happening. I was screaming and shouting, and I was exhausted. My mother wasn't with me, so the first thing that I said was that I wanted my mother. I was really tired. My situation was extremely difficult going through all this without my parents.
At least 9 clinics in Gaza performed IVF. Most frozen embryos in Gaza were stored at the Al Basma Center. Even before the strikes, Mohammed Adjour, Al Basma's chief embryologist, says he struggled to get supplies of nitrogen to top up the specimen tanks. Electricity was also cut off. But he says they can't give up on the couples who need them.
We should return, and we will return, and we will rebuild all these destroyed things. We will be a torch and beacon for the people who lost hope. So we restore the hope to them with God's strength.
Fucking hell. Well, Israel doing genocide things still consistently, which is
Look,
great.
it's the cum cups. Did you see that clip of Ethan?
I've never
I
even heard
sent
of this as
you?
What?
Did you see that clip of Ethan I sent you earlier?
No, I didn't watch it. I was busy. Or I was sleeping.
That's a wild clip.
Okay, I'll watch it.
Possibility. I can't. Did you? Yeah, who knew about this? That's kind of wild. Has this ever been a thing in any other like conflict or war?
I don't know. I don't think so.
This is crazy.
This is about to be good. You know about this? Do you know about the cum squad?
No,
bro. So since you were doing a lot of, I don't know if you know this, but like, while you're doing stand up,
yeah.
Okay, the world has been on fire.
What's going on?
Yeah,
Did they finally get to a two-state solution?
Yeah, a little country called Israel has been blowing up.
I've heard that they've been on.
Yeah, they've been on one.
That's one way to put it.
But the cum force thing is one of my favorite because, like, obviously, Israel does like such insane shit that when you hear about like a new thing that they are doing that they've been doing for a while, you're like, oh, that's anti-Semitic. Like, there's no way that's real.
Right.
Hey, it's like me finding out that their money was shekels.
People
those
were
things is
saying on
the-
Alex Jones's Hitler post today, they were
Yeah.
like, how many shekels did you get for this? And he's like, none.
the cum retrieval force, because like
Is
they're
this the psyop hot girls that they post all the time?
no,
See what I
dude,
thought-
no,
that's
hold
why
on.
I
Does
Those
thought
anyone-
ones
it.
were milking me. I would
No,
sign
no,
up.
no, they're not. Does anyone have the cum retrieval video from the Israeli account? Because like when I first heard about it,
What?
Israel cum retrieval.
yeah, that's a weird thing to. Yeah, no, we got to show Stavros. The video got deleted. No shot.
Oh, what the?
No shot.
That sucks.
Did they actually take it down because they got owned too hard?
That sucks, dude. So give me. All right.
The
Wait, did
internet
they
is
actually
forever.
delete it? Oh no, they didn't. Here it is. Okay. So when I first heard about it, I was like, "There's no way this is fake, right? Like you guys are making this up. This is like very clearly an anti-Semitic conspiracy." And then the Israel account openly posted this like very well edited animated special. Let's read what the title says.
The
Shaylee
fucking
Atari's
tab-
husband
the
Yahab was
ad
murdered by
is
Hamas
literally Israel.
terrorists. She did everything in her power to retrieve his sperm so that their dream of having more children would live on even without Yahab. Unfortunately, she was unsuccessful. There are still so many families that we can save. Every minute counts. Bring back our children now.
Whoa, dude.
She thinks it's just another rocket attack, but a gripping fear prickles through Shiley's
Oh my
entire body,
God.
and it's outside their bedroom window. Her husband, Yahav, fights the danger as Shiley runs, leaving everything behind to protect their baby, Shaya. She hides from the terrorists hunting her for 27 hours, terrified, praying that the love of her life will survive. She clings to hope that she won't need to raise their newborn alone. 4 days later, her heart shatters. She hugs Shaya tightly and knows she must fulfill Yahav's dream to create more life.
Wow.
It's like there's more. Hold on, but
So they go to a dead guy's balls and cut it open.
apparently,
they cut a dead guy's balls open.
well, there's a Wisconsin State Journal.
No
wrote
fucking way.
all the way from Madison,
Why
Wisconsin.
Madison?
We owe it to them. Families of Israelis killed in war find new hope through posthumous sperm extraction.
No fucking way.
I love Madison. Great town.
There's
Yeah.
no
As a
way
medical
this
social
is
worker at
real.
Israel's Kaplan Hospital, Professor Shir Daphna Tekoa is no
What
stranger
the
to trauma.
fuck
But when she
is
was
this?
drafted into work on October 7th, the day Hamas attacked Israeli farms, villages, and music festival, the scale of the disaster quickly became apparent. I've seen dozens of people killed in accidents or shootings, but this was the hardest thing I've done in my life. So here's the thing, okay?
Suck a corpse off.
Oh, there it is. So the thing is, it's like obviously, October 7th.
There's
fucking
no
Jerusalem,
way this
right?
is
But
real.
then, like, to frame it in the context of like, and that's why we had to do the sperm retrieval, immediately takes away the seriousness of the matter.
It's kind of there's no way to think like add cutting a corpse's balls off and freezing it to any tragedy. It's gonna make it a little fun.
Yeah.
You know
So
what I mean? It feels a little slapstick.
So we like to call them the goon squad. You croak, we stroke.
So I'm sorry. Do they cut the nuts off, put them in the freezer? How we? Because they said they want to cryogenically freeze it.
So what they do is I think there's a couple different methods of extraction.
Okay.
So like you can either electrically stimulate the prostate
Frankenstein.
posthumously or it's like-
Frankenstein his nut.
yeah, they can they do that I think for yeah, like a cattle prod type shit.
Up a dead guy's ass?
No, but they do that for like quadriplegic people too, if they want to like retrieve sperm from them as well. Which by the way, I feel like that would be the greatest nut of all time.
Yeah.
Like if you literally can't, can you actually? You feel it, right? You must.
Do you feel the nut?
If you're paraplegic, like if you're,
I don't think you feel the nut.
do you? With the electrobusting, I would die. Like
Dude.
there's got to be someone who's
Is-
paraplegic in the chat.
Is there a chiller way to do that? Like, could I put some kind of
I'm just gonna let it go.
different, smaller thing up my ass that has a?
It doesn't have to be a cattle prod.
That has a lighter thing. That's
Depends on where the spinal cord damage is. So the point for
Oh,
me,
dude,
the point is like if you're
if you're lucky enough where it ends at your prostate, but it starts at your cock, you got to be putting cattle prods up your ass every.
oh dude,
That
100%.
probably feels so awesome.
100%.
That-
That's what I
in
was gonna
some ways,
say.
They won the lottery.
Yeah, they
The
just
person-
sit there and just like shove. They sit there. I would literally never move. I mean, well, obviously, but like, but like literally, I would just sit there and nut nonstop.
Yeah.
I would. My asshole would be. It's so
That's
abused.
fucking awesome.
I
Yeah.
would be so
Oh, your
abused.
shit would be
Yeah, you could
Dude,
shit
he
so
shit
easy
talks
after
you
that.
right.
On accident, I'd be shitting my pants nonstop.
But it's kind of funny
Anyway.
how Hassan kind of matches the energy a little bit. Because you notice how when he has like shit gas, he's kind of shit too.
Oh, so Hassan, he doesn't. You don't have to be paralyzed to do this. You know, you can do it now.
Right. My point is,
It-
that's one
it's
method of
it's going to be that
extraction.
Jordan Peterson tweet in no time.
Did you guys know?
Another method of extraction, I believe, is like they just literally go into your ball sack and just hit it with a syringe and extract it directly, I think.
That's what I assumed it would be. So just syringe a bunch of nut out of it.
Thought of that. I've never thought about how long a man's nut stays good in his sack.
Yeah.
Post-death.
Well, here, according to this story.
So, Shiley puts out a call for the unthinkable to retrieve his seed and be able to continue growing their family.
My
Who
husband,
can help?
my husband just died. I don't want sex. I just want sperm retrieval.
Dude, imagine the freaks being like, I know how to do this.
Like, wait, where do you go? Do you go to the cum retrieval posting group
who
and
can
on
help us?
Facebook?
That's a really funny open question.
Yeah.
Like,
Also,
there's-
yeah, apparently they have 2 hours.
She's in her own war against time, and the crowd leaps into action to complete her desperate
Crowd?
mission. But it's too late. Shiley did everything she could to save her family. We still have time to save ours. Bring our children back.
This is such a weird way to.
That's
yeah.
so
It's
weird.
like it's
Cum,
just
dead cum is the same as children?
yeah. It's such a weird way to talk about this. But yeah, posthumous sperm retrieval was previously open to partners, provided other relatives did not object, but parents of the deceased had to apply for legal permission. But the Ministry of Health has recently slashed the red tape, finally, an end to the bureaucracy.
Finally.
That stops us from retrieving this semen, dude. Jesus
Too many
Christ.
regulations on sucking, putting a Capri Sun straw in a guy's balls and sucking out the cum.
Yeah, I hated that for me. That was
Slurp, slurp.
So from the deceased parents, without referring to them, the family core sperm lives on.
You gotta-
briefly
you
after
gotta
death,
get
which is
the-
why it's possible for doctors, usually a fertility
You've got to
or
get the
urology.
flow going a little bit, just like
Yeah, like when you
siphoning
siphon the
fuel.
gas.
You got to give it a bit of a suck first and spit the little bit.
Oh,
out.
look at you! Are you a little meerkat? Look at how tall you are.
Specialist.
But sometimes the dentist is just having fun.
To retrieve it from the testicular tissue. Any live sperm cells that are found are transferred and frozen into liquid nitrogen. Dr. Noga Fuchs Weisman, medical director of the sperm bank and male infertility unit at Tel Aviv's Ishalov Hospital, said there have been many requests for the bereaved families. The demand has been very high, she told CNN on a video call, adding dozens of families have access to service since October 7th.
I've never even heard of this as a possibility.
I can't
Did
get
you? Yeah, who knew about this? That's kind of wild.
I just can't get over the fact
The
that like
Israelis
because
did,
it's all
because
about
they're
like, everything's about
obsessed with
birth
their
rate
rights.
and like improving
Hassan knew
birth
about it
rates.
because
This is
Hassan,
ethno
anywhere
state.
there's cum, he's a little cum hunter.
That like they got some crazy ass shit like this.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's why.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild, dude. The nut is
Detecting live sperm is most likely in the first 24 hours after death. The retrieval initiative is overseen by the Ministry of Health, which then splits the cases between 4 hospitals. Like they have a crazy operation.
How many people are dying? Is that many people dying?
I mean, there's a lot of people dying for sure. Yeah. There was a video, there was a Hamas video of like them of like an Israeli unit that like propped up tents and shit. And these motherfuckers had a snake, like a camera snake, that they pulled up out of the ground and directly was like right on top of the entire squad, which they said they blew up as well. The tunnel was inside of their camp. It's crazy.
That is wild.
Yeah. We operate 24/7. The race to preserve Israeli soldiers' sperm. Yeah.
This is so weird. Has this ever been a thing in any other like conflict or war?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No,
I've never
nobody
heard
has
of it
been
before.
This is
that
crazy.
Nazi-esque. Not even the Nazis. Like that obsession with it is very strange.
I think it comes with the like recovery from the genocide as
Comes.
well. You know,
Huh?
like because they're like how brutal the genocide
Oh
was.
no, I understand where the obsession comes from, but they need to fucking chill. Like it's getting weird.
Prison smuggle sperm gives Palestinians hope. Women and husbands serving long term Israeli jails have restored the sneaky sperm out and getting pregnant. Yeah, except like those guys are alive.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the major point of like I'm not anti like artificial insemination or something. Like I'm more so talking about like, well, that's a live guy who's like deliberately jerking off into something so he can like sneak the sperm out.
Sneaking hot warm nut.
Which is
back
a
home.
little bit different than like, oh, my husband died. Like I need to get his sperm so I can get another one.
Also, do you
Also,
think-
conjugal visits are forbidden in Israeli prison. Another human rights abuse.
All right, now I'm on the team. I've heard too much. I've heard too much.
All right, next. Back to regularly scheduled programming.
Only news.
الذي يتحمل مسؤولية التطور
You're gonna have to
الأخير الذي
translate.
جرى هو الاحتلال الصهيوني.
Also, this is not a Hamas leader, YouTube. Don't.
No, definitely not.
This is not terrorist video.
Hold on. Let me adjust.
That's better.
Yes.
Cover the
هو
Hamas
الذي
flag
قام
too.
بقصف
Put me over there.
العنصرية الإيرانية في دمشق واستشهاد عدد من قادة الحرس الثوري، ولذلك الكل كان يتوقع بأن إيران لا يمكن أن تسكت على هذا العدوان الذي مس السيادة بشكل مباشر، والذي يدلل على أن الاحتلال الإسرائيلي يفهم ربما سياسة الصبر الاستراتيجي الذي استخدمته أو رفعته الجمهورية الإسلامية في إيران سابقا، ربما فهمها خطأ، فالكل كان يتوقع أن يكون هناك رد من إيران.
Uh-oh.
The Israel-Hamas war is inflicting a...
That guy's supposed to be radical.
Yeah, I mean,
But he's like, come on, man. I mean, like, they're idiots. They're an occupation. I mean, come on.
Pretty standard. I'm just adjusting, getting us back to where we were.
a devastating toll on civilians. Tens of thousands of Palestinians and more than 1,000 Israelis have been killed since October. Among them are journalists. The Committee to Protect Journalists says it's the deadliest conflict for reporters, photographers, and camera operators since the group began tracking casualties in 19...
Wait, you mean Israel, the country notorious for killing journalists, has a war that's also killing journalists? Crazy. Who'd have thunk it?
I don't know. I feel like journalists shouldn't be labeled in with civilians.
I agree. They're working professionals. They're there in a working capacity.
Like aid workers and journalists should be their own category type of
I
thing.
agree. I agree because they're working in an observatory capacity.
Yeah, they're choosing to be there.
Yeah, they're they're observers, and well, that's exactly how I would phrase them, right? Despite the job that they are doing, which is the job that they are doing, right? Whether that's aid work or journalism or whatever, they are legal observers. They are witnesses to the war. And that is more important for them to be there and more of a reason to protect them than I think people give credit to. Just the fact that they are purely in a vacuum legal observers of the war, I think is a reason to have the utmost protections towards these people in these areas. Personally.
1992. Ali Rogan tells us what's driving this mounting death toll.
Rogan?
Reporting from war zones has always been risky, but now experts say it's never been more dangerous. At least 97 reporters, 92 of them Palestinian, have been killed since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. Dozens more have been arrested, injured, or vanished. Jody Ginsburg heads the Committee to Protect Journalists. Jody, thank you so much for being here. Tell us about what it's like right now for Palestinian journalists on the ground in Gaza to do their jobs.
It's extraordinarily difficult for journalists in Gaza right now to do their jobs. It's been 7 months of war, 7 months when they've not been able to leave. No one else has been able to get in, so they are bearing the brunt of the reporting. They are reporting the war and living the war, so they're subject to the same bombings, the same attacks. In some cases, we believe journalists have been deliberately targeted. So they're operating operating in extraordinarily difficult conditions, shortages of food, shortages of fuel. Obviously, equipment is beginning to degrade. So it's becoming harder and harder to report out.
You know, if you help us become a non-profit, we can help these people get new equipment when they need it. You can go to our Patreon. It's just $1 to sign up. Once we get enough, we'll register as a non-profit, and this will be a part of what we want to do. So, yeah, you've probably all heard the pitch before, so we'll continue.
Out from Gaza and more dangerous.
You mentioned that there is evidence that some of these journalists were deliberately targeted. Tell us a little bit more about that. What do we know?
So we know that in at least 3 cases, journalists have been targeted. There's the case of the Reuters journalist Issam Abdullah, who was killed on the border with Lebanon by Israeli fire. And there have been several independent reports that demonstrate it was quite clear that he was a journalist, visible as a journalist. Israel have admitted to targeting 2 journalists traveling in a car, Mustaf Taraya and Hamza Dakhdour. It alleged that they were terrorists, but we've seen absolutely no credible evidence for that. And we believe there are other cases where it's probable that journalists have been deliberately targeted.
Of course, this is an active war zone, but at this point, what would CPJ like to see in terms of seeking accountability?
I think really Israel is a lesson for charitability and accountability, and when they go too far. Like America, because it's always been not always, but because it's the big daddy out there, right?
Yeah.
They're more accountable than anyone else. You know, like you can't actually bring them to account. They're not going to do shit about it.
No.
You know, they're not going to sign your conventions or anything like that.
Yeah. But public pressure will work.
But yeah, the thing is because they're held to such scrutiny, they still function as if they do have these signatories in place, but they don't sign them because just in case one day, if they need to go that hard, they will.
Yeah,
but they're fucking psychotic, right?
Yeah.
So like Israel, just because of the situation where, I mean, they were being invaded by foreign countries in the past, right? It wasn't just this Palestine conflict.
Yeah.
It was much deeper than that. You know, like Egypt was a very powerful country. It would be like Iraq invading you, you know, like,
yeah.
I mean, it still is powerful. It's just led by a Sisi. I mean, Sisi. But you know, like when it's like Ukraine could basically, they could have a lot of charitability because they're being invaded, but they still don't, because from the start, the propaganda was on the other side.
Yeah.
I don't think in the West, Israel really had that. Also, like only the third Israeli-Arab war is involved with the West. The first 2 are Middle Eastern conflicts. I mean, Britain and France are there, but not the U.S.
Yeah.
The U.S. is actually siding with Syria and Egypt at the time.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, they had like a federation, basically.
Yeah.
So Egypt and Syria used to basically be the same country. So because Egypt controls the Suez Canal and America cares about trade more than anything else.
Yes.
Naturally, they appeased Egypt over the British subjects that they saw in the Levant.
Fair enough. America first.
Yeah. Well, trade first, then America first.
yeah.
You know, it's trade, then America.
The hands of the Israeli military and Hamas.
Well, obviously, we want to see transparent investigations into all of the killings of journalists since the start of October the 7th, and any killings of journalists in the region before that. We continue to stress that journalists are civilians and should never be targeted. We continue to call for international access to Gaza. It's really important that we have foreign media also able to get in, able to get a picture of what's happening inside Gaza.
And on that issue of international access, Israel has only allowed entry by international journalists in very controlled situations, and much of the bulk of the reporting has been done by Palestinian journalists as well as citizen journalists. So why is it so important that international journalists have full access to war zones to report out?
It's really important that we have international media in any war, because that's a way to be able to demonstrate and to verify the information that is being gathered by local reporters. Whenever you have only local reporters in a war setting, it enables one side to claim that perhaps those journalists are unreliable, they're domestic reporters,
and
they
we
might
can
have
see
biases,
this in like a
and
few
having
conflicts
international
right
media
now, like
from a number of
Myanmar.
different kinds of organizations allows us to verify and corroborate the material that's being shared by local journalists. The attacks that we've seen on journalists, the repeated communications, blackouts, some of the legislation that Israel has introduced, for example, giving it the power to ban foreign media outlets, in which the Prime Minister has already said he would use against outlets like Al Jazeera. All of those
They're
speak
right.
to
I don't
an
see this as a
environment in
problem.
which
We
freedom
do
of
it.
the press is curtailed, and that's the actions of a dictatorship, not the actions of a democracy.
What measures would you like to see implemented today to protect these journalists better?
Well, we've been part for a long time of calls for a humanitarian ceasefire. We think it's very important that equipment be allowed into Gaza so that journalists can replace damaged laptops, damaged equipment. We want to see personal protective equipment, so those flak jackets that you often see with press written across them. None of that material has been allowed in to Gaza, helmets and so on, to keep journalists safe. And it's very important that we continue to speak out in solidarity with our Gazan colleagues as well.
And pulling out the scope a little bit, why is it so important that a free and safe press exist?
Well, we always say that truth is the first
Oh
casualty
my
in
God.
war. It's important that we have journalists to provide information so that we,
This is
as
such a baby
ordinary
interview.
citizens, as
Like,
ordinary, as members of the
obviously.
public, have the information we need to live our everyday lives. All of that information is information that journalists are providing day in, day out, and it's vital for us if we want to live in free and democratic societies.
Jody Ginsburg, head of the nonprofit committee to protect journalists. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We could probably get her on if we wanted to. Al-Qaeda did that.
Just 5 months after 13-year-old Zain Arouk survived an Israeli airstrike that destroyed his family home in Gaza and killed 17 members of his extended family, the teenager is dead. Last week, Zain rushed to an airdrop of aid, hoping to get fava beans, rice, or flour. Instead, he was struck by a package and succumbed to his wounds in hospital on Sunday. Here's his father, Mohamed Arouk.
While parachutes were falling, an aid box hit his head. Also, the stampede of people who were heading towards the box did not pay attention to the boy. They were also hungry. So his head was cut and wounded. He got fractures in his pelvis, skull, and abdomen. And with the flow of people, the pressure increased on him.
Zain's grandfather, Ali Arouk, recalls how his grandson would swim into this pond of wastewater, trying to retrieve aid packages. Zain, may he rest in peace, went swimming to get a meal, he says. What forced this child, who should have been sitting at a desk in a school? Ali blames the U.S. for the death of 17 members of his extended family back in November and his grandson's death in April. They were hit by rockets.
What happened? Fill me in.
Oh, remember when that parachute malfunction and packages fell?
Yes.
So they're doing a story on the kid who got killed.
Okay. After surviving an airstrike, fucking hell.
Sent by the Americans. They killed.
I'd say that's unlucky, but that's probably pretty common at this point.
Family
Surviving
and send
airstrikes
meals
and
for
then
those
dying
who were
later,
left.
for sure.
And the one
Yeah.
who followed the meal died as a child, he says. More than 6 months of fighting between Israel and Hamas has left Palestinians in Gaza facing severe shortages of medicine, food, and water. The tiny enclave is now at risk of famine.
My son is so precious. He was my support, my entire life, my first joy in this world, my biggest child. May he rest in peace.
Welcome back to the Big Weekend Show. Anti-Israel activists are vowing to hold the line as
Yes, this is so. That's all the Israel's like the war stuff. I think. No.
Besides like Iran's perspective, but I added some of
Yeah.
that stuff
So
late.
no, I've planned it out. So I had the initial. So the brand new
There's
stuff.
not much going on with Israel
yeah.
right now. We pretty much covered most of it and continuing on Friday because it was so important at the time.
Yeah. So what I've done is I've got now the protests. Then I'm gonna do a few scattered Israel stories and then finish with a Vosh one. If it goes too long, I might axe a few of the random ones at later. Or I might axe some of the protest ones, sorry, and go straight to the downplaying of the strikes.
Dueling protests continue on Columbia University's campus in New York City. Fox News correspondent CB Cotton has more on the demonstrations.
The crowd of community protesters continues to grow here.
Notice that they say anti-Israel protest, and it's just the framing.
I mean, they
rage.
are.
Sure.
Yeah, the rage.
It's just the framing. I'm more looking at the framing from
Yeah.
the news perspective, right?
I mean, Fox News,
the use of-
they
of
tried
course.
to say that Sudan was a genocide when Gaza wasn't, which is like,
yeah, hilarious. But like anti-Israel and rage
Outside
is more what I'm looking at here.
Yeah,
it's kind of interesting.
at least they didn't say
These
anti-Semitic.
pro-Palestinian demonstrations
Yes.
She's a baddie.
have gathered in support of the student protesters on campus who have now occupied a green
This is copyright
space
music?
on
Just
a
kidding.
lawn for nearly 4 full days. Their tents are gone, but the students did stay overnight, according to social media posts. We
I'm
got
so
an
jealous.
up-close look yesterday at the student protest. We
This
saw
is so
sleeping
honestly, this
bags,
is so much
blankets,
cooler than Occupy.
It's for a better cause too. Fuck Wall Street. Like,
I mean, just
sure,
think about the amount of grifters involved in both of these. You know, they got to be equivalent. Like
yeah.
Occupy, I don't know. Look what's come out of that.
True.
The whores.
A lot.
Both
everything.
HORR horror and whore is like WHORE.
and a constant rotation of food which was brought to the area. Students are calling.
It's insane that America continues to give money to Israel while doing that. Yes, that it is quite insane. Like, they are, although recently I think they've had to let trucks through. I think they were forced to let aid trucks through. I think up to 100 went through per day recently. I believe, right?
I just want to point out, okay, people want to say that we let Israel do anything. It is a drop compared to what we allow Turkey to do.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a fuck about the shit that Turkey does. All right. Loose evidence of chemical weapons being used, like unconfirmed, obviously. I mean, Israel also uses fucking tear gas and shit. So Russia's fucking breaking the law by using tear gas and shit too right now.
In this a quote liberated zone. The protesters say on social media
doing a
they've been
Chaz.
told they can stay as long as they don't pitch any tents. But according to Columbia University demonstration rules, protests are supposed to run only from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. on weekdays.
Well, you know what? Fuck your rules. You know what the pretty sure the First Amendment says go fuck yourself. So
We've asked the university, but no word yet on whether these students will face the same fate as more than 100 of their peers who were arrested on.
I hope they sue the university.
Hang on. You're invoking the First Amendment. Okay?
Uh-huh.
What does the First Amendment actually say about it?
You want the actual
No. You know what it says. I don't want you to look it up. I want you to tell me what it says.
Honestly, I can't.
Does it use the word protest?
It's assemble, isn't it?
Yes, lawful assembly.
Okay, they're not breaking the law.
Yeah. But they can create a curfew, which then makes it against the law.
The university can make a curfew.
No.
And that affects the law?
The police can. They do it in
well,
protest all the time.
This is
The mayor does. The mayor invokes a curfew, right?
Sure.
So
Sure.
that said, anyone who's arrested after curfew, they don't actually like charge them with shit. It's just a thing to like get order in line.
Yes.
The point is that we don't actually have the right to protest. As far as the First Amendment goes, that is the weakest one. It says lawful assembly.
Yeah.
Who determines if it's a lawful assembly?
The law.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
but
and
this
then
is my
it's also go ahead.
It's more my point was more directed at the
Yeah.
university. The university is more what I'm saying is that
They're allowing
the
it.
university says, "Oh, we've got rules for protest." Well,
I think
everyone
basically
here-
what they are gonna what it is like if something happens off those hours, they're gonna be like, we're not liable.
Sure.
That's more of them like doing an insurance type thing.
Sure, okay. If you look at it that way, sure, fine. But I looked at more of it like you're not allowed to do this. Universities say so. You're going to get suspended. Rah rah rah. And I would say the First Amendment says.
You know what? You know what? It doesn't say lawful. I was wrong.
Really? It just says peacefully assemble.
Peacefully, and petition the government.
Yeah.
See,
There you go. So peacefully assemble.
The reason why I was thinking at that because they constantly say this is an unlawful assembly when they break up protests.
Yes,
So
they do. Yes.
So it was in my brain that it said that in the First Amendment, but I am wrong.
Yeah, no, I was pretty certain because I knew that assembly was there. I just haven't forgotten the preamble to it, all that shit. I have a picture of the First Amendment written on the wall in DC. You know, the building with the First Amendment written on it. I can't remember what building it is. You know the one I'm talking about?
No, I was reading chat.
There's a building in DC that has the First Amendment written on it. I don't know what building it is. I can't remember, but it's got it written on it.
I'm not sure.
It was cool. I took a picture.
On Thursday,
Yeah,
the
it's
NYPD
just like
says no.
it's related to like Jan 6 though. I think wasn't it?
I don't know.
I think it's in there.
Why were they arrested though? Like what reason were these 100 students arrested for? Disturbing the peace? What a stupid fucking law.
Drugs, violence. Who knows?
I'm actually curious. Can you look it up?
So the students were issued
like the coverage will tell us. There's more coverage of this.
summonses. And Columbia University's president, Monish Shafiq, authorized officers to come in after students were given repeated warnings to leave, but would not listen. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's daughter was among those who were arrested and later released. The Congresswoman writing on social media that she was proud of her daughter and adding in part, quote, stepping up to change what you can't tolerate is why we as a country have the right.
What?
What did you expect her to condemn her daughter?
No, Twitter broke, so people watching
Oh
on
yeah.
Twitter. Sorry, Twitter people.
Okay, it'll probably fix itself.
Might fix itself.
To speech assembly.
Yeah, I mean, what? She was never gonna condemn her daughter. Are you kidding?
Maybe they banned our Twitter because we showed Hamas.
Maybe.
And petition enshrined in our Constitution. And like we've come to see, some big Hollywood names are spotted at the pro-Palestinian demonstrations. Oscar-winning actress Susan Sarandon was at a protest happening outside Columbia University yesterday. We've tried to speak to some of the pro-Palestinian demonstrators, but most have declined to talk
It's
on
still
camera.
going to Twitter.
We're expecting this crowd to grow from the evening through the night as there's a protest planned for later on called Flood Columbia for Gaza. Back to you.
Thank you. And CB's.
Hundreds of students have gathered at.
I can hear it.
Yeah. See? It's still updated.
Yeah, I know. That's weird. It's just fixed itself, I guess.
At Columbia University in
There
New
it goes.
York,
Now it's a
demand
green
the
check again.
institution cut ties with Israel. The school's president is appearing before a congressional committee to respond to allegations of anti-Semitism on campus. Since Israel's war on Gaza began in October, there have been regular protests at American universities condemning the war. Students who support Palestinians say they've been disproportionately targeted and censored by campus officials. Let's bring in our correspondent, Kristen Salumi. She's joining us live from New York. And Columbia has been one of the universities
Black Red
most in the
had
spotlight since
reposted this wild thing about this. I don't know how frequently he posts. Hopefully it's easy to find.
War on Gaza began. Kristen, what's happening there today?
Absolutely. Well, we cannot get on campus to show you what is happening on campus, but I can tell you that as of about 4 a.m. in the early...
I cannot get on campus to tell you what's happening on campus.
Yeah, because you're not a student. Get out.
Bye.
morning hours, students...
I would do that
entered the
shit.
main
If, like
lawn of
when
the
I was
campus
producing the news for campus, if these journalists came sniffing around and we had some on-campus protest, I'd be like, you know,
Go away.
Basically like, go away.
Yeah, we're doing this. This is our place.
This is our turf.
Fuck off.
This is our turf. You're not union, bro.
I completely agree, honestly. Like, fuck off. Like, students are trying to cover shit on campus. Fuck yourself. Go away. Go away unless you're called.
erected about 60 tents. They've set up
Well, they can stand outside the fence.
Gaza solidarity encampment, and they're calling on the university to
They can set up chairs
divest
outside
from
and talk about it for
Israel
hours, like
in
CNN doing
protest
with
of
Trump's
the
trial.
ongoing war
Yeah, I was
that's
just about to say,
happening.
like,
We
Trump's
can't get
trial.
on campus because security, you might see behind me in the back, is very tight. There's a lot of police here as well as campus security, and some demonstrators have gathered outside the campus as well. Presumably they're not students and don't have access to the campus. But I do have one of
Like
the
you.
demonstrators here with me now,
Loser.
and I'd like to talk to her a little bit about what's happening. She doesn't want to give her name or show her face. And why is that, first of all?
I'm afraid that the university will punitively attack me.
True.
I found it.
The Pro-Palestinian movement, as
Hold
they
on.
have indiscriminately attacked students of all ethnicities, races, and faiths who support Palestinian liberation.
You're saying that as the president of the university, Manoush Shafiq, is facing a Republican House committee right now, being accused of anti-Semitism here at Columbia. They have pointed to videos of students here on campus chanting Intifada, among other things. How do you respond to the accusations that your protest movement has been anti-Semitic?
I definitely think that the university, although it will build...
Yeah, it would have been a funnier answer than like a serious answer. Well, Israel's committing genocide, so we don't really care.
I mean, no, you can't do anti-Semitism. That's worse. That's the only racism that is recognized as being bad.
That's fine. I would just... She's already hiding her identity. I'd just go fucking hard.
So this is wild. This is the one. This is the one professor who has a real big problem with it. This is going to be the new Brett Weinstein. You know.
Oh, okay.
So, like, I just want to like a history of this country with college protests on campuses is a dark one.
Yes. Yeah.
So this is
I know it's painful to say this. I know there's a fraud history in the United States with U.S. colleges, but it's time to bring in the National Guard because the NYPD is in over their heads.
Jesus fucking Christ.
President Shafiq and the administration are unwilling to do anything about this.
The National Guard.
It's painful to say this. I know there's...
No.
Right? Also, the NYPD is in over the head. The world's 5th largest military that's bigger than the National Guard. The National Guard calls the NYPD for backup. Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking bozo.
As socially liberal, it is definitely fiscally conservative, and it has many financial ties to the Israeli apartheid and the ongoing genocide in Palestine. So, of course, it's convenient to fashion a narrative where students who are socially progressive support Palestinian lives. And In terms of anti-Semitism on campus, I think this is part of a fear-mongering tactic.
True.
In which
I think this
the university
this they them here they got a death note. They're light Yagami. That's that right there is that's the laughing man.
He is employing a very nefarious strategy of identity politics, which leads to an unfortunate form of populism.
Someone's educated.
All right. Very, very informed.
Someone's educated. Someone's throwing out
hell.
words like nefarious.
All right, then. Jeez.
Nefarious. Okay.
Classic adage of divide and conquer.
Classic adage of
and I
divide
hear
and
what you're
conquer.
saying,
Okay, Shakespeare.
This is very, very
Yeah.
informed.
They rule.
They have pointed to students, Jewish students, being harassed, in some cases physically assaulted. Have students like yourself faced similar actions from students?
Many of us have faced disciplinary actions, and it actually doesn't matter, like I mentioned, what ethnic background, what faith you follow, what race you are.
Let's speculate on her politics. What do you think? Based on the language used, the level of education, and just how they're talking.
I just want people to have healthcare, sweetie.
You reckon?
I mean, look, if you're under 30, if you're under 30 and you're in a college, you're a social democrat, okay?
Sure. I don't agree, but there's a high likelihood. But the other side is like very, very opposite.
بيت بيت دار دار زنقة زنقة فرد فرد.
No, she's not using words like the state, so she's not anarchist.
No. I think she's definitely
anarchists can't help themselves by saying the state.
Democratic socialist.
I was laughing because on one of the uploads that I was doing of the cuts, I was saying something that's so cringe. When I'm making fun of a girl who believes rocks are magic, right? And I was talking about how she said it was illegal to collect rainwater. And I was like, yeah, she was like, the state says it's illegal. Well, and I go, well, she didn't talk based, she said it in like her own way. And I'm like, no way, you just said she didn't talk based, as in you talk based by bringing up the state involvement. You fucking loser.
The student will take disciplinary action against you unfairly and at the drop of a hat if you support pro-Palestinian movements. So actually a lot of the pro-Palestine supporters have indiscriminately been suspended, are unable to attend classes. They have had their health insurance revoked.
Yeah, because they're
or they have even been evicted within a 24-hour notice.
Thank you so much for joining us and giving us that perspective. We will continue to reach out to the university.
She vehemently disagrees with everything that they just said.
I don't know. It's Al Jazeera.
Yeah, maybe. It is. Yeah, true. I don't know. Maybe that's why that was picked. Don't know.
It's been nearly a week of demonstrations at the Columbia University campus.
More than 100 students have been arrested so far, and pro-Palestinian demonstrators have been demanding a ceasefire in Gaza and are upset about the school's handling of the conflict. CBS 2's Zanio Maldonado is in front of campus this morning for us, where everything appears quiet for now, but she'll have a look at what today...
They're demanding their colleges break off relations with a country. They're not demanding this. Well, yes, they are demanding a ceasefire, but the goal of the protest is boycott, divestments, sanctions.
May look like later on, Zania.
They can't acknowledge that.
Doug and Elaine, this morning things are pretty quiet out here. We haven't seen an NYPD presence or a gathering of students as such, but we don't really know what's going on behind the gates, as we can't really see the main lawn from out here, of course, which is where a number of students have been gathering.
You mean you don't have the news? Don't care then.
Use a drone.
As a crackdown on protests against Israel grows within the tech industry, tensions on college campuses have also reached a boiling point. At Columbia University here in New York City, more than 100 people were arrested on Thursday after occupying the school's South Lawn for 30 hours in support of Gaza. According to police, Columbia President Manoush Shafik asked the NYPD for help, citing a, quote, clear and present danger. But when asked to characterize the protest, the Columbia Spectator reports that Police Chief John Schell said the supposed clear and present danger was identified by Columbia University, not actually by the NYPD, and that the NYPD reported no violence or injuries associated with the Gaza Solidarity encampment. Among those arrested was Isra Hersey, daughter of Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. She had been suspended from neighboring Barnard College and was protesting at Columbia. Congresswoman Omar posted on X that she was proud of her daughter and, quote, stepping up to change what you can't tolerate is why we as a country have the right to speech, assembly, and petition enshrined in our Constitution. Isra Hersey is here with me now. Also joining the conversation, Mariam Alwen, a fourth-year Columbia student who helped organize the protest. She was also suspended and arrested. It's good to have both of you with us. I know, obviously, a very difficult time for you and for a lot of people on the campus. But let me just start with how you see yourself being treated over the past couple of days. Just kind of walk us through, if you can, what you have been told, why you have been suspended, and your reaction to it.
Yeah, I guess I was suspended Thursday morning at 10 a.m. with two other fellow Barnard students. The email stated that we had engaged in disruptive behavior, but had not outlined the code of conduct that we had violated. The three of us were the only three that had done public interviews at that point. And so we think that our targeting or the reason we got suspended so early was due to the fact that we had made ourselves known. And then that the school got NYP.
They fucked up. Not only have they done interviews before, daughter of a congressperson.
Oh, yeah.
And now she's going to do a media tour, and you guys are fucked. Columbia is fucked.
Well,
I expect them to back down and do what they say in about 4 days. I think Columbia will collapse. I think they will.
Well, also, Columbia will sell out the women's college, being like, it wasn't us. It was our affiliated college on the campus for women.
Maybe they might just.
And then it will be exposed that it came from the dean of Columbia.
I guess we'll see.
ED records.
Yeah, I think if they go hard on this media tour, really put the heat on them, I think the school may buckle and do what they say. We'll see.
1, 2, buckle my shoe.
I didn't say only
how I'm feeling about it. However, I think a little.
Why'd you change the format to that side?
Because we were covering her.
A bit like this was expected. We all knew the risks and we knew what we were engaging in. However, I wasn't really expecting to be immediately locked out of my dorm, of dining, of campus as quickly as I was.
Yeah, and to that point, Mariam, as well, you have been involved in the protests and in the campus or on the campus.
Locked out of everything is wild. It's like you've paid for housing and food, and you've got that all set up for you, and they're just like, oh, you can't access it now. Starve and freeze to death. See ya. All because you decided to speak out. Scum.
Talk to us about what experience you have had. What did the university tell you as to the reason why you were also suspended, and whether or not are you being treated differently than your fellow colleagues?
So Barnard seems to be a little bit more repressive than Columbia. I was notified that I was suspended yesterday, whereas they were notified, Isra specifically and two other students were told that they were suspended before we were arrested, and they were locked.
It's purely women's college, right? Maybe they like to have a reputation of producing hoity-toity, very proper, do as they're told women, and they're not very happy that they've got these outspoken, very
loud women.
No.
Loud women who talk too much. They always yapping.
Assertive. Yapping. Is the word I'm looking for.
Yappy women.
They not a fan, I think, is what I'm gathering from Barnard here.
locked out of their housing. I was not locked out of my housing. However, ironically, we were arrested on the grounds of trespass, meaning that we would have had to have been suspended in order to be trespassing onto our own campus. But then the suspension letter said we would have had to have been suspended in order.
Little flare on that Gaza right there.
Oh, nice. Based.
In order to be trespassing onto our own campus. But then the suspension letter said, you are suspended for violation of law because you were arrested for trespassing. So it doesn't really even make sense in the first place. And it feels like it's part of a repressive campaign against pro-Palestine advocacy that has been ongoing for months now.
The university was saying that part of the reason why they took this action, certainly the president of the university, was because, as I said, it posed a clear and present danger in the university, perhaps threatening other students. Talk to that charge. What was the encampment like? Do you see any validity that the encampment was threatening to other students?
All of my elderly
Noble Gold Investment made other students feel uncomfortable?
No, I think that the encampment was honestly one of the beautiful forms of solidarity. We would be singing songs, we had meals together, people prayed together, they held Shabbat yesterday, and it's really just been a very community-centered space. And also because of the fact that it is outside, it hadn't disrupted any classes, and had really been a very isolated kind of moment where the zone in which we were actually protesting in is the demonstration zone that we are allowed to technically be able to protest in.
So the narrative is that Jews are being beat up for coming here and showing up here. And they were like, we held Shabbat yesterday.
Yeah. Hilarious. And then they're like, it's the dedicated protest.
Well, because Jewish Voice for Peace are involved here.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Jewish Voice for Peace is like the organization for anti-Zionism in New York that's not racist.
Yeah.
You know, like they're great. I'm sure there's controversies with them that's been levied, but I don't really care. I'll stand with them.
Placed this spot to be a place that is meant for these kind of actions, and therefore shouldn't have be seen as disruptive.
And to that point, Maryam, Columbia University has a long history of college protests. Did you see yourself a continuation of that long history of protests, or do you see yourself as being a different form of protest, that one that broke from tradition, or does it continue tradition?
We situate ourselves in a long legacy of activism, specifically on Columbia's campus. In fact, in 1968, I believe over 700 Columbia students were arrested when protesting the Vietnam War. And so when we set up this encampment, we also set up a sign that said Liberated Zone, which was a reference to previous protests. I remember the first day we held a teach-in.
I think this officially might be more protested than the Iraq War. I don't know. There's
no fucking way.
I don't know. Maybe not. There is
no way.
But like the campus organization, it seems more dedicated than the Iraq War. But also there's an entire faction. I mean, there was still a faction that was pro-war for Iraq there too, but still a majority of the country was against it. Like, so I think more people are probably against it.
Yeah. Well, didn't you know that one Nazi flag at a rally makes the whole crowd Nazis? That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
So that would naturally mean that's how it works.
So just because Nazis showed up to Posey Parker's thing makes her a Nazi now?
No, except they were all Nazis. That's the difference.
Barbarism if the left wins.
Oh my God.
You will live in barbarism, period. It is a fight for civilization.
Whoa.
They also had like a marching demonstration, like a little show too. They put on a performance for it.
I kind of want to steal his I want to steal his Grimes drop, but like it's just too it's too him to like it's as good as that drop is.
With a professor about the history of the anti-apartheid movement on campus when South African apartheid was going on, and that's exactly what we were trying to do now when protesting our funding of Israeli apartheid and genocide in Gaza.
So I guess if you had to tell viewers what is your demand, what is your set of demands, if you have any, as to why you are engaged in this protest on this campus, what would they be?
Yeah, our three demands are divesting or asking Columbia University to divest from all companies
What
that
did I
are
say?
complicit in genocide.
What
and
did I say?
actually
Number
have
one. Number one.
Divest.
a hand in genocide, as well as transparency of Columbia's investments. These are not public information, as well as amnesty for all students that are actively being repressed and that were also suspended due to these pro-Palestinian protests.
Let's make the endowments public while we're at it too.
And is there a way to have done it beyond the encampment? Could you have done, if you were trying to get this
Oh my
information
God,
from
fuck off.
the investors or the college board, could you not have done it in any other way? Why a protest in this form?
It feels like a peaceful escalation was the only way to make our voices heard because the school was ignoring us at every turn. We tried peaceful protests and then they changed their policies and retroactively, they suspended Students for Justice in Palestine and Jewish Voice for Peace for peacefully protesting completely illegitimately. We filed a lawsuit for that. We have tried referendums. They have pushed back on the referendums. So it really feels like a peaceful escalation was the only way.
Do you feel it's because of the nature of these protests and what they're supporting? Do other student groups have this kind of target on their back, or do you feel that you are being targeted because of the fact that it is in solidarity with Palestinians and against what Israel is doing to Palestinians?
Oh, this is 100% targeted. Every single protest that we have, there's a group of counter-protesters that bring all of their items, their flags and things like that, and they're not seen as having unsanctioned protests or really receive the kind of disciplinary warnings that many of our fellow organizers receive just for being seen at these protests. And so there is definitely some hypocrisy.
Which university is this?
Columbia.
Columbia. They have $13 billion in endowments. Seize the endowments. Fuck them. Fuck them to death. Seize the endowments.
Do you know what the issue is? You know what Columbia has? Why this is such a big issue there?
Go on. Harvard has 50
We
million.
have Jews.
Seize the endowments.
Did you hear that?
Take them all. Billions.
Did you hear it?
There are 82 universities
Did you hear that, though?
with $1 billion or more endowments.
Did you hear that, though?
Seize them all.
Did you hear that, though? Columbia.
We have Jews.
And?
That's what they got. That's why it's an issue there.
But Yale as well was having problems.
Not like Columbia. Not like Columbia, no. Columbia is like the Hamas rally. According to certain idiots online. Hey, did you know evolution is fake?
Oh, so these are just private schools with endowments more than $1 billion. Great. Oh my God. How do public universities get $1 billion in endowments? I'm so perplexed at this list. This is fucked.
I will never understand.
Here we go. You want to fix the fucking... You want to fix student loans? Seize the endowments. Pay them off with the university endowments. Fuck them.
I already am eating from the trash can all the time.
Billions. Hundreds of billions. Trillions, maybe, in endowments in universities. Problem fucking solved. And these people want you to pay money while they sit on billions of dollars. Cool.
Hypocrisy here, especially you can kind of see
Gavin
with
me
the
harder,
students
daddy.
that were sprayed us with the chemical weapons, and the fact that there's no public
I didn't say the government.
information as to what happened to them, but rather the university is actively discussing what is happening to the students here and making it a whole public spectacle rather than when we haven't done anything to physically harm students, whereas those that sprayed those chemical weapons physically harmed students.
Oh, yeah. Chemicals.
Yeah, I think it's a testament to the Palestinian exception to free. I thought.
I only heard about this on Pod Save America. I think this has not been a widely reported thing, the chemical weapon attack on the protesters.
In Colombia.
Yeah. So it's like a stink bomb, like a fart spray prank thing.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's still a fucking chemical weapon, though. If you're using a weapon, you're using
the
it
loosest of terms. Sure.
My shirt's on inside out. I just realized, but it's no. It's like if you're using a chemical irritant to clear a protest, that is a chemical weapon.
In the loosest of loose terms, sure.
Well,
It's a fucking fart bomb. So if I go into a group of girls and drop a massive fart and it reeks, am I dropping a chemical weapon on them?
No. But students get suspended for this shit all the time.
True.
Also because a lot of times it requires fire to ignite it and creates a chemical reaction.
I've never seen one that you have to light. They're just like ones that you sort of shake up and they.
Well, there's the spray and stuff. I don't know the situation here on like what the guy used. I just know that it's like that's what he claimed is that it was like a stink bomb. But like, if it has, you don't know if that stink bomb has like certain chemical irritants in it, right?
Does that
It's
mean
not
that
like when I hear a chemical weapon attack, it's like that furry convention where somebody tried to do a chlorine attack in the vents.
Yeah, that's what I assume when I hear chemical attack. I'm like, what the fuck? Did someone drop a chemical, like a chlorine canister on them or some shit? What the fuck?
But like it also for me as well, it comes down to an intent type thing. Like if their intent was just to be an asshole and like just to like
just flick a fart bomb in there because it's funny.
Yeah, and then versus their intent, if their intent was to like clear them out.
True.
If it was being used as like an anti-protest device.
Yeah, okay. I see your point. That if because it's kind of intent. Yeah, okay. Again, it's very loose.
I can make a stink bomb with some fucking capsaicin in it. All right, buddy. Let me tell you.
Does that mean was it Mark Rober that made the anti-porch pirate bomb things?
And then he got in trouble.
No, he made like 9 of the videos. But he'd like fart spray them with like skunk spray.
Well, because you know how like booby traps are like illegal.
Oh, are they?
No, I think they're legal if you're there to watch them.
Oh, well, he had a phone watching them.
Yeah, so I think that's why he got around it.
That's hilarious. But yeah, he would
know.
like
There's
have
that
this...
Legal Eagle video about the shotgun booby trap.
Yes, yeah. But that's lethal, right? This is just a fart spray. Does that mean he was leaving chemical weapons for porch pirates?
I'm just saying. Somebody could get injured.
Mark Rober, chemical weapons expert.
So, I think it needs to be determined if this device was a threat to public safety. Like, if you put one of these devices into like a crowded arena and people like start pushing to get away with it, like they want to move away from it, you can cause a crowd crush incident.
Yes,
you know. So anything where there's like crowd congestion like that, I would consider it like a disturbing the peace type thing.
Yeah, you can make an argument.
By using a
I
chemical
came to Colombia
device.
because
I think chemical device is a better way.
It's a chemical device, though. If the intent is being used to clear people out,
yeah.
I mean,
But
my
it's
question
a
is,
way to phrase it,
why don't they use smell as riot control instead of like tear gas?
It would make more sense. Like just make it
like
very
a
stinky.
thing that's like literally like you need to get away from it because you start vomiting.
Isn't that Ipecac?
Yeah. Well, and also you know that it'll make you stinky. It'll make you stinky for like a year. You know.
I thought it was a progressive space for people who care about social justice and human rights. And at every turn, I have been shown that
that's a chemical deterrent.
That doesn't apply to Palestinians like myself. You know, my peers, my classmates have friends and family that are still trapped under the rubble in Gaza, and we are being criminalized on our own campus, quite literally being taken out in zip ties because our president thought that we were a threat.
Let me ask you finally, we don't have much time, but where do you see things going from here in terms of, do you get a chance to appeal your suspension? Is there a chance for it to be reversed? Are you considering any legal action against the university for how you were treated?
Yeah, absolutely. Every single one of us is starting the appeal process. We are all waiting for our hearing dates to see what exactly has happened. The way that the university and the college has gone about this is definitely unlawful and not even following their own rules. So there will be, we will be doing whatever we can to see fit to protect ourselves, to be able to finish out our term. And if that becomes legal action, then that is exactly what we will be doing. But in the meantime, we stand in solidarity with those at the encampment. And thankfully, they are still there and they're still holding it down.
All right. Isra Hirsi and Mariam Alwan, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time this evening.
Because of her daughter being based and pretty.
Passover is set to begin.
That's hilarious. I didn't realize how interesting Ipecac actually was. I've just been reading. It's like a root and syrup. It's actually very shit at doing what it was meant to do.
Well, it's like Windex. Wasn't that like invented to treat VD or something?
No, I have no idea.
No, Listerine.
Listerine.
Yeah. It was
What's
invented
VD?
it. Huh?
What's VD?
Oh, just like viruses, venereal diseases, infections in your Johns.
Yeah, right.
They called it VD because of Vietnam. All the sex, that's what they would say is VD, and that became a term in that era.
Right. Okay.
At sundown, classes at Columbia University are being held virtually today because of administration's safety concerns over the ongoing pro-Palestinian protests on campus.
The school is looking for ways to de-escalate the situation as protests continue. A prominent rabbi at the school is urging Jewish students to actually go home because of these safety concerns. Today marks the 6th day of these sorts of
basically what you're saying is that Columbia is inducing a panic by telling Jewish students to go home and therefore
it said
making it
specific
appear anti-Semitic, and therefore it is actually not, and this is all fake news, fear-mongering, and it's actually bullshit. Great. Glad we got to the bottom of the story in 24 seconds.
Protests on campus. So let's bring in CBS News correspondent Meg Oliver, who is there on campus at Columbia. So Meg, what is the atmosphere like there today? What's going on campus?
Hey, Ben and Lilia, we're just
it's actually very stinky to hear somebody use a chemical weapon.
Behind me, students and faculty, they have to check in with their student IDs, and this is going to be going on for the foreseeable future. There's a heightened security presence around campus. As you mentioned, these pro-Palestinian protests have been going on now on the 6th day.
Now that Jack's gone, I can get to some real news. He is stored in the balls.
Campus is pretty quiet. The classes are now all remote. He said most of the faculty, they have started to cancel classes, so going all remote wasn't too big of a shift. But the university is inviting the media to go on campus at 2 o'clock, and we're going to be able to see those protests. The one student I talked to said there's about 200 protesters
the school
on
is going to guide the media through. Okay. It's literally just like Gaza.
There are different pockets around campus that are a lot louder with protesters that are out chanting on different street corners. I do want to bring up that there are more universities across the country that are starting to see protests. And we know that there was a lot of activity on Yale's campus early this morning. I talked with Sahar Tartak on the phone earlier today. She told me that she is the editor of the Yale Free Press, and she was completely surrounded by pro-Palestinian protesters last night on campus. And one came up to her with a pro-Palestinian flag and jabbed her in the eye. She was completely scared. She said as an Orthodox Jewish student, she has been scared for some time on campus and off campus. I think there's a big distinction when you talk to students, especially Jewish students, and how they are feeling. We've seen this rise in anti-Semitism. But then if you talk to other students that aren't Jewish, like the one that I just talked to, he feels perfectly fine going on and off campus. Ben, Lilia?
You mean there's a persecution complex? Crazy.
That's anti-Semitic.
Thank you so much for that.
I calls it as I sees it. It's got nothing to do with the Jews. It really seems like there's a persecution complex.
That's what they all say. And next thing you know, there's Sig Heilene.
Yeah, of course. But it's genuinely, it just seems like there's a persecution complex because nobody else seems to feel danger, but somehow there's always danger. Also, I wanted to bring up that they said pro-Palestinian protests, not anti-Israel protests, which is kind of interesting framing again, coming from CBS, which I guess, where would you put them on the spectrum? Sort of middle center?
I mean, they're on the level of ABC, CNN,
Yeah,
and
okay.
CBS are all basically the same.
Mhm.
They're just default national news.
Yeah. I mean, also, if this happened to the person running the Yale Free Press, was it? How did nobody see this? How is there no video of someone getting poked in the eye with a Palestinian flag? Are you kidding?
And if it did happen, I'm sure it was like an accident, like they were tuffling.
Yeah, like, okay, you tell me this story. Show me the proof. You're a journalist, right? Were you filming? Were you documenting it? What were you doing? How did this happen? Were you antagonizing them? Were you just walking past? Do they know? What the fuck?
flag slightly grazed my eye, and I'm just so startled now.
So it's like, if you are claiming to be a journalist running the school's paper, proof, my dude. It's not hard.
Millions of Jewish people around the world are set to celebrate Passover tonight. But with the Israel-Hamas war raging, many Jewish Americans are expressing concerns about staying safe during the
war would imply equal sides.
Holiday. Here in New York, the NYPD is increasing security at Jewish institutions.
Not necessarily. It's still a war. Genocidal war.
Oh, this is different. Okay, we'll do this before moving on to other stuff.
Yeah, Scootercaster just posted this.
Oh, look at this military standing army.
I mean, of course she's there.
Yeah, of course. It's a nice standing army there. It would be a shame if someone had a Second Amendment.
Not in New York. It doesn't exist.
No, apparently not.
Okay, so this is NYU, not even Columbia, right? So Columbia, they already had their tents cleared out. So I think especially in New York, one, they hate homeless people, and two, Occupy movement, right? So these two tent-based things leads to really strong anti-camping action, as they call it, anti-camping action, which is really, at the end of the day, it's 99% anti-homeless action. But anti-camping in New York, I imagine, is very strict, and they have a lot of laws that they can implement in these scenarios. It's cool here, like
attending the standing army.
I mean, it's not that cool. It would be cooler if this didn't happen. But here, there's there's a guy who basically lives underneath a bridge, but in the winter they build like these forts on like the highway that nobody uses as an exit ramp, even though it's still maintained. And it's they build it up because they, how it goes like this when there's a bridge, there's that slope. So they build it up into the slope, like towards the neck of the bridge. They'll build a little basically a trailer out of tarps and wood every year when it comes to the winter. But that guy has a lawnmower and shit in there, and he gets paid to mow the lawn around the.
That's hilarious.
Around the fucking on-ramp by the state. So
what a great idea.
Yeah. I mean, it would be cooler just to house him, but
sure. But yeah, you've got to make do with what you have, I guess.
Yeah, and they don't really do shit in the winter because they're in it's on the bridge that nobody actually takes. But also the main bridge that's onto where you know how our mall here that I've shown you the mall, right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
The street that you take to get to that mall, there's always somebody there with a sign.
Mm-hmm.
They're so.
Do you think these cops feel like big dudes after doing this? Like, do you think that they enjoy looking at themselves in the mirror, being like, "Oh yeah, I broke up protest today.
I'm
Fuck
sure
yeah,
they.
I
I'm
love
sure
my
they.
job."
I'm sure most of them don't fucking care about
Yeah,
human beings
no
in general.
conscious. Yeah.
Look, they got those modern military helmets on with the fucking rails on the side and everything. But y'all need the night vision mount on the front? Does the shield mount actually attach to the night vision mount? Because I guess that's practical
I'm not
in
sure.
that sense.
It might.
It looks like the shield attaches differently, and the night vision mount is just there, as it is with all these helmets.
No, it looks like it does attach to it.
It looks like the shield is more like a liner thing. Like you wear the shield on the liner and then the helmet on top of that, right?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. The nods,
like it's attached internally to the liner, like how you have the adjustables in your baseball helmet, where you can pull this.
I think it's
foam
attached
out.
on the side here. I think the shield is attached there, so you can still use night vision if you need it as an NYPD. You know.
Yeah. We should give these helmets to armies that need them. Oh, look, there's a regular beat cop who just had his patrol hat on. Based. I much prefer the other person who's just like way too big to take down, right? And there's like all these cops like trying to drag them away, and they're basically just ripping their shirt, and they're literally that person is basically just complying with it at this point. Like they can fight those cops off so easily.
They're up here getting another appearance in the top right corner.
Yeah, that's what. Oh, I'm pointing at them, you know. No, save your voice, honey. Don't ruin those vocal cords. I hear them straining. See, that guy's like a chief, making sure that they're not fucking, you know, like that was like a commander who just came in from behind to make sure that who was blowing his whistle to make sure they aren't fucking out of line.
Well, I assumed it was a whistle for like, because the way Australian cops deal with protesters, they'll form a line, they'll break the line, so cops will go in, grab a person, drag them back.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Fucked up.
That's what they're doing.
But I'm assuming that's what they're doing, and I assume that's what the whistle was.
Yeah, but I think it was coming from that guy who was a CO. I don't know what you would call him in the police. It looked like he was higher rank.
A wanker.
Yeah, because he was like fat and bald. Go back though. Go back to that one guy. I want to look at him again.
I'm trying to find.
No, you're too far back.
Yeah, I hit a button. It went back.
It's the whistle man.
No, I'm too far. Where was it?
There you go.
This bloke here.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I don't know who's blowing the whistle.
He's definitely like giving orders though to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
police. They're just, they're predators looking for weak links in the line.
That's exactly right. You're 100% correct. This is so base though. It's mostly chicks too. They're just linking arms. They're like, "Fuck you."
They all have like the same pup tent too. So whoever sold those tents must be fucking doing well right now. They probably all ordered them from like some fucking Temu thing.
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
bulk.
it's probably just cheap Chinese garbage. Yeah. Funding another genocide in a different country to try and stop another one. The cycle goes around. You know what's funny though? There's so many people there. They should have just stood their ground and not moved anywhere, because there's no fucking way they have enough space to jail everybody there. So just stand your ground. There's like, fuck the police. There's so many people there, they can't do anything. Do you see how many they had to mobilize to even handle it? Just stand your ground. They can't do anything.
Here we go. Jack patronizing the women, saying they're not doing it good enough again.
No, I'm saying in general. Like they did very fucking well. Like they were standing there, they were holding them off. They did very well. I'm very impressed. But like there's so many people there. I saw people like turning and running away and shit. It's like there's so many people there. There's so many people. There's no. You know what I mean?
I can't believe NYPD didn't bring out their horses. They love bring out the horses.
Do they? They love the horses.
Oh
in
my
the
God.
city. Love
Oh my, yeah. You don't know about this?
Oh, and they shit all over the street like the horses.
Horse
in
cops,
Melbourne.
bro. There's this video that I'm not sure if I sent it to you, but it's like a pit bull's like attacking a horse, and the cop is on the back of the horse.
What the fuck?
Trying to get the dog under control, and the horse is just like freaking out because they're like trained so well that it's not gonna like kick the dog or fight back. So it's just a guy on the back trying to like poke the dog off. No actual care for the well-being,
The
because
fatties go
he's
to the
more
front,
scared of
they're
the dog.
bulwark. They're the front line.
Fat people don't go to protests.
No, because it would require leaving the house and doing exercise.
Uh-huh.
But like as I was saying, it's literally just sheer numbers. Sheer numbers. They can't do anything. What are they going to try and? Are they going to try and like rugby scrum the protesters out of the area? Like, what the fuck are they going to do? The only thing they can do is basically what they were doing, which is the line grabbing people. And even then, you can counter that if you watch it. You get like a group of people to watch them, and every time they go to grab someone, you grab them back instead. That would be fucking hilarious. Especially in Australia when they're so fucking obvious with it. No, I feel like the protests are going to escalate in like tactics very soon. I think they need
Well,
to.
they're finally not fucking PSL run, even though fucking
Yes.
Breakthrough News is on campus with these fucking people.
Mm.
Because PSL can get in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why the police breaking up protests is like the worst thing you can do. The best thing you can do is either do what happened in Occupy Wall
You have to
Street and
remember
divide it
who the
with
fucking mayor of New York
identity
City
politics.
is right now.
Yeah,
And the governor. Both of them are fucking dipshits who think you can just fucking use your fucking state military.
Yeah.
You okay, pal? What do they got? A stethoscope?
Oh, you guys are so cool. Guys, you're so cool. 70% of these people are going home to beat their wives. What would be hilarious is if they started the na 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 chant as they were leaving. They can relive their high school bullying careers. Or live the other side of it.
Yeah, so she probably bought a lot of this footage from people as well. I'm sure she's there too.
Yeah.
Because that's what she also does is like she curates. She buys a lot of stuff.
That's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
If you have the capital to do so.
I mean, she's been the person in New York doing this for 10 years, basically.
True. She got the connections. Okay, we got it. Next is
I'm shocked there was no horses.
Feel robbed.
They love using them to break up protests because people move for a horse.
All right, we've done a lot. Let's jump to this one.
We didn't look at the top 5 stories from
there is an uneasy call.
Yeah, it's too late now.
Across the Middle East after both Israeli and Iranian officials had muted responses to Israel's apparent.
All their top stories are stuff that we did on Friday.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if it's in the Globby section or the Gaza section, but there's that's why I put it in there. It was in the title originally, but it got taken out. But the IRGC is attacking the U.S. again.
Oh, it's in there. I got that video on there.
I know. I put it in the title before. You replaced it with China doping and global news.
Yes.
Fuck global news. Don't put global news in there. Nobody gives a fuck about. Nobody know global news. What does that mean?
Stuff. Random shit.
Kataib Hezbollah is shaken up again.
In central Iran. The region had been on edge since an unprecedented Iranian attack on Israel and Israeli vows of revenge. Nick Schifrin has more. Nick?
William, it is not every day that something explodes near an Iranian military base during a time of intense regional tension. But today, that is exactly what happened, and all sides are trying
What
to
a dumb
downplay
way
it.
to frame it.
Near the central city of Isfahan this morning, Iran's air defense targeted what Iran called small drones. But former military and intelligence officials tell PBS NewsHour this was an Israeli strike. near an
Also,
Islamic
fucking
Revolutionary
everyone
Guard
is
base
saying that
in
there has
Iran's
been
nuclear
everyone but
technology
Iran says more than just drones were used.
Mm.
Also, they were all launched from inside Iran. So there was like a missile that they were able to launch from within inside Iran, I guess.
Okay, interesting.
By day, Iranian state TV showed Isfahan quiet,
Life is going on according to normal.
and a local Iranian military commander said there's nothing much to see here.
در اصفهان شنیده شد انفجار نبود.
The sound heard early in the morning today in Isfahan was not an explosion. It was our powerful air defense firing at a suspicious object. It caused no damage or incident at all.
Which apparently is how both Iran and Israel wanted it. Iranian officials did not blame Israel. Israeli officials refused to claim credit. The only exception was an indirect criticism. Far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir tweeted one word that best translates to lame.
Buongiorno, buongiorno, buongiorno.
But in Italy, after meeting Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Italian Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani revealed this.
The U.S. was informed at the last minute, but there was no sharing by the U.S. It was mere information. But I think that what happened was also the result of the work of the G7.
For 6 days, President Biden and the Group of 7 industrialized countries urged Israel to show restraint to Iran's unprecedented April 14th attack with more than 300 missiles and drones launched from Iran toward Israel. That was a response to Israel's killing 7 senior Iranian generals in an Iranian consulate building in Syria. In public, all U.S. officials would say today the U.S. didn't play any part.
I'm not going to speak to that.
Okay, that's all we really need to know. We know most of reason why. Last bit on Israel for now, I think.
9 people were dead following an Israeli airstrike on the city of Rafah in southern Gaza. Hospital officials say 6 of the victims are children. The strike hit a home in a neighborhood on the west side of the city. More than 1 million people have been forced to live there. Israeli military officials say they are still planning a ground invasion. Meanwhile, tensions are rising in the West Bank. The Palestinian Health Ministry says at least 13 people died in an Israeli raid. The IDF says 10 militants were killed.
On Saturday.
State Department, gross.
Under Committee Rule 9.
Even worse. Oh, this is still Colombia.
Yeah, this is about Colombia.
We will now question witnesses under the 5-minute rule. I remind members that I'll enforce the 5-minute rule strictly, so you're advised to keep your questions succinct so the witnesses have time to answer. I will begin the questioning. Dr. Shafiq, you described the April 4, quote, all out for Al-Shifa, end quote, event that took place at Columbia's campus as a, quote, unapproved event near academic buildings in violation of our rules and policies, end quote. You promised that participants would, quote, face discipline, end quote. Your university policy requires disciplinary action to be initiated shortly after an incident occurs. According to records provided by Columbia to the committee, the school identified at least 32 participants at the event and sent out, quote, interim warning letters to them, quote, to remind you of Columbia's policies, end quote. Is that what you meant by facing discipline?
Oh, I sent that not to private chat.
Chairwoman.
Whoops.
I want to confirm
that's
that
not a
yes,
nude.
we did send
It's
a
not,
warning
it's just
letter.
a link.
We developed, in consultation with our anti-Semitism task force, a new demonstration policy, which clarified what would happen to students who attended unsanctioned events. And that policy, along that we also worked with our faculty and students on, has a hierarchy of punishments. Anyone who attends an unsanctioned event is immediately sent a warning letter, and if it's as an immediate action. If other sorts of misconduct occur at such an event, there could be further sanctions.
Okay, let me follow up on that then. If sending warning letters is discipline, has Columbia sent out warning letters following the dozens of other unapproved events that have occurred since October 7th?
Since we've had this new policy in place, yes, I would confirm that we have sent, and those letters are sent out immediately. Those letters, if there have been repeat offenses, stay permanently on the record of those students for the rest of their time at Columbia. And of course, if other misconduct occurs, it can lead to suspension and in extreme cases, expulsion.
Well, how can we be confident that you'll restore order in a safe learning environment if it took you months to send warning letters?
All right, boring.
She's the worst.
Turning now to Capitol.
Huh?
This Capitol Hill stuff we have to do that last. We'll do last because there's more global stuff with Kataib Hezbollah in Iran. So we'll do
okay.
Trump's and the House stuff last.
Sure, I gave you the playlist, which shows you the order. But that's
Playlist does
fine.
not exist. You have to like make it public and shit.
Uh,
I don't give a fuck about the order. I'm telling you.
I know. I'm
cover-
just showing you what videos I have in there.
Yeah. Well, it's just some of the globby stuff. You know.
Yeah, I've put it in a specific
Yeah.
order so it kind of flows together. So skipping this kind of fucks the order that I had it in. That's
This
all.
is house stuff, though. This is U.S. domestic politics.
Yeah, I'm moving to the US now.
We haven't covered the shit that needs to be covered. I just told you there's militants attacking the U.S. that needs to be covered.
You want the Iran allied militias one?
This, bro, I just sent you the links.
Yes.
Whatever
Look
ones.
at the playlist.
All of
all the way at the bottom.
The ones that I just sent you is what I want. The stuff that's still about foreign policy and Israel and Iran and shit.
طرف مقابل بحث پیش بیاره که نمیدونم چند تا موشک زدن.
But like
In India, the world's largest election.
No. What the fuck?
لا قاعد صاروخ صار منكم من المقر مع العصابه وقاعد لا حد يقب لا حد يقب بيزنود يا ولد الله شوف اخوك شيء.
I think, like, remember how I said that potentially
this video,
the Iranian militias might look at Iran's response as weak and start taking things in their own hands and start disobeying their stand down order.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I figured this TDLR one would be enough context, but Kataib Hezbollah has also, they're in other news, they have this hostage from Israel that I also brought up last time. So that's also a big deal that's going on that they're also asking about. And it's like, well, we don't know necessarily, because Israel's not going to admit where they've bombed, but they bombed Iraq and Syria while they were bombing Iran. And nobody is saying that. So, and I think they must have, I assume they targeted Kataib Hezbollah, and that's why Kataib Hezbollah is now retaliated against the U.S. We'll see what these guys say, though.
Our main story today is that last night, an American base in northeastern Syria came under attack by the Iraqi militant group Kataib Hezbollah. It's been reported that at least 5 rockets were launched by Iraq's town of Zumar by the Iranian-backed militia and one of Iraq's most powerful groups, although no US personnel were injured. The US has about...
What?
They showed the wrong flag.
Yeah, that's funny.
2,500 soldiers stationed in Iraq and nearly 900 across the border in Syria as part of an international anti-jihadist coalition created in 2014 to fight IS, or the Islamic State group. In late January, the US and Iraq held a first round of talks on ending the presence of these US troops in Iraq. US officials stated that these talks came later than expected and that the US was ready to start discussions last year, but Israel's war has complicated matters. US military bases have been under sporadic assault from Iranian-backed militia for years, but the pace of these attacks increased after October the 7th. Things escalated in February after a US drone strike attacked a car in a residential neighborhood in Baghdad, targeting and killing 3 members of Kataib Hezbollah. The US military presence in Iraq was subsequently described as a factor for instability by a spokesperson for the Iraqi military, who accused the US of showing no regard for civilian life or for international laws. Asayub Ahul al-Haqqa, an Iranian-backed militia and political party in Iraq, called for the immediate withdrawal of US forces in Iraq.
Kind of goes hard. He looks like the way that the skull mask and the headband went together, you know? That was like so Mortal Kombat.
Both sides were seemingly collaborative, and Iran called on Kataib Hezbollah to suspend their attacks to avoid a regional escalation, a directive that has been followed up until now. So last night's attack was the first since February. Kataib Hezbollah said Iraqi armed groups had decided to resume attack on the Iraqi US presence after seeing little progress on talks. Resuming the attacks on US forces came at a time of high tension between Iran and Israel, following their exchange of missiles last week. Iraq's Prime Minister, Shia al-Sudani, is now trying to
I think
maintain
the
a
question
careful balancing act
is
with
if
Iraq's...
they're acting on their own accord, or Iran was like, hey, we're not going to attack back, but why don't you guys do this one? You know, so there's a lot of factors here that we don't know on what the motivation actually might be.
ally Iran, and maintaining good relations with the US. From the White House last week, al-Sudani addressed the uptick in tensions, saying he encouraged all efforts to stop the expansion of the area of the conflict, highlighting his fears of Iraq being dragged into a regional war.
Oh, here we go.
under the
All
influence
Arabs look
of
the
Iran.
same.
There's more on the way,
Okay.
but remember to subscribe and ring the bell for more daily briefing tomorrow. Plus, if you want to support the channel like Manu, Nithi, and Anther, then consider joining the new TLDR membership program for just one.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. And then I just wanted to look at, I mean, this is here too. I mean, hey, they're
we might as
drinking
well do
water.
all
No,
of it.
I just wanted to touch on the Turkey thing. There's a Voice of America one specifically. It's like 4 days old, so it was from last week. But I just wanted to touch on it real quick because there's a lot of stuff happening that we can't find actual news stories about, and I wanted to transition away from the Middle East to America by talking about this. This is the AP one, the Voice of America one. They actually have like talking and stuff. Just this snake in fucking. That's just him with Hamas in Istanbul. Oh boy, music.
Oh my god. Oh yeah.
حالة الشرف جنباتنا العميد باسل صادق جعفر.
Okay.
This is bad. No, there's the Voice of America one though.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure I sent it to you in the links that I just sent.
At the top of President
There we go.
Recep Tayyip Erdogan's agenda in Baghdad is securing support for Turkey's planned offensive against the Kurdish rebel group, the PKK. The PKK has been using Iraq as a base for decades in its war against Turkish forces.
Turkey wants to start a comprehensive strategy which has legs
Can't
like
say that.
economy, social base, and also security base. In the meantime, expanding the capabilities of the Iraqi security forces. And by that way, Iraq may be much more safer and Turkey may feel more secure.
Last month, Ankara achieved a diplomatic breakthrough when Baghdad banned the PKK. Erdogan has leverage for further concessions. With Iraq suffering a severe drought, Baghdad is calling for Turkish dams to release more water on rivers that flow to Iraq, a request the Turkish leader said he's ready to consider. Analysts say deepening trade is also a key part of the Turkish leader's visit. He seeks to increase international transit through Iraq as part of a planned new trade route between China and Europe.
The main backbone of this upcoming presidential visit to Iraq, to Baghdad and Erbil, will be the new so-called development road, which will connect Basra port to the Turkish border, to Habur, or to a new border gate.
Erdogan said he may also visit Erbil, the capital of the semi-autonomous Iraqi Kurdistan, with whom the Turkish leader has developed close ties. Analysts, however, warn that his goal of expanding Turkish influence in Iraq could be thwarted by Iran, which has considerable sway on Iraq.
In Baghdad,
I mean,
the sun
we've
does not
talked
shine
about
without
this
the
and the
approval
mechanics behind
of
this.
Iran,
You can see
of
it in our Cook episode on
how
why this is.
It will be possible for Ankara to align all these stars and to build a capacity to cooperate with it. It's still debatable to me, and it looks unrealistic to me.
Some observers say Baghdad is looking to Ankara to balance Tehran's influence, especially as speculation grows over a possible withdrawal of United States forces.
Yeah,
still
exactly.
in Iraq.
If the United States is withdrawing, it's just going to empower Turkey and Iran.
Immense influence
No, exactly.
That Iran wields in their country, and Turkey can be a balancer. And I think Turkey would like to be a balancer because Turkey, is just like every other country in the region, is not all that happy with the kind of power that Iran has in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen.
Analysts say Erdogan's visit to Iraq could bring changes, but also further stoke the historic rivalry between Turkey and Iran. Doreen Jones, VOA News, Istanbul.
Okay, so real quick, because this is not stuff we'll find stories on. So obviously You know, here we go. Look at this soulless fuck here with Barzani. President Barzani, it makes him sound like he's the real leader, even though he's just one of them, because there's two presidents of Kurdistan. And then I just said, boo. Right. Anyway, so this is a Kurdistan Monitor, right? So I think U.S. jets have carried out an airstrike in Mosul countryside. And then here he's also reporting on like this recent attack. You know, a lot of reporting here showing the maps and stuff. But this is Kurdistan Monitor, the guy who runs it. This guy's great. I've tried to get him on, and he just is too shy, I guess. I can't get him to come on. Anyway, if you want to learn more about what's going on with Turkey and the Kurds right now, which is pretty important, definitely go follow him.
Turning now to Capitol Hill, where some Republicans are calling on the Speaker of the House to resign. That after Democrats helped him pass a $95 billion package that provides aid to Ukraine and Israel. NBC's Ryan Nobles has more.
House will be in order. What once seemed improbable. On this vote, the ayes are 311 and the nays are 112. The bill is passed. Has become inevitable. Senators are poised to approve a $95 billion national security package that provides funding for key U.S. allies. It has $26.4 billion in funding for Israel, which includes humanitarian aid
Hey,
for
that
Gaza,
flag was upside down.
$1 billion for Asian allies like Taiwan. It also authorizes the seizing of $5 billion in Russian assets, tougher sanctions on the country, and the ban of the popular app TikTok if the Chinese-based company that owns it does not sell it within a year. But the biggest part of the package, more than $60 billion in funding for Ukraine,
Should
was
be
the most
600.
controversial and carried with it the most immediate consequences.
Strategy, but because
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky telling Kristen Welker without this funding, his country would likely lose the war.
and we will have a chance for victory if Ukraine really gets the weapon system, which we need so much.
It is a plea Zelensky's been making for months while the legislation was stalled. And it did not matter much to conservative Republicans who argued American border security should come before aid to Ukraine.
Mike Johnson has betrayed America. He's betrayed Republican voters.
Conservatives have warned House Speaker Mike Johnson that even bringing a Ukraine aid bill to the floor could result in an effort to boot him from his speakership. But Johnson, who once voted against funding for Ukraine, was presented with overwhelming evidence in classified briefings.
What could Russia do?
He showed true leadership.
Are we implying that Russia's not trying their hardest to win the war right now? They'll cry about it. Like, what are they gonna do? Draft more fucking Uzbeks to fucking go die in their war?
I guess so.
The consequences would be severe.
One that could cost him his job, a threat he has come to terms with.
You do the right thing and you let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, I have to say,
Idaho
Mike
Congressman
Johnson,
Russ
he's remember how we were calling him cuck not that long ago? Because Marjorie Taylor Greene was showing that she's the alpha of the party. He has been pretty alpha after passing this, and even Trump was like, yeah, he's genius, he's just great. You know, so like even Trump gets credit for it now, even though he's the one who stalled it to begin with. And now MTG is kind of like out in her own field now. So he kind of did a power move where where she was like coming to like take it, right? Like take that top spot from him. And he kind of did a power move and manipulated it. So now she's in the cuck chair.
And Mike Simpson voted in favor of the Israel supplemental aid package. Simpson also voted in favor of the Ukraine aid package. Fulcher did not. In a statement posted to X before Saturday's vote, Fulcher said in part, quote, most Americans understand that in order to help other nations, we must be healthy ourselves, and it's Americans that we serve first. I voted no on the rule to advance foreign aid expenditures without first addressing these issues.
It was some conservative who posted in response to these people as well, too. I don't remember from like what outlet. It wasn't Heritage. I know that because I know Heritage. I recognized the bell in the guy's name that they put the symbol in, and I was like, clearly Heritage, who's doing this dumb opinion. But it was like an ex-Bush guy or something. And he posted a map of all the money that's going to US states because of this and how much it helps America. Just being like, you guys say that you want to help America, but this literally helps America and you're against it. And like there's this thing, they're mad because some guy said the Ukrainian border is our border.
Yeah, I got that in there.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because it's white
Ukraine's
people
exhausted
there. We
artillery
would
gunners holding off Russian
welcome
forces
them
in the
if they
eastern
were
town of
white,
Kupiansk
unlike
are
these
hoping for a
Mexicans
lifeline.
and
Kiev's US aid
military-aged
package could be
Chinese males.
Military-aged Chinese males. Is that something they're saying now?
Oh, yeah. It's always military-aged
Amazing.
males. That's the trigger word now.
Amazing.
What's the, not DEI, but the other one that they say about green energy? ERG or something?
I have no idea.
ESG.
ESJ.
Yes, that's
Cool.
another thing I almost put in the title because Biden gave grants for solar panels. So I was going to say woke ESG
Yes, he
agenda.
did. Yeah, that's on there as well.
Potential game changer for Kiev's forces, but it could take some time. One soldier, whose call sign is Sailor, says a shortage of shells has reduced Ukraine's covering fire for its infantrymen, costing lives and territory.
If they had passed the aid package bill earlier, we would have lost a bit less ground. We could have maybe taken back some ground.
The $61 billion aid package comes after 6 months of congressional wrangling. It could replenish Kiev's critically low stocks of weaponry and air defenses and likely improve its chances of averting a major Russian breakthrough in the east.
One voting present.
It's better now if we let them attack and we defend. But when the package will be a done deal, and we get the shells, drones, and whatever else, then we do a 180-degree turn, gather our reserve forces, and attack. We'll have our aviation with us, as it will be effective.
Kiev still faces manpower shortages on the battlefield and questions about the strength of its sprawling frontline ahead of a potential Russian summer offensive. After months of political debates, a new, faster mobilization law takes effect in May. But new civilian draftees will require months of training, which some analysts say could become a window of opportunity for Russia to exploit. Russia has been slowly advancing with its superior troop numbers and artillery.
Yeah,
since
Russia
capturing Avdiivka in
certainly
February,
gets
a
those
long-time bastion
windows
town in the eastern
nailed.
Donbass
You know, we
region.
saw that at the invasion.
They are now bearing down on the town of Chasiv Yar, which is located on high ground. If captured, that win would bring Moscow closer to the remaining Kiev-held Donbass cities of Konstantinivka.
Oh, look, bro, literally at the top of my page right now is a conservative coping.
That's hilarious. What's the community night say?
So it says another 60 billion for Ukraine, not a penny for Missouri. This was the guy that they were trolling and posting a map on
Josh Roy,
specifically.
yeah.
No, this tweet here. This not a penny for Missouri. And the guy posted the thing showing how much money goes to Missouri. But like the community says, Boeing produces aluminum in Missouri that is used by both Israel and Ukraine. And he said, this is hilarious. What's this context supposed to mean? That Missourians should be happy? A mega corporations whose airplanes fall out of the sky in pieces is getting billions while the people of Missouri are poisoned by their government and get nothing? Hey, are you the government there? Why are you poisoning them?
That's funny. That's very funny.
And Sloviansk. President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russian forces are able to fire 10 times more artillery rounds than Ukraine's troops. One of his generals estimates Russian forces outnumber Kiev's troops by as much as 10 times in the east. Ukrainian positions have been pounded this year thanks to Russian air superiority and Ukraine's dwindling defenses. One former Ukrainian defense minister said US-produced F-16 fighter jets, which Kiev expects to receive later this year, would force Russian warplanes back entirely. EU assistance from June will include a Czech-led
Where are the
initiative
F-16s?
pricing 300,000 rounds of artillery shells. A senior European security source told Reuters optimistically that if Ukraine receives the new international assistance, the chances of averting a major Russian breakthrough over the next year are quite high.
Where are the F-16s?
Funding for My Ukraine's resolution? War against airstrikes. Bomb them. Bomb them. Keep bombing them. Bomb them again and again.
Invading Russia, Israel's war on Hamas in Palestinian territories, and support for Taiwan's military against a possible attack from China. The United States House of Representatives overwhelmingly voted to provide a total $95 billion in foreign aid this weekend in surprisingly bipartisan fashion for a Congress that's been bitterly divided along party lines.
What vehicles for who?
And Helldivers.
Ah, okay.
So it's they're adding basically.
The vote was Republican House Speaker Mike.
It's like that mobile troop carrier, like it's an armored APC that it's got a driver and it's got 2 gunners on it.
Oh, really?
I didn't see only news.
Also, the gunners, they have two different guns. They have a machine gun and an arc thrower, so they can switch between guns while in the fucking.
I don't know what that arc thrower is.
It's a lightning gun. It chains targets,
Johnson's
like
first major...
chain lightning.
Sure.
It's the most common spell for
his
lightning
party's razor-thin
speeches. Come
majority.
on.
I've said it very simply. I'll say it once again. It's an old military adage, but we would rather send bullets to the conflict overseas than our own boys, our troops. And I think this is an important moment, an important opportunity to make that decision.
They've dropped them
We allow
in
the House to
games
do that,
already,
and I
I've
expect the
seen.
Senate will make the same decision.
Johnson secured the necessary votes only by reaching across the aisle for help from House Democrats. Two hard-right members of Johnson's conference threatened his ouster if he followed through with the Ukraine aid vote. Johnson's allies credit his fortitude in the face of rebellion.
I'm so proud of the Speaker, Mike Johnson. He went through a transformation. At the end of the day, Profile and Courage is putting the nation above yourself. And that's what he did. He said at the end of the day, I'm going to be on the right side of history, irrespective of my job. And I think that was what I admired so much.
One of the biggest sticking points for many Republicans was future funding for Ukraine. That country's leadership has been pleading with Western powers for material support in its war against invading Russia since the onset in February 2022. With the House passing its foreign aid package, Ukraine's president was quick to thank lawmakers and the American people.
This aid will strengthen Ukraine and send the Kremlin a powerful signal that it will not be the second Afghanistan. The United States will stay with Ukraine, will protect the Ukrainians, and they will protect.
It'll be the second Afghanistan for Russia.
The bill contains $60 billion in aid for Kyiv now in its third year of war with Moscow. It includes $26 billion for Israel's war effort against Hamas, as well as humanitarian aid for civilians in conflict zones like Gaza. And another $8 billion for the Indo-Pacific region, where Taiwan continues readiness exercises should China invade. The legislation now moves to the Senate, where votes should come early this week.
Taiwan, right? It's the Indo-Pacific region. I want to know. I'm curious to see where that ends up being dished out.
Japan.
Not curious enough where I'm going to look it up, though.
Philippines. Vietnam.
I hope somebody posts it and I stumble across it, basically.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend. and I thank
She
Mr.
fucking
McCall for their
ran this
leadership.
vote. They gave her the fucking chair to run the vote. This guy. This is the guy who says it, yes.
With the vote on Ukraine security aid, we rededicate ourselves to who we are. We meet today under the white dome above us.
And like, isn't that
a universal
wild,
symbol?
Isn't that wild that they're like giving the weapons to kill the people while funding the humanitarian aid for those people? Crazy. That certainly says something about it as well. Like, about how the U.S. feels about it. They definitely recognize that it's wrong what's happening. But guess what? This whole moral rules-based order doesn't exist. No, it's not even money. The rules-based order that Joe Biden specifically claimed when he was running, that we're going to return to the rules-based order. Putin must be put back in line of the rules-based order. Doesn't exist.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
It's a bunch of liberal bullshit. Okay, just like how commie talk is, right? Once you hear that rules-based order, that's fucking liberal bullshit. It's the commie liberal.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Exactly. It doesn't exist. If it did, the United States would care more about
freedom-loving
rules
people
than its
everywhere.
allies and trade.
And today, we cannot disappoint those who seek what we have.
I like this guy,
Freedom.
whoever he is.
The freedom to self-determine.
Weird, squeaky voice,
the
too.
freedom to decide their sovereignty and their alliances and their form of government. America has always stood for that. Will we
Admiral
retreat from that
Akbar.
today? And do we understand the choices in front of us? They're clear. Some say, well, we have to deal with our border first. The Ukrainian-Russian border is our border.
What do you mean coming
It's
out of
the
the
border
closet? I am a
between
realist. That's why I make fun of fucking Mershimer talking about, what did he say? Like, realists are like pro-Russia. What did he said? Some dumb shit like that, right?
I don't remember that.
We watched Mershimer and he was on like Breakthrough News or something like that. And he said, and he was explaining what a realist was. And we didn't get far into it because I started losing my shit instantly because he started saying like a realist was somebody who likes Russia or something. And like a realist is somebody who recognizes that BRICS is gonna like come be the day.
I vaguely remember that. I don't remember.
Fudge will remember
specifically.
Fudge cares
saying
more about the
that.
show than you do. That's why.
I just don't remember these fucking obscure single things that we've
Yeah,
spoken.
well, it was Mershimer. We didn't stay on it for long.
Autocracy and freedom-loving people seeking our democratic way of life. Do we have a stake in that outcome? Yes. Undeniably, yes. Will we rise to the occasion? Will we stand shoulder to shoulder with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters who for 1,151 days have been holding off the depraved, thuggish dictator Vladimir Putin, who has respected no norms
Admiral
of warfare.
Akbar here is based.
Not the norms.
He's targeted children in hospitals and schools. He's bombed. He's bombed
You know who else has done
apartment
that?
blocks, killing thousands.
You know who else has done that?
He has an advantage right now because of our dithering.
Who?
You know who else has an advantage right now over the other side?
Who? Answer
Israel.
the question.
Israel. It's a rhetorical question, bro. Everyone knows.
Who cares? Just
The
answer it.
Jews. That guy was cool, though. I liked him, whoever he was. Admiral Akbar looking guy.
At home, lawmakers in Washington passed a $95 billion foreign aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. While the package had bipartisan support, House Speaker Mike Johnson's job may be on the line now. Some Republicans, led by a Georgia congresswoman, accused Johnson of working too closely with Democrats.
He is absolutely working for
Well,
the
that
Democrats.
it couldn't have been that because I do recognize multipolarity. That's a big that's actually accurate. I would say that's a big thing with me. Is me getting pissed whenever somebody wants to act like the U.S. is like king of the world and like everything is run by them, like they're the fucking overarching, Illuminati. It was something like it recognizes like the rising China and Russia is cool, or it was stupid, whatever it was. I can look at it. It's probably a clip that I have to still do to upload. How much is RAM? How much is another stick of RAM?
The honorable way for him to leave right now is to announce his
I have no
resignation ahead of time and give us time to replace him.
The House is in recess for the next week, but when lawmakers return to Washington, the motion to vacate could easily come up, although some Republicans say
It won't.
it's time to take a break from all the upheaval.
It won't.
The Senate is expected to vote
Marjorie
on
Taylor
and
Greene
pass
is
Speaker
Marjorie
Johnson's
Taylor
foreign aid bill
Greene
tomorrow. It will then go to
showed her
President
hand too hard.
Yeah.
She
a short time ago, the House of Representatives passed a crucial aid bill for Ukraine,
like
$61
Trump
billion.
in that way, right? Except Trump got power before he started wielding it. She tried to be aggressive to take the power in government. And like, come on, these people, they may act dumb, but they know how the game is played.
In all, including $23 billion to replenish weapons the U.S. has supplied to Ukraine. President Zelensky has been warning for months that U.S. aid is crucial to his country's survival. Following the vote, he posted a message thanking the U.S. for its support. CNN's Fred Pleiken is in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Fred, how are Ukrainians feeling about this U.S. aid?
Well, I would say very positive. In fact, we're hearing that pretty much from all walks of society here in this country. There were actually celebrations in some places here in the capital, in Kyiv. And then, of course, we have pretty much the entire government of this country coming out within seconds, really, Frederica, of this vote passing.
How did Israel
and
respond
the
to
United
us
States
giving
for it.
them
And of course,
money?
it can't be.
Were they appreciative? Did they say thank you? Trump here being like, they don't respect us. They just take our money.
Overstated just how important it is for the Ukrainians right now on the battlefield. They've really been suffering from a shortage of air defense missiles, but also from artillery ammunition as well. In fact,
Also, first of all, those air defense missiles, I'm putting more on NATO than the United States. NATO nations slept on this.
Yeah. I think you're 100% correct on that one.
Thing that we heard from one of them that I want to read to you. This is from an artillery reconnaissance commander who says, of course,
especially air defense
from the
missiles.
outside.
Are we fucking serious? Are we kidding?
After all, the military knows that we cannot win with sticks.
we have to fucking just empty the stocks of air defense missiles, right? Like there's no reason why what happened in Israel when that mass drone attack happened shouldn't be happening in Ukraine, other than it's big. It's a big country and it's a lot to cover.
And bows for people who want to defeat the enemy. This news is a great morale booster. So obviously very important for the Ukrainians. I've been on the front lines as they've been suffering from those ammo shortages, and really was dire for the Ukrainians for an extended period of time. Also, the president of this country, Volodymyr Zelensky, he came out shortly after the vote was passed, and he once again thanked Mike Johnson personally for bringing it to a vote, but also the U.S. in general. Let's listen in.
We appreciate every manifestation
look at
of support for our
look
state
at you
and
using the
independence,
proper
our people, and our
terminology of
lives,
how you're supposed to
which
say
Russia
it.
wants
The
to bury
care.
in ruins. America has shown its leadership from the first days of this war.
So they're thanking the United States. Of course, we do know right now, as the situation's unfolding on the battlefield, Frederica, the Ukrainians under a considerable amount of pressure, but you do get the sense that they believe that this aid package could help them, at the very least, hold the Russians up, possibly even in certain areas turn things around. We also got a comment from the foreign minister of this country. There's one thing that stood out to me that's quite interesting. This is to CNN, where he said that this vote is a message
NATO
to all
command. Fucking, I gotta find the clip of it where it happened. It might have been even like it might have been even on like a podcast or something where they like showed it, like a Pod Save America, where they showed a clip of it. But NATO command basically said that they more or less approve of Ukraine doing attacks inside Russia.
Oh, cool.
Not
You know what?
because they're
I thought it was
anti-Russia, just that it's like practical. It's like we have to be we have to be realistic. Of course, this is what's going to happen.
Russia is waging a war inside Ukraine. It's just natural for them to be like, "Hey, I'm going to hit targets inside your country. What the fuck? Why are we playing friendly when you're being a cunt?"
I would be surprised if Blinken stays on next term at this point.
Yeah.
With how this term has been, just like how Condi was like, "I'm out" after the Iraq War happened.
Yeah.
Wannabe dictators and aggressors wanting to plunge the world into chaos, obviously saying that this is something that will prevent just that. So certainly here from the Ukrainians, you do see a lot of very positive reactions on it. They really feel that they've gotten a new lease on life. Of course, we have had some pretty dire predictions coming from the U.S. and from Ukraine as well, saying they could lose this war if this aid package doesn't come through, Frederica.
All right. Fred Blyken in Kyiv, thanks so much. And I want to bring in now Jill Doherty. She is a CNN contributor and an adjunct professor at Georgetown
Don't trust her.
How would you characterize Speaker Johnson's handling of this Ukraine situation?
I would characterize Speaker Johnson's handling of Ukraine and all of these other foreign aid bills surrender. This is embarrassing. Do we deserve the majority? I want a majority that actually stands for America and puts America first, and right now that's not what I'm seeing. A vote for Israel to support our nation's greatest ally should be the easiest vote that I ever take. And right now I have to look at $9 billion going to Gaza, which we know will be controlled by Hamas.
Still would.
In this Israel vote. And I mean, that's something that, I've been praying about and have to deal with and see ultimately how I'm going to vote on that, because I want to stand with Israel or we're tying it to the other side of this war and terrorists. And it's really shameful. So I'm very, very disappointed in the way this has all come about.
I can fix that.
We spent weeks, had hours and hours of meetings.
She's already fixed, bro. What are you talking about?
We failed America.
Are you still opposed to a motion to vacate?
I don't see how that solves anything. I am opposed to a motion to vacate, but it is gaining momentum. Maybe there's a point where Speaker Johnson listens to Thomas Massey and resigns, and we choose a new speaker. But I don't know who that would be and if they could do better. This is really sad. It's a really sad week and day for America. Once again, America is last.
Do you think Republicans deserve to be in the majority?
I think our Republican platform and policies absolutely deserve to have the majority governing voice in
I disagree.
in our government. But unfortunately, we have leadership that capitulates to the Democrat majority in the Senate and to President Biden.
Extra time.
I would characterize Speaker Johnson's handling of.
Dude, she's such a great representative for bimbos everywhere.
All right, and sticking with politics, we got a live look over D.C. tonight for you as a new push to provide military assistance to Ukraine has the Speaker of the House in hot water, specifically with his Republican colleagues. Despite threats to take him down, the Speaker and his allies seem confident at this point, saying that they believe he will hold on to his title as Speaker.
This is a foreign aid package approved in the House yesterday, now moves to the Senate. Reporter Lucas Tomlinson is at the White House with the latest on how soon a vote could happen.
Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene doubling down on her push to take down Speaker Mike Johnson after his decision to bring a vote on aid for Ukraine.
Mike Johnson's speakership is
And
over.
she doesn't
He needs
even
to do
have
the right
Lauren
thing to
Boebert behind her
resign. If he
anymore
doesn't do
because
so, he will be
she was a
But the political landscape is much different than the last time a speaker was ousted. Many Republicans appear fatigued by the party's hard right coalition, threatening the nuclear option when things don't go their way.
When the motion to vacate is threatened every week in the Congress, that is being abused.
Speaking on a podcast Friday, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna said if a motion to vacate were introduced, 2 more GOP representatives would resign, giving Democrats a majority and likely making Hakeem Jeffries the new House
you know what?
Speaker.
This is
Despite
probably,
that
I
possibility,
think I
many
found what it
Democrats
was
have
probably
actually come
from.
to
It was probably, so I sent you like the raw clips, but it was probably from this PBS thing that I was watching the other day, because I watched PBS before I did a stream in Helldivers, so it must have been from this.
Johnson's defense.
He did the right thing here, and he deserves to keep his job.
In the Senate, the foreign aid bill faces some Republican detractors, but still appears likely to pass. It provides about $26 billion for Israel, $8 billion for
Yeah,
Taiwan
so
and
he
other
did
US
some
allies in
interview
the
with
Pacific,
PBS
and nearly $61 billion for military
where he
assistance
says
to
it.
Ukraine.
They're going to have more weapons, but we also want them to have new weapons. ATACMs to knock the bridge down between Crimea and Russia. They're going to have that.
Oh, did you hear what Graham just said? That's fucking awesome.
Hey, Tackums.
Did you hear what he said?
Bridge down between Crimea and Russia.
Based.
So we wanted to give him a tacos to knock the bridge down. Epic,
Instead,
bro.
they used a suicide bomb.
Bro. Well, I mean, that was
different bridge.
I mean, they have hit it with HIMARS and shit. They have hit it with missiles, but
interesting.
Anyway.
They're going to have F-16s.
The new weapons coming to Ukraine at the right time.
When?
As Russia's been gaining on the battlefield.
It should have happened 6 months ago. The next best time is right now.
The Senate could pass the bill as early as Tuesday, and then it's over to the president's desk for his signature. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox 13 News.
We turn now to Oklahoma Republican Congressman Tom Cole. Good morning.
Morning.
So you were the lead sponsor on Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan bills. And I know this was a big decision for the Speaker to hold the vote at all.
I watched a
Cole's
little
Prime
bit of
Minister
this. I want to say
tweeted,
this
Speaker
guy
Johnson,
says
thank
something
you.
wild, and that's why I saved this.
Okay.
Like right away.
Better late than too late. And I hope it is not too late for Ukraine. How do you measure the cost of inaction over the past 6
Well,
months?
first of all, the Senate only passed the bill 65 days ago. And it's not like the Speaker didn't have other things to do. He had to get all the appropriations
This is
done.
an emergency. They're running
FISA.
out of ammunition.
You know, and well,
When
again, the administration waited a while. The Senate took a while, and we had other business underway. But it got done in a bipartisan way. He showed incredible leadership. And frankly, he gave us a rule, that is the structure in which we considered all these different matters, where every single member got to vote the way they wanted to on every single issue. That wasn't the case in the Senate. I think actually when they follow the example,
Oh my
we'll
God.
see more support for Ukraine.
This
than
is what I'm
probably
talking about,
on the
bro.
original law.
Everything he's saying here.
To be fair, we're not talking about
Like, first of all, you're the one who wanted it partnered with border shit, then dropped it, and now you're saying it's great because it was all split up.
The cope from their own fuck ups is just next level. It really
I love them
is.
saying it was done in a bipartisan way. Fuck you.
a policy debate that doesn't have a direct impact on the battlefield. I mean, the Supreme
just
Allied
means we
Commander
got out of the
testified
way
before
for once.
Congress on April
Yeah.
10th. Ukrainians are being outshot by the Russian side 5-1 because of this debate. The delay.
I'm sorry, democracy is kind of a messy business, and the reality is.
Oh my God.
So
Don't you? This guy led it, and you hate him, right?
More Republicans voted.
Yeah.
Democracy's a messy business. I told you, bro. Fund
It's
a
just- it's the
genocide
same-
here, stop a
It's the
genocide
same
there.
lib shit though. That's the problem. That's the real problem. It's just the same as the liberals. I've got that.
Democracy's a messy business. Why?
Oh, maybe not. Hold on. I'm just
This is
looking at
why
those
commies
videos
get
you're sending.
radicalized, by the way.
Yeah. Because of idiots like this. Oh, they're all short. Okay. Great.
Against it, then voted for
Well,
it.
look, it's about an even split. And quite frankly, if you want to look at the hardcore Republican opposition, go to the motion to recommit or look at the bill to strip funding from Ukraine. It's about 2-1, actually 3-1 on the motion to recommit. This is politics. There is such a thing as a.
Why is his face lopsided?
The evil's taking him.
It's like the
That's how
front
they
of his.
all.
It's
That's
like
how
the
they
top of
all
his
look, man.
face is
This
like
is
this.
This is a character.
And then the
This
bottom
is like,
of his face is
this
normal.
is that guy. You know, this is a guy. You could print this man. Okay.
Vote no, hope yes crowd in every caucus. I can go down that list and tell you the members have said, okay, you got the votes, you don't need me. So I think there's
That'd be a
actually
fun
much
game
more. Well,
with
it is
you,
a fun
actually,
game.
'cause I
And
can
look, it's
pick a few of those
Who do you want to
politics. I'm
vote
not
for
critical of anybody.
politician? I'm
Well,
thinking a
yes, we have
guy who's like an
overwhelming
evil
bipartisan support for each part of this
guy.
package. It was structured in a way that it allowed members to both make the points they wanted to make, and frankly, if they needed political cover, do it. But it got done. So I'm pretty proud of the speaker.
I hate you.
I want to talk to you more on the other side of this break, but just you are in there acknowledging
I don't.
when you say vote no, hope yes.
Hang on.
That is
Go to
not
the
what-
PBS thing that I sent because it's related to this. It's the interview's right in the beginning there.
PBS, yes.
I just sent it in private chat.
Among the Western leaders welcoming yesterday's approval of Ukraine aid was NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He tweeted, "This makes us all safer in Europe and North America." Earlier, I spoke with Stoltenberg from NATO headquarters in Brussels. I asked him about the difference the aid will make in the war.
The U.S. decision that we saw on Saturday is big, it is important, and it will make a difference on the ground. And I'm absolutely confident that the U.S. will be able to get support to the battlefield, to the front lines quickly. Then, of course, the delay has had a consequence because the Ukrainians have been totally outgunned. And we have seen also how the Russian missiles, drones have been able to hit more and more Ukrainian targets because the Ukrainians had air defense. And also together with announcements from
should be
other,
fine. You know what I learned?
Germany, the Netherlands,
Today,
stepping up, and that will make a difference.
the
on
vice
ground.
president that the president picks can't be like from the same state.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's very interesting.
Coming weeks and months.
You talk about the
I
NATO
kinda
allies in
makes
Europe. Have
sense,
they been
though.
slow in getting going, in your view? Are they doing enough?
I think all
Yeah,
allies can
it's
do
not
more,
really
but the
that
reality is
relevant
that if you look
for
at the numbers,
today.
Canada
I
and
think
European allies
it
as
doesn't
an-
matter that much for today. I guess it's better. Why would you want to just have one state represented anyway, right? But back in the day when states were more individual, it makes more sense back then, especially.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dick Cheney had to change his address when he ran with Bush. I was trying to think who it was. Evil oil baron.
non-US allies, they have, since the start of this war, provided roughly 50%, half of the total military support, which is substantial. And if you add then economic support to Ukraine, humanitarian support to Ukraine, and on top of that, also the economic cost of hosting millions of Ukrainian refugees, the reality is that European allies are paying much higher economic price for the war in Ukraine than the United States. So this is burden sharing. We do this together, and that's exactly what we should do.
On Friday, you said we're talking about Patriot missile batteries, which of course Ukraine has been asking for. They say they desperately need them. You said that there are some in NATO allies in Europe that could be provided to them. Why haven't those batteries already been sent? Why have they been sent before?
So first of all, NATO allies have provided Patriot batteries, but also many other types of air defense systems. And NATO defense ministers met on Friday together with President Zelensky and made it very clear that we need to.
I think
even more.
one of the
Germany
reasons Ukraine
already
has to win
announced
is
an
that
additional,
their flag is
Patriot
cool.
battery.
I was about to say,
Other
how many
allies
flags
actually
have
support,
blue and yellow in it? And then it immediately showed the fucking blue and yellow
Ukraine?
Nordic
Yeah.
flag right there.
Ah, Sweden.
Yeah, but it's like it's an
becoming,
interesting color combination. You know,
It
it's
is.
like it's one of those ones that you don't know it works together until it does. You know what another one
Yeah.
is?
Purple and red.
Blue and orange.
Interesting. No, that makes sense. Purple and orange is really good together as well. Specifically orange with purple on top. With an orange base, purple
days or
good
at
color
least soon.
combo.
And we're also now engaging with the defense industry from the NATO side to make sure that they do whatever they can to ramp up production, but not only ramp up production on new systems, but to ensure that we can refurbish all systems, because this is not only about having the batteries, they also need the ammunition, the interceptors to the batteries, and we're working on both batteries and on ammunition as fast as possible to get them over to Ukraine.
During the congressional debate yesterday, a number of opponents of this aid to Ukraine said this is a European problem, which also sort of tracks along with Donald Trump's isolationism. What do you say to those people?
It is in the security interest of the United States that Ukraine prevails, because
Interesting. I just had to check.
President Putin wins in Ukraine, it will be a tragedy for the Ukrainians.
Blue is the color block for oranges. So you do blue and orange if you wanted a color block. What was the other one we said? Blue and yellow. See, that one's way closer. That one's more likely to clash than blue and orange, just because of the rules of color blocking.
What about orange and purple then? Because I'm curious, because I think it looks great.
Orange and purple is about, I mean, like if we look at the color wheel, right? Hang on. If we look at the color wheel. So like,
is this like color science or something?
Well, color blocking is the opposite.
Okay.
You pick the opposite colors, right? So like it's really the ones that are next to it that are going to be most likely to clash. Like purple and blue are fine, but then like blue and green can be kind of pretty hideous.
Yeah. It's funny that yellow and green is such a common color combination. I've always thought it was disgusting.
Yeah, well, it's like, you know, and then like whenever I think of like blue and yellow, I always think about the toilets at school, and you'd pee in them and they would turn green because they used the blue fluid. We need more purple flags. You know who has a purple flag? The most based nation of all time. Which is who?
There are no purple flags.
Yes, there is.
Not nation, not country flags.
Okay. I said nation. Okay. I clearly said nation.
I don't know. Is that the
Iroquois? Iroquois.
Actually, you've told me about this. They've used a special dye that they can only get, or something like that.
Well, it's also the 5 nations and the Great Tree of Peace. So the evil wizard with snakes in his hair, Hiawatha, moves the snakes from his hair, and they take all the weapons and bury them and plant a great tree of peace on top of them. And then they continue to be like an extremely imperialistic warfare nation that went to war with other people, just not internally, until the British and Americans fucked it up by going to war with each other.
It really sounds like America really did base itself off these guys.
Yeah, I mean, literally, Benjamin Franklin goes to a meeting. His goal is to expand treaties with the Iroquois, right?
Yeah.
So who does he meet with, right? And if you think about how the system is based, right? So the biggest tribe would be the Onondaga, right? So you would think that they would be talking to the envoys from the Onondaga. No, because it has to pass the lower houses first. He met with Senecas.
Interesting.
So the Senecas came in, so because like the Mohawk are also big, but they're like way out in like Canada, and they're like almost outside of New York, where they are. But the Senecas come, and the 2 envoys there, they don't come to a deal, but they're basically like implant the idea of the Articles of Confederation. He writes the draft from that meeting for the Articles. Franklin does. And so it's like that's like the origin of it, is it comes directly from these envoys from the Seneca in this meeting.
And just lifted the entire idea.
Well, I mean, I don't want to over attribute, because there's many factors, but like you can't deny that the seed of that type of government came from the confederacies that were already here and basing their diplomacy on each other's policies that have evolved without British influence and monarchy. You know, there was never monarchy here. So they developed a completely free democratic system in all these nations. And that's why America is able to bring about this modern democracy, is because of that, because they were in a land that never had kings.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there were kings. Some certain, like the Aztecs had a king and stuff, but you know what I mean. It's not like
Yeah.
it's not comparable.
Oh, I gotcha.
But also send a clear message to President Putin that when he uses military force, when he violates international law, he gets what he wants. And that will make the world more dangerous and all of us more vulnerable. So this is about our own security. Military support to Ukraine is not charity. Military support to Ukraine is an investment in our own security and is an investment in U.S. security.
What's your assessment of what the situation is on the ground right now? There was a lot of talk that this is the year that Ukraine could lose the war. What's your assessment?
It is a difficult situation, partly caused by the delays
It
in
could have been the year that they won it, because aid came in November.
United States. Today, I think we should just be
that
glad
offensive where they're like, "Oh, what happened to that offensive?" Could have
What
another
didn't-
spring one this year that would actually be successful.
Could.
On Saturday.
Now we
And
can't.
as soon as this has passed the Senate and signed by the president, then the US support will make a difference. Wars are by nature very unpredictable, but we need to be prepared for long haul. And therefore, it is important that we now are also discussing not only short-term support, so month by month, but also look into how we can establish more institutionalized NATO framework around the support to have more predictable, more robust support for the long term and a long-term funding. That will send a message to President Putin that he can not wait us out, and that will increase the possibility for some kind of negotiated solution.
Would you support Ukraine striking inside Russia to pressure them and to raise the
There you go.
cost to Russia of waging this war?
We have to remember what this is. This is a war of aggression. One country attacks another country, invade the country with battle tanks, with planes, with soldiers. And according to international law, the victim of aggression has the right to self-defense, and we have the right to support them without becoming party to the conflict. And that right to self-defense includes also the right to strike legitimate military targets outside Ukraine. It's not for NATO to decide, but the reality is that Ukraine has the right to defend themselves, and that includes also destroying military targets outside Ukraine.
Do they have the capability to do that?
We have
the
seen that they have
United
been quite
States won't say
capable
that.
of conducting deep strikes against
Because
different
the
Russian
United States
military
has to save
and,
face with Russia.
Yes, so
Because Russia is
Europe's
such
taking
a
the heat,
strong,
yeah.
strong global power. But like, if you think, he's also said aiding in self-defense does not make you like party to the situation, right?
Yeah, and
Which if
I
you apply that to
completely
Israel as well, makes an interesting dynamic there. Because they're striking it. They're
Yeah.
doing self-defense outside their borders, are they not? Obviously, they're not, but you know what I mean? It's like the scenario can be manipulated.
Well,
into the
it's
same, type
I'm
of
more
thing.
thinking on the lines of like giving weapons to Ukraine is not America being involved in the war.
Hot take. I think it's long overdue air superiority time.
Yeah.
The no-fly zone would be disadvantageous to Ukraine in this regard if they instead can take the air and control the air over areas that they want and have air superiority. I think that's going to do much more for them than no-fly zone. It helps like the Kurds because the Kurds didn't like have planes and shit.
Yeah. So giving weapons to Ukraine because they've been invaded is fine. Giving weapons to Israel, who's doing the invading,
Well, they did get invaded on October 7th.
It was an isolated attack.
I know, but that's what I'm saying.
I
It's
know,
like
but I would say this to them, right? This is what I would say. I'd be like, it was an isolated attack. Where is Hamas inside Israel right now?
West
Nowhere?
Bank. That's not Israel. Oh, yeah, we forgot. It's not Israel.
Right? So it's like, okay, there's nobody in there yet. America is still giving weapons to an offensive military. I would say that implicates you in the actions. It's a different scenario. Had America been giving Palestinians the weapons and the Palestinians utilized those weapons on October 7th, then we've got a different story. But that didn't happen, did it? It was Iran.
I mean, they get some
And a
F-16.
bunch of people.
I said almost at F-16s. They get some like M16 platforms as well,
Mm,
especially in West Bank. You're more
Yeah.
likely to see an AR than an AK
Interesting.
on a lot of these groups.
Well, they probably funneled through the IDF.
I mean, there's also Jordan right there.
Yeah, true.
Jordan is a big
And
arms trafficker.
Israel has its own defense contractors and weapons manufacturers too as well. So,
Mhm.
I'm
But
sure
yeah,
they're
you'll see a
taking
lot
it
of militants in West Bank. They'll be using AR platforms.
Alliance, and in particular,
Often
they have
with
been able
drum
to sink
mags,
a
too.
large number of Russian ships,
That's funny.
combat vessels
Doubles,
in the Black Sea.
double drums,
so the
too.
Ukrainians have been able to open a corridor in the Black Sea to ship out grain. Again, we need to remember where this war started back in February 2022. Most experts feared.
Okay.
Our preliminary analysis suggests that the incident was likely caused by a Ukrainian air defense missile fired to defend Ukrainian territory against Russian cruise missile attacks. But let me be clear, this is not Ukraine's fault. Russia
I think
bears
this is like an old
ultimate
thing. I was just trying to find clips of them.
It is a year ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The thing that I sent was the PBS thing. That's what I wanted to look at. That's
Okay.
all. We can go back to the regular schedule.
Yeah. I was gonna say because I was like, did another missile hit Poland?
No.
Funding for Ukraine's war against invading Russia.
Oh, that's awesome. The foregrip
Israel's war
on
on
that.
Hamas in Palestinian territories.
Was it an angled one?
No, it's like a handle, like an.
That looks very awkward.
But
Taiwan's military.
it's already awkward because it's a machine gun like that, right? But like, I've seen people hold the bipods as a foregrip to shoot.
Yes.
But because
very
the gun's
common.
so long, a foregrip that close, it seems like it's like a pretty close to where you would want to be. You don't like the
against the possible attack.
ones that are like dildos on the gun. You like the little triangle boys.
The ball grip as
Yeah.
opposed to the actual like vertical one.
Yeah.
Depends on the gun. Not a machine gun. There's no fucking way I'm taking a vertical grip. I'm taking a bipod.
Well, he had a bipod too.
Yeah, you don't fire machine guns standing up. You do if you're a gun tuber, but that's about it. It's a good way to get it's a good way to get domed.
From China. The United States House of Representatives overwhelmingly voted to provide a total $95 billion in foreign aid this weekend in surprisingly bipartisan fashion for a Congress that's been bitterly divided along party lines. The vote was Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson's first major test leading his party's razor-thin majority.
I've said it very simply. I'll say it once again. It's an old military adage, but we would rather send bullets to the conflict overseas than our own boys, our troops. And I think this is an important moment, an important opportunity to make that decision. We allowed the House to do that, and I expect the Senate will make the same decision.
Johnson secured the necessary votes only by reaching across the aisle for help from House Democrats. Two hard-right members of Johnson's conference threatened his ouster if he followed through with the Ukraine aid vote. Johnson's allies credit his fortitude in the face of rebellion.
I am so proud of the Speaker, Mike Johnson. He went through a transformation. At the end of the day, profile and courage is putting the nation above yourself. And that's what he did.
Bro.
He said at the end of the day, I'm going to be on the right side of history, irrespective of
See
my
what I
job.
mean?
And I think that was what I admired so much.
I think
No,
we
like,
heard that.
he's such a hero. He's such a hero. He put his job on the line. He's threatened with house
Of course, that was
doing
going to
his
be
job.
the narrative. They're
It's so
fucking
stupid. Shut up.
yeah. They're running defense for him because the fascists in the Republican Party are going crazy.
Much.
One of the biggest sticking points for many Republicans was future funding for Ukraine. That country's leadership has been pleading with Western powers for material support in its war against invading Russia since the onset in February 2022. With the House passing its foreign aid package, Ukraine's president was quick to thank lawmakers and the American people.
This aid will
strengthen Ukraine and send the Kremlin a powerful signal that it will not be the second Afghanistan. The United States will stay with Ukraine, will protect the Ukrainians, and they'll protect democracy.
The bill contains $60 billion in aid for Kyiv now in its third year of war with Moscow. It includes $26 billion for Israel's war effort against Hamas, as well as humanitarian aid for civilians in conflict zones like Gaza.
Not holding elections.
And another $8 billion for the Indo-Pacific region, where Taiwan continues readiness exercises should China invade. The legislation now moves to the Senate, where a vote should come early this week, advancing the measure to U.S. President Joe Biden's desk for his signature. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
Representative Jerry Connolly.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend and I thank Mr. McCall for their leadership.
All right, we saw
Yeah,
this.
same guy.
At home, lawmakers in Washington passed a $95 billion foreign aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan.
I loved all
While
the
package
fascists
has
triggered by
bipartisan
the
support,
waving
House
of the
Speaker Mike
Ukrainian
Johnson's
flag.
job
Yeah.
are on the line now. Some Republicans, led by a Georgia congresswoman, accused Johnson of working too closely with Democrats.
He is absolutely working for the Democrats.
A Georgia
and passing the Biden
congresswoman.
administration's agenda. So this is a speakership.
Because
that
this is a
completely
local
overlooked.
news, right? So they
Honorable
don't
for him to leave
expect
right now.
that people to know who she is
Yeah.
because it's local. So she's just a fucking regular Georgia congresswoman on Fox 5.
Is to announce his resignation and
It's
ahead of time
Atlanta,
and give us
too.
time to replace him.
The House is in recess
They should know
for
who
the
she
next
is
week
then.
when lawmakers return to
Yeah.
Washington. The motion to vacate could easily come up, although some Republicans say it's time to take a break from all the upheaval. The Senate is expected to vote on and pass Speaker Johnson's foreign aid bill tomorrow. It will then go to President Biden.
A short time
Basically,
ago, the
the
House
copy
of
we heard from
Representatives
other people.
passed a crucial aid bill for Ukraine, $61 billion in all, including $23 billion to replenish weapons the U.S. has supplied to Ukraine. President
Seen this
Zelensky
exact
has been
graphic,
warning
too.
for months that U.S. aid
Yeah.
is crucial to his country's survival. Following the vote, he posted a message thanking the U.S. for its support. CNN's Fred Plekin is in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Fred, how are Ukrainians feeling about this U.S. aid?
Well, I would say very positive. In fact, we're hearing that pretty much from all walks of society here in this country. There were actually celebrations in some places here in the capital in Kiev. And then, of course, we have pretty much the entire government of this country coming out within seconds, really, Frederica, of this vote passing and thanking the United States for it. And, of course, it can't be overstated just how important it is for the Ukrainians right now on the.
I'm just figuring out where we are because as I
seen this.
All right, we saw all this. Let me figure
Yeah,
out
let's
where
move.
we are.
Go to the. Just go to the
Just-
fucking.
I wrote it all down because
go
I
to
had
Trump.
it ordered. You threw me off fucking going. I'm just let me get back to where I was. Hold on. I'm so fucking lost on the list. Hold on. All right, here. Let's do this. God.
There you go.
It's a terrible tragedy to tell you about in Monroe.
Are you gonna share it?
No, I just sent the Trump Biden playlist because there's
I've got it.
bro. I
just
literally
had to figure out where I
bro.
was.
There's literally stuff on there that wasn't added.
Okay. I am caught up. Okay. Yes, let's.
County. This morning, we're working to learn more about the victims and their conditions after a suspected drunk driver plowed into a child's birthday party, leaving 2 of them dead and 9 others seriously injured. Now, here's what we know happened. A 66-year-old woman allegedly drove her car into the Swan Boat Club in Berlin.
Bro,
Township
did you
around
see the
3 o'clock
helicopter?
yesterday.
The helicopter was floating.
Allegedly drove her car into the
Helicopters aren't real. Confirmed.
Swan Boat Club in Berlin Township around 3 o'clock yesterday.
Awesome.
And inside at that time was that birthday
Done it
party.
again.
15 people
Trying to
birthdays
explain that
passed,
to
9 of
conspiracy
them,
theorists
3
is
It
wild.
would be a nightmare to explain to them that the speed of the blades is matching the refresh rate of the camera that it's capturing the footage. That's
You
why
can
it's
show
like
them birds, and then they'll just be convinced birds aren't real.
hilarious.
3 kids, 6 adults were rushed to the hospital by
That's
ambulance.
crazy though. Like, was it a medical incident? Is that what they think?
She was drunk.
Drunk. Okay. Great. It says in the title.
And helicopter with life-threatening injuries. And then we were told the 2 dead are children.
This includes an 8-year-old female and a 5-year-old male.
Oh man, he's torn
Who
up.
are siblings of each other.
Surveillance video from
Look
a
at that
nearby home
shit.
shows the driver speeding by. She was taken into custody and we expect to
Insane.
face charges. She should have an arraignment here in the next day or 2.
Yeah, how about life in prison?
I mean, she's
Here are 3
already
things you need to know for Saturday.
66.
Great.
April
Life
20th.
in prison.
An 18-year-old high school student from Maryland is behind
Should have
bars
lost
tonight.
the license
Police
at
tonight say that he tried to
65,
carry out a mass
Granny.
shooting at 2 schools in Montgomery County. Alex Yee wrote out a nearly 130-page manifesto.
130-page manifesto.
They just
which he shared with a friend, saying it was all a fictional story. That's when police got involved. Police say that Yee struggled to get a gun and has been charged with 1 count of threat of mass violence.
Has some
Threat
strictest gun
of mass violence.
Yeah, because he wrote a
laws,
death
and this may be
manifesto.
Interesting.
a helpful thing that he found our gun laws an impediment to getting armed.
He is now headed to a psychiatric hospital.
Good
Also
for
in
him.
Maryland, work
That's
is
great.
still underway.
Great.
to
What a
remove
great.
parts of
That's
the
actually
Francis
great.
Yeah, that is really good.
Great.
The laws worked. Laws
He went
worked
to
stop
psychiatric
something.
hospital instead of fucking prison. Speaking of which, you hear that those slender girls, they're walking.
They're
the
out.
streets
Yeah,
again.
I did see that. Yeah,
Both of them, I think, are out now. I've brought
both
this
of
up
them.
before.
Interesting.
Yeah, because like the one already got out, and she got her ankle bracelet off too.
Yeah.
And so the one who actually did the stabbing, she wanted the same thing, and I think she got it.
Interesting. I thought they both did it.
Well, no. One was
Actually
the
physically
one
stabbed the girl.
basically ran it and convinced the girl to do it and put the worms in her brain, right? But the girl who actually was holding the knife, she got more time, even though she was kind of like they were. It was both a insanity for both of them.
Psychosis. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen what is it called? The mass hysteria, right? But
Mass
there's
hysteria,
one.
yeah.
Have you seen the one where it's like people who keep running into traffic and they keep trying to stop them? It was like in Britain. It was like in Britain.
I haven't seen that. That's very interesting. I
It's
know
not
of the
mass
one in.
hysteria. The condition I'm thinking of, though. It's
I mean mass psychosis.
no, because it was
Standalone
only 2 people. It's like a localized thing.
Could it still be mimetic if they influence each other?
Yes, that's what it's caused by, though. It's that type of thing.
Bridge from the river. Parts of the busy Baltimore harbor have been closed since the cargo ship veered off course and struck a
That was
I
weird.
found a wiki article on it.
bridge several weeks ago. At least 6 construction workers were killed in that crash. Maryland is now working to replace the bridge.
And today, the United
The
States
bridge is
House
cleared. No shit. They finally did it.
passed a massive foreign aid bill that will send money to Ukraine.
Okay, where's the TikTok ban, cunt? That's why I clicked this fucking video. Look at this. This is the only time that they put. Is that it? That's it?
River. Parts of the busy Baltimore harbor have
What is happening? Why is this in the middle of the
Maryland
story?
work is still
What
underway.
the fuck, ABC?
Remove parts of the Francis Scott Key Bridge from the river.
Look at what's happening. You're not paying attention to how garbage this package is.
He is now headed to a psychiatric hospital.
Also in Maryland, work is still underway to remove parts of the Francis Scott Key Bridge from the
What
river.
is happening?
Parts of the busy Baltimore harbor have been closed.
Yeah, they're
since
way
the cargo
off.
ship veered off
They're
course and
mistimed.
struck a bridge several weeks ago.
It's not even that. They didn't put the
That's
TikTok
a director error.
They didn't put the TikTok bit in. Literally why I clicked it.
Yeah. Well, it's probably a package ran from like a national or
Yeah.
state run outlet, and they're just mistiming their script to it.
There's breaking news.
But the
here in
director
Washington
did
unfolding
fix
right
it.
now.
He brought up the footage of the bridge there. So he did actually be like, we're off time. We got the wrong footage here.
Today, new polling numbers show a dip in his support among potential voters.
Anyway,
The
check
latest
this
national
out.
NBC
News poll also shows that.
So it was Swedish twin sisters came to national attention in the United Kingdom. Right. So the 2 were later seen. Yeah. So odd behavior exiting a bus. Then they're on a highway. They ran across the motorvision, caught on camera. Then one is knocked over. Shortly, police arrived. They dashed into motor drive again, where they were struck by oncoming vehicles. One suffered serious injuries. They attacked a police officer, at which point she was arrested and sedated.
So that they were sisters. Do they know what caused it?
Okay, this is what it's called.
Foire Dua.
Folly of 2. Shared psychosis, shared delusional disorder, SSD.
Oh, it's folly. Okay. Interesting. What a cool name. That's very
So
interesting.
it goes trois quatre, or family.
Bloody French.
Trump support more than President Biden.
NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray.
Look, that's exactly what I was saying.
Morning. So let's begin with the general election.
Is this
What is our new
confirmation
polling data
bias,
telling us
or
about
is
this
it-
matchup? Explain to us how multiple candidates are impacting those numbers, as we were just discussing.
Yeah, Savannah. So in our two-way ballot between President Biden and former President Donald Trump, Trump holds a 2-point lead within the margin of error. 46% of registered voters.
I'm saying I'm
Trump,
attributing
44%.
correctness to my own confirmation bias here. Not political correctness, like political being correct.
For President Biden. But when the ballot is expanded to 5 candidates, President Biden is the one with a 2-point lead within the margin of error at 39%, Donald Trump at 37%, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at 13%. And what is notable is that there's a greater share of Trump voters in that 2-way ballot who end up backing RFK Jr. than Biden voters. And it is contrary to a lot of other polling that's out there, as well as the conventional wisdom that is the larger share of the third party vote would end up hurting President Biden. Well, in our poll, it shows it actually hurts Trump a little bit more. But with caveat, this is one poll, and we'll continue to see if it reflects in other ones. So those are the candidates. Let's take a look at some of the issues that voters say are important to them. What's standing out? Have we seen any changes at all over the last few months?
Man, what a word. Biopsychosocial.
But this is the first time we've asked this question this cycle, but it looks very similar to what we ended up seeing in the 2022 midterms in our poll, where you end up having cost of living inflation at number 1, then followed by immigration in the border, threats to democracy. But when our poll asks a separate question,
Those links are just
is
for
there
you,
one
not for
issue that
stream.
fires you up,
I know.
you would vote for or against a candidate solely on that basis.
Damn,
what
that's
really
a
does pop
15-letter
is
word. Thanks. You gave me a 15-letter word that I can whip out on someone if they're like, oh, what's a 15-letter word?
What?
That's great.
What?
Biopsychosocial. 15-letter word.
Oh, in that fucking
Yeah.
thing.
Systemically considers biological, psychological, and social factors and their complex interactions in understanding health, illness, and healthcare delivery. This is a word everybody should be aware of. That is insane how
They have a
topical that
brother named
fucking
Bjorn.
word is. Bjorn? Fucking damn Swedes. But yeah, this is a so it's a biopsychosocial model is what it's called. And everybody should know about this. This is extremely interesting.
What, the case of these 2 girls?
No, just this word and this model of analyzing medicine. I'll show you. Have a look. Just this.
Oh, where'd you pull this up from?
Isn't that fucking interesting?
Is this a link from Wikipedia?
No, no. I looked this up.
Okay, so you
I- 'cause that-
were just googling the psycho
Yes.
disorder that I sent.
Yeah, so I was just that interested by the word biopsychosocial because I know the word psychosocial, right?
Mm-hmm.
but this is actually a very
You know me.
interesting.
I love triangles.
That's why I brought it up. I'm like, oh, a Venn diagram. Fuck off. But it's just very interesting here that all of this and a Venn diagram and putting all three things into it and analyzing it like that. That's a very interesting way to look at it.
Yeah, dialectical. It would be better if it
Yeah.
was triangles.
There's triangles.
I mean, no, there's circles.
There's triangles here. 3,
Mm.
3, 3, 3. Technically. Yeah, look. 1, 2, 3. They're all triangles. Fight me.
I don't know what you're pointing out as triangles.
They are
'cause
all triangles.
'cause they have-
Triangles are three-sided shapes. Every
Uh-huh.
single shape except for the raw circles is three-sided, even
And
the outside.
also do all angles equal 180 degrees?
That is an interesting question, but it doesn't matter because you can have normal and unequal triangles. So
Nope.
this
Triangle has to be triangles. All its angles equals 180 degrees.
every single time.
Yes, it's the Pythagorean theorem type stuff. It's what makes the geometry of the triangle so efficient.
Mm.
Just like a circle is 360.
That's actually, this is such a side tangent, but that's actually a really interesting prospect. I wonder if all of these angles, these really acute and obtuse angles here, would equal 180 degrees. I did not. I did the high maths.
This is
and now I'm
geometry though.
I
Geometry
did
and algebra.
I did all that. I did the advanced maths, but
Yeah,
I
I
did
actually
like
didn't
high
take
level maths, and
didn't
now
take
I'm doing
geometry.
maths high. So
I didn't take geometry. I was so good at math that I basically I took algebra, and then we have basically these regents exams that only matter in New York State, right? So you need them to graduate in New York State, but they don't matter for colleges or anything like that. It's just part of our education curriculum. They're
Yeah.
stupid. And they require like lab hours and extra shit, and it's just stupid. Anyway, they just put me in for the regents, which was algebra and geometry, and I fucking just aced it. I just like destroyed the exam.
I don't
So I
test
never
well.
even took geometry.
I don't like.
They gave me like after I did that, they gave me basically a half class because the regent was like a quarter through the year. So then they put me in a different class, which was like basically it was like the failure class that's to catch kids up, but it's both algebra and geometry combined. So if you like fail algebra, they put you in this.
Okay.
So it was a grade level up, but it was technically like the applied math. But because I still needed some geometry background.
Yeah. The more that I look at this Venn diagram, the more interesting it is. That everything, literally all of it, like coping skills,
Yeah.
theme,
Graphs
peers,
are interesting, especially when they're
physical
triangular.
health, right? Physical health all leads to mental health and a diagnosis for mental health. I think that's this actually leads into what we talk about with mass shootings and shit as well. Right? Because this actually, I'm going to save this website. This is this is really.
Aren't you glad I brought up these two crazy girls who ran into traffic?
This could become very useful for when I actually decide to buckle down and destroy the Australian gun control narrative. That'll be very interesting. Anyway, back to old people.
And we are following developments out of the Middle East this morning. According to Reuters, at least 5 rockets were fired at a U.S. military base in northeastern Syria. The rockets were reportedly launched from a town in Iraq and marks the first attack against U.S. forces in the region.
Look where it is. Look where it is. Is that with the crossing? Is that where the
Yeah.
crossing point is?
Anything that's on the crossing there.
So update. Nothing
Yeah.
happened.
Well, and then this is one of the wildest, like, well, because this is who's attacking who here. Who shot who?
Who shot?
Yeah, so this is okay, so this was them attacking the US. Okay, so now
Mm.
so the thing is like the US attacking them here would be more rare because they attack the convoys and they don't control this
Yes.
region. The US does. The US
Mhm.
completely has the north. They have it where the little elbow joint is. They
Yeah.
can get through, and that's where you'll see the US strikes happen.
At this time, there are no reports that any U.S. personnel were injured. Meanwhile, Israeli Defense Forces launched airstrikes over Gaza's southern city of Rafah, killing at least 22 people. That's according to Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry.
Yeah,
The October 7th attack.
Intelligence error on Hamas attacks. Pain with Israel has 70 for continues. Plan will reportedly announce measures against that the U.S. plans to cut aid to one unit. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will reportedly announce measures against the IDF's Netza Yehuda unit within days. Formed in 1999, Netza Yehuda is a special men-only unit where ultra-Orthodox Jews serve. The move would be over alleged abuses in the occupied West Bank, including one incident in which a Palestinian-American man, 80-year-old Omar Assad, died after being bound and gagged by Israeli soldiers during a search in January of 2020.
That is what they're doing it over. They're going to sanction this unit over that, which is admittedly pretty
Torture.
fucking bad. But
Torture.
Jesus fucking Christ, Israel is literally committing genocide in Gaza, and the Americans
This is probably documented.
sanctioning them
This is
over
probably
this.
documented pretty well.
I bet it is.
I mean, like this. So, like, there's a reporter who's an Iraqi reporter who exposed a PMF unit who was torturing a guy.
Yeah.
What they did put him in a stress position with his hands basically behind his back, right? So his hands cuffed behind his back, and that's where the muscle support is, right? So naturally, when he's being pulled up like that, his back is flat, right? Because his arms are being pulled up behind him.
Yep.
And then they were putting like basically American distributed cases of water, where it's like the water bottles with 30 in them. They're putting those on his back.
Oh my God.
And this guy got it on video, and like basically he then got a political asylum for it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like he's a pretty noteworthy journalist as well. But like America was not like really cool about that one either, which I think is comparable.
Okay.
You know, like that's except that was like deliberate torture. This was like them detaining him. Which not necessarily deliberate torture.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to they were literally trying to milk this guy for information by torturing him and doing this. And he was, the guy was, I don't know if he was ISIS, but it was suspect. It's PMF. They're fucking animals. That was racist. Now I'm Donald Trump. Fucking the most noteworthy guy in PMF talks about cutting people up and cooking them like a kebab. Like,
what is this that you sent me?
Oh, just another thing. That was also, it was in the related things on that last page.
Only in France. Sounds like their hypochondriacs invented a disease only for themselves.
U.S., Israel's main ally, has never suspended aid to an IDF unit before, and any decision to bar an IDF unit from U.S. military assistance would be made under the Leahy Law, sponsored in 1997 by then Senator Patrick Leahy, which prevents the U.S. funding or training being used for foreign military units.
And going back to
State Department.
For years, the stories coming out of Appalachian coal country have been grim. Addiction, black lung disease, and economic decline. But a new story is now emerging, one where people in recovery are helping their communities recover. Jeffrey Brown reports from Hazard, Kentucky.
I love an actual book, obviously.
43-year-old Mandy Fugit-Scheffel has long
Maybe
dreamed of
don't
having
call
a
your
place
town
where
Hazard.
she and fellow readers could gather to discuss books in her small town of Hazard, Kentucky.
It's just so out of what I typically read.
But it wasn't until January of 2020 that her dream became a reality when she opened this small bookstore in downtown Hazard.
Access to a bookstore was 2 hours away, so I knew there were other people here that would buy into this idea.
What made you think you could make it work?
That's
a lot of people ask
wild.
that.
What kind of things did you hear?
That's exactly what
I'm not listening. I'm watching the two girls run in traffic.
Oh, that's fine. But she said access to a bookstore is 2 hours away. So I knew this idea
From
would be
Hazard.
popular. Yeah. So the closest bookstore is 2 hours away. That's wild to me.
Yeah, that's
like that really like shines a light on like how bad and like like our literacy rates are garbage in this country.
Yeah, and it's not that hard to get them up either. It really isn't.
Well, I mean, they're doing their part, I guess. Yeah, that video of them running in traffic is fascinating.
It's so interesting, yeah.
And I'm like, well, I do, and I know a community of people who do, and I think this will work.
Called Red Spotted Newt, her bookstore has not only survived but thrived, first through a major flood and then the pandemic.
You know, as far as Appalachian literature, which is the best-selling section of the store, Silas House, Robert Gopp, Gurney Norman, who's originally from Hazard, he sells well.
It's an unlikely success story.
How does it take 6 people to restrain a small Swedish woman?
The psychosis.
What the fuck?
The psychosis.
She just gets fucking ape strength from her psychosis. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
And like there's tons of stuff like analysis on like, there's been tons of like, especially in England, there's been specials on this to analyze
I
the
bet.
situation and stuff.
Yeah.
So if you really want to dive into it, there's like actual professionals talking about it and how it gets
I
triggered and
fucking
stuff.
might. It's very interesting.
Yeah. I don't remember off the top of my head. I just know
Mm.
that it was attributed to this dual psychosis thing.
The fucking the title of the video is hilarious. 2 demented, insane women run in front of oncoming traffic.
Jeffels' own story.
I guess I was probably a junior in high school the first time I saw Oxycontin. And from that point on, I mean, from the very first one, I knew that this is what I needed.
After several years of daily opioid use, she kicked her addiction in 2005.
She looks great for an
And opening a
opioid
bookstore has given her life a new
user.
meaning.
It was like I finally had found my purpose. In
I
my
don't know,
community.
unless she's
And
actually
when that
20,
happened,
which could be
just
the case
doors
with
opened
opioid
that
users.
that I didn't even know I was knocking on.
I couldn't believe
Dude,
that there
I'll
was a
like go
bookstore
over to friends'
in Hazard, Kentucky.
houses,
It's a story
especially
that's-
like when I lived in New Hampshire for a period. Oh my god, everyone was on dope in this town. Went over to this dude's house, and his wife, or maybe they weren't married, but she was there, and she was like old and wrinkly, but she was like my age at the time. It's like in her 20s. Like she looked like she was like in her 40s. I thought it was like his mom or something, or like some lady who like he was friends with who lived there. She like bad aging. It's wild.
Yeah, the meth is crazy. Oxy's crazy. What's the heroin? I think is the worst.
Yeah,
one, right?
dope. It's just dope. That's what we call it. All of it's dope. Oxys, fentanyl, heroin. It's all dope.
Sure.
That's just the lingo here. If you're
Fair
asking
enough.
for dope, you're asking for that type of shit. You're not asking for weed.
You're not asking for anything specific. You just want. I want to get fucked up.
Yeah,
Basically.
well, when you say like a dope addict, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about an opioid addict.
Okay.
Becoming more common here, says author and journalist Sam Quinones, who's written 2 books
We
about the
also
nation's
sell it
ongoing
differently
opioid
here
crisis.
than other places, I
Also
guess.
recently reported on Hazard, a town of
We
about
call it a
5,000,
bundle,
for the online
which I guess
publication, The
isn't.
Free Press.
I guess other places don't do that, so that when I've talked about, because like my roommate died from this shit, right? So like when I
Yeah.
talk about it, like, and I say things like bundle, people don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, I guess.
You have Hazard, Kentucky only as a place of terrible devastation due to the opioid epidemic.
More than 100,000 Americans are still dying every year from drug overdose, fueled largely by the synthetic opioid fentanyl. It's a problem that continues to plague towns like Hazard across Kentucky, a state with some of the highest overdose death rates in the nation. Coupled with the collapse of coal mining, Quinones says he was expecting to write a different story when he came to town. But
I began to see some things that I just didn't expect really to see, which is tiny businesses started by local people. A lot of business owners are in recovery from pain pill addiction, and a lot of employees are also in recovery.
did it feel counterintuitive to you in a way?
It did not feel counterintuitive to me at all. Recovering addicts, and they're very much like fossil fuels, like energy rising from decay. And if you find ways of utilizing that energy, it can really benefit your business, but also your town and your community. And that's exactly the story of Hazard, Kentucky.
We've had 68 businesses open over the last 5 years.
Bailey Richards is Hazard's coordinator of downtown development. She says many buildings here that had once sat empty have been filled. Today, clothing stores, local coffee and candle shops, and new restaurants line Main Street. Its growth has been spurred in part by local coffee and candle shops, and new restaurants line Main
Look at this. They're like, oh, they're filming. Wave.
Street. Its growth has been spurred
Oh,
in
the
part by
news.
people in
That's so
recovery,
funny.
Yeah.
who hold about a quarter of all new jobs here.
I mean, when you have this whole population that for 20 years during kind of the really bulk of the opioid epidemic that were just kind of like locked out of being able to do these things. And now as they get clean and they start having these opportunities, they're taking it and they're running with it.
87.98.
That includes 45-year-old Stephanie Callahan, the owner of Hot Mess Express 606.
Hot mess,
Where's that come from?
because I'm a mess.
Callahan also says it's a nickname she picked up from friends and family, dating back to her days battling opioid addiction in her 20s. She kicked that addiction 14 years ago when her son was born. And in 2021, her life changed again when she quit her full-time job and opened this clothing and fashion store catering to plus-size women.
I'm like, okay, there is nowhere in Hazard.
Less based.
I'm a big girl, so I needed a place because after the cold lift, we kind of lost all of our stores, and I was like, okay, we gotta have some clothes because I can't go to church.
This is great because think about this.
Oh, I
like,
agree. I agree.
Because these coal towns all shut down,
joking.
and these people are like, "Oh, we started our own business because we recognized that we didn't have a service here that people wanted, and now we're a successful entrepreneur."
Yeah.
So, like, soon, if these types of trends keep occurring, especially if it can be encouraged by like incentives from local government, like you could have a rebound in all these like coal town areas. You know how they like, oh, retrain them, learn to code.
Yeah.
Why? Just establish trade.
Yeah.
Offer goods. Don't just make it a Walmart.
Yeah, exactly. Don't capitalize.
Yeah, don't make the bookstore that they're talking about was probably a Walmart, you know? I don't know if they sell books. I haven't looked for books in a Walmart, so I'm not sure. They sell everything.
What did people say
to
you when you said, I'm going to start a clothing store?
Told me I was crazy. People's like, you're crazy. And I'm like, yeah, I probably am. I had 3 men tell me in one day that I'd never make it. So I'm like,
yeah, well,
I'll
that's
tell you.
because
I have
men
this-
don't like seeing women succeed. Oops,
Yeah.
I said the loud part out loud.
Especially in this area.
Yeah, especially in the South.
Hot Mess Express is also a great name.
Yes.
3 years later, Callahan has shown them. Hot Mess Express is often packed with customers, and a few weeks ago, she opened a second store offering
that mannequin right there too, that they just showed, the outfit combination on that mannequin. Nice.
Express is
Look at that. Blue and orange.
often packed with customers, and a few weeks ago, she opened a second store offering men's clothing.
Nice.
There you go. She says, to how far both she and her hometown have come.
People just started coming in and it just took off. But I think people are just tired of nothing being here because in my addiction, I would just get bored and be like, okay, let's just go get high. There was nothing to do, but now like we can come downtown, we can shop, we can eat.
Not only is business slowly coming back, so are some former residents.
So let's skip and go down to the G string and do that.
Today, Luke Davis teaches guitar and serves
The
as director
G-string.
of operations at an art center in downtown Hazard, itself a sign of the new times. For several years, he toured across the nation as a professional country musician based in Nashville. But in 2017, after heavy drinking and drug use derailed his career, Davis says he knew he needed a change.
My life was completely unmanageable. I couldn't stand me. People couldn't stand me. I couldn't function at all. And the idea was to come home and figure out a way to get clean.
Davis says Hazard's recovery community has been crucial to him staying sober, and he now wants to stay to help rebuild what's been lost.
This is a very interesting story. Fucking PBS, man.
A drain on the community that it's very, very gratifying to be able to contribute something and to be.
There's so many.
value
That's the
to
thing. It's
my
just like
community.
there's stories
Still
out there if you take the time to find them.
Yeah, you just
and
have
when
to
you
go look
only
for
do
'em.
like an hour a day, you can do stuff this quality,
That is true.
especially
Maybe
with their
that's what we'll
fucking
look
funding.
into. We could honestly, if we
I
set
know
up
I could do story.
a few
I've done
people, you could
stories that
totally
are
do this stuff.
really, really good for like school and stuff.
Mm.
I don't know on this level because I don't. It was a long time ago. I would probably go back and pick everything apart that I had back then.
Well, I've always been interested in doing these sort of local, sort of small focused interest story things anyway. So it's not out of the possibility that we could end up producing something like this. Just small American stories. Hour a week or something like that. I don't know.
Economic
Not out
progress
of the
and hazard
possibility.
across Appalachia remains
to get the information to do this story as well.
Mm. Yeah, well, that's the hard part. Is
You
you
know,
have to
that's
go
what I'd like
scout
to know. Is
stories, research.
I'd like to see. I'm more interested in the producers with PBS for some of these
Mm.
stories. Like, I want to see the producer who was able to find this story
Yeah.
because it's such a small town. It's such an over. They're not going to tell you the producers.
Just contact the reporter.
Well, the producer would give the assignment.
Yeah, I know. So I guess you could just contact PBS.
I mean, the reporter's probably, you know, the reporter's less likely to respond than the producer if I find the specific producer for the story. But that's the thing is that it's going to tell you the producer for the show, not for the
Why not
individual
the story?
packages, right?
Mhm.
even as drug addiction
Trust me, I
rages
know.
on.
As a package
Even
producer.
still, Sam Quinones believes Hazard now has a fighting chance and offers a model for other small towns.
This attitude that we need to find some big solution, some big factory with 250 jobs, whatever. Those factories aren't coming here. If they come here, they'll be mostly robots anyway, right? So it's this idea that you can find a path forward using local energies, local creativity, and finding ways to nurture that.
But how far can self-reliance or small really take you?
It's
It
a great
depends
question. I'm
on
not
if
sure
the people can resist being bought out by the capitalists. Once
Exactly.
the capitalists catch wind of what's going on
Mhm.
here.
Exactly. If they can dig their heels in and also collaborate with other small communities around the area, you guys are fucking money. You won't even need the government. You guys are fucking laughing. It's literally democratic confederalism making its way into small towns. If that was to happen,
Well,
if you just resist
confederalism
the
is just,
capitalists.
as I say constantly, confederalism is just one of the more rational outcomes of
Yes.
human peer-to-peer relations.
Mm-hmm.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
As you said, you just have to resist the capitalists. You have to resist the money.
Yeah.
Because the money isn't going to maintain these towns, right? The
buyout.
money, the capitalists are going to come in, extract what they need, and then leave your town like a fucking.
Ironically, you need a little nationalism.
Mm. Actually, you know, it's a really good, thing to watch to see exactly what would happen to small towns like Hazard. It's called Dukes of Hazzard. It's literally
from
about
Hazard?
this. Yes.
Oh.
That's why I was like,
that
what
makes
the fuck?
sense why it's called that then.
It's like this. The story is literally about a coal guy trying to make the town into a coal mine.
Yeah, it just seemed racist, so I didn't watch it.
Know the answer to how far it can go. I do think that what's happening here and other towns opens up a pathway towards the future that they never
Hey, look,
imagined.
a holler.
Mandy Fugit Sheffel hopes the books in her store can help Hazard's next generation find that path.
If there are kids that can see their worth through these books and through literature, and maybe that keeps them from using, that's it for me. You know, that's what drives me every day.
Wow,
PBS NewsHour,
you mean to
I'm
tell me
Jeffrey
like
Brown in
local resources like libraries will prevent addiction?
Wild. Who would have known? All right, let's fucking speed through this Trump
We need
shit.
well, there's Trump and Biden shit.
I know. I've got it. I've got it.
Court wrapping just a short time ago in the first ever criminal trial against a former president of the United States. Presidents have been impeached, they've resigned, they've been voted out of office, but for the first time ever, former President Donald Trump is facing a jury of his peers in the criminal court.
This is what we're milking all year. This is what we're building. We're going to build our backs off milking this cow.
When I say speed through it, I'm like, there's a lot of videos on
Yeah,
it,
we
so-
haven't even gotten to him farting in the courtroom yet. This is where I think the most time needs to be spent is actually on Trump's trial.
Oh, there's heaps of videos.
They're there for a reason. It's the biggest story.
Believe
A
I got the
U.S.
farting
president is on criminal trial. Like,
maybe I didn't put the farting ones in because I thought that they were stupid.
It's
I
all
sent you
stemming
the actual
from those
raw
charges
list to
related
look
to a
at,
payment
too.
to a porn star,
Yeah,
hoping to
yeah.
hide an alleged affair with Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election. Prosecutors and defense attorneys now starting to lay out their cases, and the state already calling the first
fart
witness to the
story's
stand,
old.
former
That's
National
probably
Enquirer
why you
publisher
didn't
David
see
Pepper,
it.
who they say was part of that scheme.
No, I
to buy a
definitely
very
saw it.
unflattering story.
I heard it or I saw it. No, I heard it on a video that I was watching this morning. It
God
was
Save
fucking
America.
God Save America. Yes.
But
stories
there's
about
some guy
Trump.
defending
Putting us
him. That's very funny. That I'm pretty sure I saved it there. It might be in Streaming Fun, but he's like, I can make the fart noises with my armpit. And I want to say Fox News is the ones who like platform this guy talking about how he can mimic fart noises.
Off our investigative reporter Olivia Rubin, attorney Jerry Goldfeder, senior counsel at Cozen O'Connor,
No,
and director of
that's
the Florida
literally
Law
what
School's
they're
Voting Rights
saying.
for
That's what
Democracy
they're saying.
Project.
It's
Olivia,
him
let's start with you. A
establishing
lot of
dominance.
salacious.
No, it's him being a fat, like, that's his insides breaking down and turning to gas from all his fucking, like, festering fucking pus-filled fat corpuscles.
Details brought up in court. How did Trump handle it?
Some really brutal moments, Kira. I think zoning in on the moment when prosecutors in their opening statements brought up the infamous Access Hollywood tape. They read portions of the transcript to the jury. They said that Donald Trump was bragging about committing sexual assault, and Donald Trump just had to sit there and listen. And I will say, just watching that camera that's directly on his face, you could tell it was difficult. It was one of the few moments when prosecutors brought up this tape that you could see Donald Trump shaking his head. He pursed his lips. He was fidgeting in his seat a little bit, shuffling with papers. At one point, he grabbed a pen, clearly sort of, trying to figure out what to do in that moment, where, remember, he can't really do much. He can't talk, he can't chime in, he can't say anything. And so for that time, it's really just about sitting there and listening. And I do think that his attorneys, when they got up for their turn, his attorney Todd Blanche tried to humanize him a bit.
That's the best part.
This is what happens when Trump has to listen to people talk, is he gets uncomfortable and wants to leave because he's only used to people listening to what he says because he's a fuckwit. This is hilarious. Also, maybe he was just trying to not shit his pants.
But, like, the thing, we'll cover it in here, but they're talking about, will he take the stand, right?
I fucking hope so.
You know what the number one rule is for, like...
Don't take the stand?
Never. So, like...
Not even one.
He can't say shit. He just has to sit here and take it. And, like, knowing him, it's going to trigger him to take the stand, and it's going to fuck him even harder because
it's going to be
it.
So funny. His ego is going to fuck him here. It's going to be glorious.
To counter against these ideas of him as the president, of him in power, of him, in the Access Hollywood tape. And Todd Blanche, his attorney, said to the jury, he's not just the former president. He's not just the man that you've seen on TV with The Apprentice. And what Todd said was, he's a man, he is a husband, and he is a father. And it was a really striking line that I think was going to be tried to use to counter some of these really salacious, these really raunchy details that are going to be laid out in front of the jury.
He's a man. He has urges.
So, Jerry, what do you make of former
Boys
National
will be
Enquirer publisher David
boys.
Pepper
That's
as the
their
first
defense.
witness called by the prosecution? Why set the
And
tone
if you
here
don't think that
with Trump's
men are
longtime
perverts
friend and protector of damaging stories,
and have urges,
well, I think
then you're influenced by woke
the
nonsense
defense is going
and trans ideology.
I mean, Trump is definitely every stereotype of an awful male is Donald Trump.
I think anything was. I don't think Trump's a pervert as much as it's a power exchange for him. So basically, in that scenario, it's always rape for him.
Yes.
Because it's always about power. So it's since it's a power scenario, it's always basically like in his mind, it's the same type of satisfaction that one gets from the power trip with rape. And that's why he sexually assaulted so many people.
I would not be surprised if he asks people who, even the ones willing, asks them to say no while it's happening. I would not be surprised. We got rid of that one.
to try.
But yeah, I would not be surprised if that was like a.
It was an accidental delete, though.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Like that would not be surprising to me. Like if he is sort of that rape fantasy kind of thing, would not at all surprise me.
Well, I don't think it's. I think he just. If for him, it's not in his head. That's not what he's doing.
Right.
It's just him being a rock star. You can grab him by the pussy. You can do anything to them, and they let you because you're
True.
powerful. You know, that's what he said.
Yeah, yeah. It is
Like
an
David
interesting
Pecker, will corroborate what the district attorney has to say in its charges about this cover-up. And there are documents that will show that as well. You know, it's interesting. He may be a husband and a father, but I'm not sure that that's a great defense. Because after all, if I were a juror sitting there and I was told, well, he's just an ordinary guy, he's a husband and a father, look what he did. And there's no getting away from what he did. And the Access Hollywood tape, even though they're not going to hear the tape, they're going to hear the transcript. They've heard part of it already. And when they hear that, they're going to say, well, what kind of husband was this? What kind of father was this? And the Access Hollywood tape shows what kind of person he was and why they were so crazed about covering up the Stormy Daniels, because it was right before the election and right after the Access Hollywood tape came out. So that's what really motivated them to have this hush money scheme and cover it up and falsify business records that the jury's going to hear all those details about. So I'm not so sure that the defense was so smart by trying to portray him as just an ordinary guy. The jurors may say, not such a good husband.
So, Olivia, what else is the prosecution hoping to learn from David Pecker besides Trump's attempt here to just pull off these dirty tricks before 2016 campaign? And then all the way to the election day, really, he was scrambling.
Well, David Pecker is sort of a key aspect. And if you think of the link of what occurred here in terms of the payments, because remember, Donald Trump didn't pay Stormy Daniels directly. It was Michael Cohen and David Pecker who worked together to buy the story. Michael Cohen made the payments. Donald Trump paid Michael Cohen. So what prosecutors need to do is they need to lay out this link for the jury so they can understand the flow of the money. Because what this case is actually about on the charges is the flow of the money. It is not about the affair. It is not about, Access Hollywood. It is the falsification of business records and the payments. So the jurors need to understand exactly where money changed hands. And they also sort of framed it as this bigger story that David Pecker is at the center of, because the charges are related to the payments of Stormy Daniels. But what prosecutors say is it was just one piece of a broader scheme, where Karen McDougal was paid off, where a doorman for Trump Tower was also paid off, and that it all started with this one meeting with Michael Cohen, Donald Trump, and David Pecker. And that's how they opened their case today.
Pecker.
So they opened their case as David Pecker, the central man at the center of what happened here.
All right, Livia Rubin, Jerry Goldfeder, thank you both so much.
I think it went very well. So you heard that yourself. This is a case that nobody wanted to bring, including Alvin Bragg. It was just at the last minute they decided to do it. It's a case that if you're looking back.
I agree. He should
to assert dominance.
He should shit on the floor and get swifty. I agree.
It goes back many, many years, 2015, maybe before that. And it's a case as to bookkeeping, which is a very minor thing in terms of the law, in terms of all the violent crime that's going on outside as we speak, right outside as we speak. But this is a case.
I love that this came up right after they were explaining what the jury needs to understand what this trial is about. As he's talking about violent crime, trying to downplay what he did. That's poetic.
You pay a lawyer, he's a lawyer, and they call it a legal expense. That's the exact term they use, legal expense, in the books. And another thing that wasn't even said was we never even deducted it.
Notice how he doesn't do red ties outside of Republican events?
As a tax deduction. So that takes a whole vast, most people want to deduct everything. We never even did it as a tax deduction. But they called the payment to a lawyer a legal expense in the books. They didn't call it construction. They didn't say you're building a building. It called a payment.
Did he just admit to cooking the books? Because he put down hush money payment as a legal expense?
Yeah, well,
even though it's been proven as a hush money payment? Is that what he just admitted it? Great. Thanks, Trump. Trial over.
He can't help himself.
Welcome to the NewsHour. Opening statements began today in the first criminal trial of former President Donald Trump. Prosecutors accused Mr. Trump and his associates of falsifying business records during his 2016 campaign for president in an effort to conceal an alleged extramarital affair. But the former president's attorney said he was not involved in the payments, which they argue were not illegal and did not commit a crime. Our William Brangham was in the courthouse today following it all. So, William, we know that the district attorney, Alvin Bragg, very much wants this case to be seen as a case about interference in the 2016 election and less about alleged hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. How much of that came out in the prosecution's opening statement today?
I mean, Jeff, it came out an enormous amount. I mean, it was one of the very first things out of prosecutor Matthew Colangelo's mouth. He was arguing that Donald Trump engaged in and coordinated a conspiracy to corrupt the 2016 election, as you're talking about. That's the frame that they want jurors to see this entire case through. Now, the tricky part is it's not what they're charging. There's no allegation or insinuation that they broke campaign finance laws here. They're talking about prosecuting Donald Trump for falsifying business records, but they want those 34 charges of what they call
lucky I muted that
cooking the books to be seen in service of that larger, more nefarious.
No, it was
you did a Donald Trump
burp. It was like a 3-second burp.
This is
interesting. It was a good one.
I wonder if this is his house or
it looks like a studio setup.
Yeah, because the art I actually really like. I wouldn't put the art in my home, but I think it's a good art for background, especially because it goes with the colors that he's wearing. And I think that the mirror with the flowers to accent over there is a very interesting touch as well. You know, there's a lot of things going on here. And for once, it's not just, I have books behind me. You know, there's a lot of character built behind him here.
I think that's one thing we'll have to do as well, is we'll have to set up a studio and actually like genuinely think about.
Like I think mine's cool because it's got like, you know, it's like the void over there. You see the void up there? It used to be more pronounced because my desk was further back, but I just keep, every time I push away from my desk, it moves.
If I sit this way and lean back,
and
bring my microphone all the way here,
then there's a bookshelf.
Then it's a bookshelf and a whiteboard with Japanese on it, and I look educated. And then you come over here, and it's a mess, which I could just move out of screen, but.
Goal. And prosecutors today took the jurors back in time to 2016. It was the end of the presidential election, and the Access Hollywood tape had just dropped, and Donald Trump's campaign was in panic mode. And then all of a sudden, the story that Stormy Daniels, the pornographic actress, had been trying to sell for a few months suddenly became much more urgent to them. And so then Donald Trump's lawyer and fixer, Michael Cohen, paid her $130,000 of his own money to stay quiet and to not say anything about that. Then, once Donald Trump became president, he repaid Cohen that money and more. And it is in that process, that's where prosecutors argue that the conspiracy to cover all this up.
How do we have this evidence? That's what I want to know.
What?
Like, what is the evidence that this
dude,
all
Michael
happened?
Cohen already went down for this. He was already convicted of the crime.
Then why the fuck is there a fucking trial?
Because it's a criminal charge. His lawyers
directly implicated.
Yeah, there's like that's why it's like really important to find an impartial jury still. There's no way he's not going to be guilty.
That's even more reason to learn Japanese. What are you talking about?
Plus, the Japanese and the Koreans can just help each other out. They're the same anyway.
Same as the Chinese, really. All three have sort of, like, actually historically crossed over, and lots of mutual killings. History
was because they argue that Trump tried to make those payments seem like quote unquote just run-of-the-mill legal fees when in fact they were in service of this hush money. And so Colangelo said this was election fraud, pure and simple.
And how did Mr. Trump's defense team respond to that?
Well, Todd Blanche, who represents the former president, said that Donald Trump is innocent of all of this. He's not guilty of any crime. He said Stormy Daniels' allegation was completely false. He said Trump had nothing to do with those initial payments to her, nor did he have anything to do with the
What are you mowing me for? Jack's the one who said Chinese people generally look Chinese.
He flat out rejected the idea
that
there was
they're
anything
the same
unusual
too.
about Trump paying Michael.
Jack said about Chinese people. I was kidding. He was serious.
I said all three. I said all three.
Exactly.
Historically, yes, have interacted over their entire history. So there's likely a lot of relation in their their DNA.
Oh, so now they do incest. Okay.
How is it incest?
You said there's relation in the DNA.
Are we back to you saying they're all the same?
No, I was joking.
The history is very interesting, though.
Cohen, who was his lawyer at the time, called
He
himself
sucks as a
Trump's lawyer,
fighter.
was
We
his lawyer,
purposely
and
treat
then of
him
course you
wrong
pay your
as a
lawyer
joke.
fees all the time. He said there's nothing out of the ordinary there.
And Michael Cohen, who you mentioned, is expected to be the prosecution's star witness, given his centrality to this whole alleged scheme. The Trump team says that Michael Cohen cannot be trusted. How are both sides really laying the foundation for his coming testimony, William?
I mean, Jeff, this is going to be one of the central tensions
he's
of
a
this
criminal.
case.
He went to jail. He can't be trusted. And they're going to be like, what did he go to jail for?
As you said, he is a convicted felon. He has been found guilty of perjury. The prosecution tried to inoculate themselves in some way by this, by admitting all of that and saying that everything that you hear Michael Cohen say on the witness stand, don't just take it as Michael Cohen's word, but they will promise that they will back it up with evidence, emails, texts, phone calls, recordings of Donald Trump himself that affirm all of the things that Michael Cohen has to say. Todd Blanche, Trump's lawyer, in his opening statement today said, not only is Michael Cohen a liar who you cannot trust, but he said that he is, quote, obsessed with Donald Trump and obsessed with seeing him in jail and seeing his family in jail. He painted Michael Cohen as someone who's basically staked his entire career and financial future by selling books and doing these podcasts as someone who wants to see Trump sunken at all costs, and that you thus can't trust him, that it's all poisoned fruit, everything coming out of his mouth.
So what other witnesses should we expect to hear about and hear from in the coming weeks?
Well, we heard from one of them partly today. That was David Pecker, who is the head of American Media, which was the publisher of the National Enquirer. And Pecker's role...
Okay. We know. Next.
Before today's testimony, the judge established what prior bad acts could be used to cross-examine the former president if, and I have to emphasize the if, he chooses to take the stand. His attorneys so far have not said.
Bro, they literally have like his like they have because of New York makes this. They have to basically say that they can bring up any past crimes, right? Because like this is an important distinction because we have the double jeopardy law, right?
Yes.
So, but the thing is that while they can't be tried for the same crime twice, those crimes in New York can be brought up and used against them in a future trial. So basically, the prosecution submitted a list of all the crimes that they're going to bring up that Trump did.
Interesting. And how many is it?
Oh, a lot. There's a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah.
We know what it already says in advance, though. You know.
Mm-hmm.
This comment that he made just on Friday.
Yes.
And joining me now is CNN contributor John Dean, who served as White House counsel to Richard Nixon and also co-wrote the book Authoritarian Nightmare, Trump and His Followers. So, John, you know, I'm just curious here to set the stage on this. Trump has a big decision to make about whether he will testify or not. As an attorney, as someone who would have been
You're bringing in a
watching,
Nixon guy, huh?
Maybe the first president to have a criminal trial, except for
not the best source
in the case of Nixon. Do you think Trump should testify?
It's rare that any defense attorney wants his client to testify. In this instance, it's possible, but to me, doubtful, particularly since the rulings on the Sandoval hearing are really very negative for Trump. Lots of the bad acts, lots of his prior behavior, such as the E. Jean Carroll defamation, the Tisha James's lawsuit against him for fraud, those can all come into play, and he has to address them. And that could be very uncomfortable for him.
That's right. In the Sandoval hearing, of course, established what they were allowed to ask if he does.
Breathtaking.
As you point out, all those prior cases are now fair.
Great. Fuck off.
Welcome back here at the bottom of the hour. I'm Amber Rapinta.
And I'm DeJuan Hogarth. Thanks for still staying with us here at noon. First, want to go ahead and get you back to that historic trial just getting underway in New York.
For the first time in history, prosecutors are presenting a criminal case against a former American president. ABC's Rena Roy joins us live in New York City now for more on the opening statements.
Well, Amber and DeJuan, this is no doubt a very big day for both sides. They got their first chance to present their case to the jury. And it's also a first for Americans. Never before have we seen a former president being prosecuted for an alleged crime.
Today, opening statements in Donald Trump's historic hush money payment trial. The former president slamming the case as he walked into court.
What's going on right here should never be happening. It's a very, very sad day in America. I can tell you that.
Inside the courtroom,
yeah, it shouldn't. You're right. It shouldn't be happening, bro.
To the jury for the first
That's
time.
why it's a crime.
Prosecutors
began their opening statement saying this case is about a criminal conspiracy, saying Trump orchestrated a criminal scheme to corrupt the 2016 presidential election.
Trump's defense team argues he relied on lawyers to arrange the $130,000 payment to adult film actress Stormy Daniels to keep her from revealing their alleged affair. Trump has long denied her claim of a sexual encounter.
I was paying a lawyer and marked it down as a legal expense. Some accountant, I didn't know, marked it down as a legal expense. That's exactly what it was.
According to two sources familiar with the matter, the first witness prosecutors plan to call is former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker. The Manhattan District Attorney is saying Pecker agreed to act as the eyes and ears of the 2016 Trump campaign to look out for and kill negative stories about Trump. Stormy Daniels also expected to testify along with Michael Cohen, Trump's former fixer, who wired her the hush money. Trump, who has denied wrongdoing and pleaded not guilty, says he may testify too.
I'm testifying. I tell the truth. I mean, all I can do is tell the truth.
A jury of 7 men and 5 women will decide Trump's
And you got
fate.
a lot of them. I
Jurors
love
include
dogs.
2
You love
native
dogs.
New Yorkers and 2 immigrants. 7 jurors have advanced degrees. One praised Trump's outspokenness.
Damn.
Another called him selfish. All promised to be fair and impartial. The trial expected to last about 6 weeks.
Now, juror number 9 did express some concerns about serving earlier today, but ultimately ended up staying on the case. Meanwhile, court is expected to break early at any moment now because of another juror's medical issue.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
You can pretty much assume that Trump's trial is a reality show that he never really wanted. And at this point, he can't delay it any further either, even though he'd love to. It's the only one of 4 prosecutions of Trump to go to trial before the election this year. And a lot is on the line. Former special counsel to the Trump White House, Ty Cobb, joins me now.
Oh my
Ty, great
God.
to see you
Come on,
again.
bro.
I guess overall question here. What do you think about this particular case being
This
the
guy's
one
wife
to
needs
hang
to have
history
a
on?
conversation with him.
I think it's unfortunate. It's nice to be with you again, Kara.
Oh my
I
God.
think it's unfortunate that this is the first case because the 2 most serious cases, obviously, are the 2 federal cases where he ran rampant over the Constitution and attempted to obstruct a
Smooth.
transfer of power.
That
So I
is
think
my
those are the
only
most serious cases. I think
answer. I
this is
refuse to
probably the least
elaborate.
serious case. On the other hand, it presents him in a personally very abhorrent way. Sordid affair with Stormy Daniels, payments to Karen McDougal for a long standing affair.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
Stories. And of course, Mike Cohen.
Sure, let's just let Donald Trump come right into our home. Yeah, go ahead. Come on in, buddy. All right,
But
fine.
the difficulty with those attacks is you got to remember that Cohen was Trump's, asset. Cohen was Trump's friend. Cohen was Trump's consigliere. So yes, Cohen is a bad guy, but Trump knew that and hired him for that purpose.
Point well made. It's sort of like Trump's misogyny is on trial here in New York when you start to hear about everything so far that's been presented, like with David Pecker. I mean, what did you make of that? His longtime friend helped protect him from damaging stories. He was head of the National Enquirer. Why start with David
My
Pecker,
brother,
you think?
this is haram.
Well, I think you want
the
to start
Spider-Man one
with
would have
somebody
been
who
good
can put some meat on the bones, and you want to probably take the person that is most credible from that group. Certainly in the David Cohen, Stormy Daniels, David Pecker troika. David Pecker is the most credible person just because he had a longstanding business career. He's more nimble on the stand than the other 2 will be, and he's more sophisticated in terms of going back and forth with advocates and aggressors on the other side. So I think he's going to be as good as it gets, frankly, for the prosecution. And starting with him makes perfect sense, particularly where they can get the broad outlines of the alleged scheme. Now, I think the most interesting issue with Pecker is the extent to which he's going to be able to tie any of this conduct to actual concerns about the election. Because keep in mind, this is a misdemeanor bookkeeping trial that has got a hook into trying to avoid other crimes, those crimes being campaign finance laws. And it's the tie to the campaign finance laws that is essential for the government in order to get a felony conviction.
Definitely. I mean, a simple record-keeping case made much more complicated by the felony.
Sure, again.
Opening statements began this morning in former President Donald Trump's historic criminal trial in New York. The presumptive Republican presidential nominee is accused of falsifying business records related to a so-called hush money payment during his 2016 campaign. Trump denies any wrongdoing, claiming if the trial is politically motivated. Jared Hill reports outside the courthouse in Manhattan. Jared.
That was awful.
What? The truck?
Oh.
the truck over to the fucking starting on one screen, trucking over.
Oh, it's so
Trump denies any
clunky.
wrongdoing, claiming that the trial is politically motivated. Jared Hill reports from outside the courthouse in Manhattan.
Maintain contact with the lens,
So
though.
the
That
court
was
is over
good.
for the day now, and we saw here a couple of things.
He
One,
had to
former
be
President
reading
Trump
while it was
railing
trucking.
against the judge as well as Michael Cohen on his way out after prosecutors and the defense laid out their opening statement to the jury.
I guess
really
it would be an
showcasing to the
arc.
jury how they see this case should be viewed.
Because it was technically
Former President Trump again claimed to be the victim of a witch hunt as he entered the courtroom ahead of opening statements in his historic trial.
What's going on right here should never be happening. It's a very, very sad day in America.
Trump faces 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. He's accused of using his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, to funnel payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels. In their opening statement, prosecutors said Trump, quote, orchestrated a criminal scheme to corrupt the 2016 election. Trump denies any wrongdoing.
This is their most important day besides jury selection.
And CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman says there's a reason. Studies have shown many jurors make up their minds during opening statements.
If you hear a persuasive story and then you hear another persuasive story, you make a decision as to which one you believe. And if you get invested in that belief, it takes a lot to knock you off.
Maybe if you're fucking stupid or not a jury member for a fucking trial where your job is literally determining evidence, sure you make a choice when it doesn't matter. You think people can't objectively hear stories and wait and compare them and be like, hey, well, what actually makes sense here? What is corroborated? What a stupid fucking statement. Go home. Fuck off.
Former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker is expected to be the prosecution's first witness and to testify about an alleged catch and kill scheme to purchase and prevent the circulation of negative Trump stories. Because he has to be here for the trial, the presumptive Republican presidential nominee has largely been sidelined from the campaign trail.
I'm here instead of being able to be in Pennsylvania and Georgia and lots of other places campaigning.
The trial is expected to last several weeks. Okay, so again, the day is done here in court.
You know what the best part about this is? There's going to be all of the Trump people are going to be glued to every bit of news about him that they can find, including the shitty media, which means they will be exposed to like evidence that's coming out of the trial, other opinions, stuff like that. This might actually work to break some of the people out of the cult, because their only source of their drug is the news. It's got legs, I think. Even if he doesn't go to jail, he might just not have the support anymore. It might be that much
drama. Also, though, before that is going to be a hearing happening here in the court around allegations from the prosecution that former President Trump violated his gag order with a number of social media posts he's made in recent weeks. We're expecting to hear those arguments and see what actually happens out of that again later on this or tomorrow morning.
And welcome back to CNN Special Live coverage right now. Opening statements are just starting in the hush money trial of Donald J. Trump. CNN's Paula Reed is collecting all the updates from the CNN team inside the courthouse. You'll see them.
Nice dress.
Little grunty guy.
I always forget. Is it the Vanderbilts that this guy is from?
I think so.
Which big family is it?
I think it's
one of the big families. Anyway, fuck this guy.
On the left-hand side of your screen, run us through what's happening, Paula.
All right, opening statements just got underway a moment ago. The first quote that we have is the prosecution laying out its theory of the case, which is, quote, this case is about a criminal conspiracy and a cover-up. The defendant, Donald Trump, orchestrated a criminal scheme to corrupt the 2016 presidential election. Then he covered up that criminal conspiracy by lying in his New York business records over and over and over again. So here they are reframing this, because usually people refer to this as the hush money case, where, yes, hush money was paid to Stormy Daniels for her to stay quiet about an affair that she had with then candidate Trump. But having an affair is not a crime. Paying hush money is not a crime. The criminal allegation here is that the former president falsified business records in order to cover up that he had to pay this money.
Well, and what they are starting with, Matthew Colangelo, this is going to become a name that will.
Well, isn't that the issue with that is not so much the act itself, but that it needs to be disclosed.
You notice that they're using their phones as notes. You remember when you complained about that?
I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it.
But you
Notepads.
But you remember the one where she was using something where her phone was in the shot and you lost your mind about it?
Yes, I do remember
I think they're being very subtle about it though. I think a notepad would draw more attention that they're using their phone. It would draw more attention that you want to make them. The viewer needs to think that this is just them talking. It's not them reading a prompter.
Yeah, because like the way it looks, right, to me with them is they're like sitting here, about like here, right, and their phone's down here, and they're like,
okay, but you're on your phone a lot.
I am, but I'm still listening. But I'm also not reading off my my phone the notes. But if I was, I would use
blue and yellow.
Oh, look at this. Oh,
sometimes they use tablets. Look, blue and yellow.
Yeah, but like an iPad or a tablet or whatever it looks better because it also kind of it's the size of the.
They're doing it too discreetly for anyone to notice that they're doing it.
Sure, but I'm saying that it's just it's a better like.
It's better that nobody notices.
Yes.
To draw attention to whatever you're reading from is bad in general. So the phone, in this case, they're doing it how it should be done.
Become very familiar to people. He's the prosecutor that Paul just noted that is making these opening statements and starting them. They are going to lay out the entire timeline of this. And what he just started with is something that's
she's just blatantly on her phone.
In August 2015, we didn't know about it.
Well, she's reading
once Trump was in the White House. It was Donald Trump, Michael Cohen, and David Pecker. They were all there in that meeting. And that's when David Pecker was essentially asking how he could be helpful to Donald Trump's presidential campaign. And of course, now we know the saga that it has become, these three stories that are at the center of this hush money case and at the heart of what they are alleging about these payments. But that is what they are going back to. And that meeting, we didn't initially know that Donald Trump was the third person in that room. And obviously, that's incredibly consequential because if David Pecker is in fact the first testimony that the prosecution calls after these opening statements, he can talk about Donald Trump's knowledge of this agreement and whether or not he signed off on it and what he said directly.
He could say, in fact, yes, we talked about this being in order to help him in the election.
Exactly. And if he says that is it, he could back up Michael Cohen's statements. So that's important because we've talked about Michael Cohen's issue as a witness and how they will rely on him having someone back that up.
Why is John
and so the fact that
interrogating
prosecutors
us?
are starting
When
off
did
with
they do
this as their main is their opening statement just shows that they are saying this all goes back to that meeting where Donald Trump himself was in that meeting. Because really what they have to do at the end of the day here is convince these 12 jurors that Donald Trump was directly involved and essentially had signed off on this.
And we're learning that Trump is sitting back in his chair and not even looking at the prosecutor as he speaks. And the prosecutor, as part of this opening statement, they're reframing this again, not just as a paper.
Okay. I have a justification for it. It's literally breaking right now. Right now. They need something. If it was 20 years ago, it'd be a pager.
This lady's being too obvious about it. The girl in this, I think she wants to draw attention that she's like getting news. Right.
Yeah,
the girl in the center is also using her phone. But you wouldn't notice.
A bit more subtle about it, yeah.
Yeah. She even telegraphed the punch to the next girl. She went, okay, now you talk to her. She literally did that. She didn't say the words, but she basically did.
Paperwork crime, right? An effort to cover up this hush money.
Because like, especially the way that they're sitting, you could easily have the phone, if your hands are on your lap like hers are and like Anderson Cooper's are, you could easily have the phone with a black screen, one of those privacy screen covers and a black cover, and have it not noticeable inside the blanket and be able to have it so you can literally read it like it was in your hand.
Now we got blankets involved?
Dude, they're wearing blankets. What are you talking about?
In the 2016 election, and that's key because that is why
that's what I'm saying is
felony,
you could easily use
federal
that.
Election interference. That's what they're arguing here, that these business records were falsified in an effort to interfere with the 2016 election. The prosecutor said, quote, they formed a conspiracy at that meeting to influence the presidential election by concealing negative information about Mr. Trump in order to help him get elected. And that is the crux of their argument, that this was all done to help Trump in the 2016 election. In fact, they reprimand me sometimes when I call it the hush money case on air. They say, no, Paul, it is the 2016 election interference case.
It is important to point out that they say the conspiracy.
See? Blankets.
Okay, they do have blankets on.
See what I mean? So you could have your hands in front of you.
That's silly. Why do they have blankets? They're inside.
Cold. It's cold, man.
They're inside.
Also, the fact that they have
they're all naked underneath them.
No pants.
They're not actually blankets. They're just, after this, they have a potato sack race. That's what it is.
I hate that they have the high chairs and the low table. Either high chairs, high table, low chairs, low table. Also, just do low chairs. If you're sitting around talking, just do normal chairs. Just have it like a panel
always
discussion.
High. Always high.
Why?
Just don't show the thing that's fucking it up is the low table. The table needs to be higher, but the chairs also always put the chairs all the way up as high as they go. And then put blankets on you so you don't look like your little hobbit people, so nobody sees your tiny little baby legs.
Meeting, they have, of the 3 people in this meeting, the prosecution has 2 people who will be testifying, Michael Cohen and David Pecker. They have 2 of the 3 people in that meeting.
Now we're just hearing repeated stuff.
No, we're talking more about blankets than the news.
Yeah, I don't care.
Opening statements in the first ever criminal trial of a former president are set to begin on Monday. Donald Trump will return to a Manhattan courtroom as prosecutors present their arguments in the New York hush money case.
The courtroom is empty, except for the jury. The press is
crying former president in their hands. We now
and the world.
Is this the same interview?
Might be. It might be on there twice. Sometimes it gets on there twice.
Let me check.
You just have to sort it by when it was released.
Yeah, because
no, it's added, and you'll see the doubles.
I put it on added. Which one was it? John Dean? No, 8 hours. 2 days ago. Okay.
Yeah.
So this one was 2 days ago. All right, skip.
Michael Cohen once said he would take a bullet for his boss, Donald Trump. But
Cringe.
7 years later, Cohen will play the role of the prosecution's star witness in the first.
Okay, we already know this.
And my
loud. Okay. Now we're on to Biden.
I'm so excited we finally get to talk about this.
Was there anything else on the Trump stuff, or we got it all?
I mean, there's a Hassan thing that we could have watched if it wasn't already 4 hours in. That's what we could have finished on, is like the Hassan thing.
Okay.
But we're already running too long. We need to get to this. By the way, New Guinea responded to this.
Seriously?
Yeah. Let's just let this.
Can you send video?
I want to see Junk. Yeah, I'm finding it. I want to see Junk's reaction to this.
Call him Bozy. My Uncle Bozy was a hell of an athlete, they tell me, when he was a kid. And he became an Army Air Corps before the Air Force came along. He flew those single-engine planes as reconnaissance over war zones. He got shot down in New Guinea. And they never found the body because there used to be a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea.
Yeah. There was.
That was President Biden during a speech at the United Steelworkers headquarters in Pittsburgh, where he suggested that his uncle, Ambrose Bozy Finnegan, who was a World War II veteran, was probably eaten by cannibals in New Guinea.
It's not a video. He just issued a statement.
Oh.
So I'll look up the statement and we can just pull it up instead of having somebody else on screen. I mean, somebody might read it to us if I find the right video. Would you rather have that?
Sure.
Okay, I'll try.
I can read it, but sure. Whatever's easier.
However, the Pentagon says no, he probably was not eaten by cannibals. The Defense POW MIA accounting agency said, first of all, Finnegan's plane was not shot down in New Guinea. It was on its way to New Guinea when it went down for quote unquote unknown reasons. According to the DFAA, both of the plane's engines failed and the plane plunged into the ocean with only one of the 4 crew members surviving the crash. The 3 lost crew members were never found because they drowned in the ocean. So Peter Doocy questioned White House spokesperson Karine Jean-Pierre about Biden's account, and she seemed to struggle finding a response.
Second Lieutenant Ambrose J. Finnegan was a war hero, but the Pentagon says, for unknown reasons, the plane was forced to ditch in the ocean. Both engines failed at low altitude. Why is President Biden saying he was shot down? There's no evidence of that. And why is he saying that his uncle was eaten by cannibals? That's a bad way to go.
He lost his life. It's not. Look, I'm not. We should not make jokes about this. Wait.
No, his uncle was eaten by cannibals.
I mean, your last line is for a laugh. It's for a funny statement. And
he definitely didn't say he was eaten by cannibals. Yeah, he implied that.
Yeah, he said that the body wasn't found. There's a lot of cannibals there.
Yeah, there's also sharks.
Yeah.
And it's the ocean.
Understandable that she's
in general.
Also, Komodo dragons roam.
Because what do you say to something like that? Moz, what in the Occam's razor do you think of this?
I think it's hilarious. I mean, it's like, you know what you realize? These politicians, all of them, should be encouraged to like stop talking. You know, like it'd be like,
I
just
agree.
hit the point and get out. Like he was telling the story of his uncle and he was a hero. You don't need to get specific. You know, sometimes in life, less is more. Just be like, my uncle died. He was in World War II. He was a hero. And then
Hi,
someone,
do you want to know how to fix this? Stop. I agree, me.
and then if someone questions you, and by the way, if it's that outlandish in your mind that it was the cannibal situation, again, there's vague ways of being like, he died in a very unusual way. I'll let you know later. Like, I'm surprised after all these years, they don't know how to avoid giving an answer or saying something that's going to get them into this kind of hot water. But again, I mean, geez, he's old. He's Joe Biden.
Hot off the presses. Anna has a message
You
for
can call me whatever the fuck you want. At this point, I don't give a shit.
She's aged poorly. She's very mad.
Biden, he rambles. These things come out. And you know, if you put him up face to face with Donald Trump, I feel like we have a lot of outlandish things that are said. Like just last week, you had Donald Trump. He was somewhere in Pennsylvania, and he was talking about Gettysburg, and I think it was Robert E. Lee or something. And he goes, the General Lee was there, and he goes, he told those soldiers, "Go up the hill, me boys," and he kept saying, "Go up the hill, me boys," and it was like, what are you talking about? And it's just goofy. So you know, maybe this is his. This is Biden's response to go up the hill, me boys. He goes, my uncle was eaten by cannibals, me boys.
Crit, what did I just walk back into? Just look at her pretending to laugh like
this
this.
This is Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian aged poorly.
Chuck goes, I don't care what this guy's saying. I'm honestly not even listening. I'm not going to stage the laugh like the girl is.
There you go.
More than freeing the slaves.
Yeah.
He's unbelievable, but they're both unbelievable, guys. So don't
listen, guys.
You know, Kerry Jean-Pierre falling on this. This is a serious issue. No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, he takes this very seriously. He didn't even know him. The guy died in World War II. What do you mean? She's making it sound like he died yesterday. Yeah. And he's like, no. Saying that you're
a serious issue because he
is always
because it's implying,
especially because everyone knows there's no way your uncle was eaten by.
Even though it was 70 years ago.
Yeah, it's a serious diplomatic issue that he just threw that up in there, and he's also not wrong. There were cannibals there.
That's the funniest part.
Yes, Kuru.
Cannibal.
Hilarious.
And that's the problem with Joe Biden. He's an old school embellisher.
Yeah.
He can't help but embellish his story. And he does it all the time. That's why the most surprising thing ever about Joe Biden was that corn pop was real.
You mean?
Like, I mean, he told that story about how he, stood down this black gang member, which already sounds awful, by the way, right? And he wrapped a chain around his arm, and the corn pop had a razor and stuff.
And my uncle.
What happened? And everybody thought there's no way in the world that this is a story. Black gang member, which already sounds awful, by the way, right? And he wrapped a chain around his arm, and the corn pop had a razor and stuff. And everybody thought there's no way in the world that this story is true. And probably most of it wasn't anywhere near true. But it turns out there really was a corn pop. And that took so much heat off of him for all the other crazy stories he tells. Because people didn't want to get burned again, like, well, corn pop was real, you never know, right? No, I knew. The minute this story started. First of all, the story's awesome because his uncle's name is awesome. Ambrose Bosie Finnegan is the coolest name ever. It obviously comes out of a novel or a movie, right? Yeah. And then he dies in World War II, kind of heroically. His plane goes down in the ocean. Like unfortunately, they don't find him. And of course, that's when the people of New Guinea dove into the ocean, found him in the bottom of the ocean, and started snacking.
Like, bro, it's a fucking tradition. Ambrose. Like, what kind of a name is Cenk Unger? Cenk Unger. Chunk Unger.
Come on, brother, come on. And so, I mean, but I'll flip it too. Look, if Trump had said this, come on, we'd all be going nuts over it and saying he's like the craziest, dumbest son of a bitch there ever was, right?
Yeah.
So these are not great choices we've got.
Real quickly before Yasmin responds, I just think, how funny would it be since Soda Pop, what was his name?
Corn Pop.
Corn Pop. Yeah. Corn Pop came out. How funny would it be if some person in Papua New Guinea came out and was like, my great grandfather ate his uncle. You'd be like, oh my God, we have pictures.
But that would be from Corn Papua New Guinea.
There you go. Or Papua New Guinea.
Oh, man. It really does sound like a Hemingway novel or something.
That was fucking painful. Jesus.
Biden's lies include what his uncle was food. Today's video of the day comes from us from the big guy himself. Joe implied his uncle, a World War II pilot, was eaten by cannibals after his plane crashed in 1944. Watch.
I got shot down in an area where there were a lot of cannibals. They never recovered his body, but the government went back when I went down there and they checked and found parts of the plane. He got shot down in New Guinea. And they never found the body because there used to be a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea.
Was that meant to be funny?
But the military says his uncle died after crashing into the ocean. So it's another fairy tale from Joe. Why does he keep making up this weird stuff? Since he grew up in black churches, Jewish temples, and a Puerto Rican neighborhood, I don't know who the hell to blame. But what's lost in this is that his uncle is a hero who died for our country. Kat, now we know as a child that you dreamed of writing novels about shipwrecks.
Yes.
Are you willing to tell tall tales to get that deal done? Like, what's the wildest stretch story you've ever told? Limited to 10.
I mean, like, when I was a kid, I would pretend to be a dog.
Right.
Like, a lot. Like, I wanted to.
Okay.
Why have I seen this chick before?
Okay, dog girl. You still
Be
can
a
be a
dog.
dog.
I'd make my dad do
Puppy
pigtails.
girl Jenna is making bank
Yeah,
by being a dog.
she's
That's
definitely one of those girls that you said
could
is
be
like
you know,
60%
your
of
butthole
girls
could
or
come up
something.
with a simple Google search, just like Puppy Girl Jenna's.
She's one of the 60%.
That fuck
Yeah, my
dogs.
dog ears up.
Is that what you're implying?
Yes.
I was a loser. I was weird.
See, she admitted it.
Out with imagination, I get it.
Yeah, but so this is weird because he also
Okay.
doesn't even seem to understand how cannibalism works.
Puppy play,
It's
down
like,
for it. That's all I
he
got.
couldn't find their bodies. Like he ate their bones too. That's like a ghost story in the Sandlot. Like that's right. That's what the
okay,
dog
but
ate him bone and
Isn't
all.
like
Right? You guys
isn't
have
there
seen
a
that movie.
conspiracy
So it's
about
like
the
not only is it a
Rockefeller being eaten by cannibals, who
I-
most likely he drowned, but then there's like people from the area where he was like trying to swim to shore, and they're like, "Yeah, we ate that guy.
Mm.
He drowned though. It's like there's no way he made it to shore. I don't believe it."
why? It's not even a good one.
Yeah, I mean, like, how did he know?
Yeah.
Like, did they mail an envelope? Send more. Biden's are delicious. Like,
I mean, this and then the oil cancer. I'm still not over.
yeah, I mean, he's been through a lot.
The oil cancer, and then remember when he said so many of his friends had oil cancer too.
Yeah, it's going around.
Yeah. Where are they? Sorry.
Listen, speaking of embellishing stories and making up, Aaron, if you was a college class for that, you would have a master's in it.
Like, why did my resume to get here?
Yeah, exactly. The wildest lie you ever told to get out of doing something.
I mean, I'll pull the sick thing, and maybe I was a little sick.
Right.
Maybe the thought of going to where I was going made me sick. So I guess there's a shred of truth there. But like with this, look, when I first heard the story, I went, oh, okay, so there's mermaid cannibals. Because if you look at a mermaid,
Right.
the upper torso, the digestive tract, that would constitute
God,
cannibalism,
this is
right?
Right, yeah,
A human like that. But now that the White House has just said, right, like, no, this didn't happen. They announced an official statement. I think really the most disturbing thing is that he said it twice. Like if you're in a conversation with someone and, oh yeah, well, my uncle was eaten by cannibals. But no, you said it twice.
Yeah.
So he was sick.
It's just as bad. They're just as cringe as each other. I don't have a perfect soundbite for this. Hold on.
You know
I
what
mean,
it
I really
feels
don't
like?
know which of these Nazis to support. They're both pretty good options.
It actually feels like what it looks like. It's like something that you would see in a movie where it's like the fictional show, the fictional talk show that's like kind of like cringe in a movie, you know?
Yes. Yes. That's exactly what it feels like. That being said, most of the time those are based off real ones. So is it fiction preceding reality or reality influencing fiction?
I don't know.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you, Zanaya, for sharing your story that embodies the spirit of Earth Day. On this day, 54 years ago, with literally toxic
Oh,
rivers.
by the way, before we go to this, I sent you the link of the Papua New Guinea guy responding.
Right. Completely.
Don't
fine.
scream.
And well, Papua New Guinea Prime Minister James Marape has said his nation does not deserve to be labeled cannibals and urged the US to clear up.
Huh?
Go forward like a minute because they're going to show Biden's statement, which we've seen.
In that part of New Guinea.
A slip of the tongue. However, my country does not deserve to be labeled as such. The 81-year-old president's comments are yet another.
In that part of New Guinea.
And while responding to Biden's comments, Marape's office issued a statement saying, and I quote here, President Biden's remarks may have been a slip of the tongue. However, my country does not deserve to be labeled as such. The 81-year-old president's comments are yet another one of his gaffes. Biden's anecdote of his uncle's death and his possible cannibalization has come with loopholes. And according to the defense agencies, the plane in 1944 heading to Papua New Guinea was forced to ditch in the ocean. The White House press secretary also confirmed this information and again tried to cover up the president's goof up by claiming that it was an incredibly emotional and important moment for the president to honor his uncle.
I love that he fucking age shamed him. The New Guinea guy, the 81-year-old. That was epic. Age shaming.
And AmeriCorps CEO Michael Smith. Michael, where are you? Hey. Joined by members of the Congress, including Ed Markey of Massachusetts, who, by the way, thought this was an important idea a long time ago and talked about dealing with the climate core. One needed one.
You look at him, he's like, look, I can recall names. I'm competent.
And Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont, who understands what beautiful territory looks like up
there. Who?
And has done everything in his power to protect it.
I don't know, some commie.
And Representative Ocasio-Cortez of New York, you know, I learned a long time ago, listen to that lady.
Mr. President, I'm beginning to smell a big fat commie rat.
Look, joined by all of your advocates and community leaders, this is a good day. It's fitting to be here in Prince William Forest Park. On March 31, 1933, during the Great Depression, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt created the Climate Conservation Corps, which is talked about a little bit, to put Americans to work to conserve our country's natural resources. Thousands of young Americans from the Civilian Conservation Corps built this park, providing jobs, recreation, hope, and healing at the time. We know today we face another kind of existential threat. It requires equally bold and clear action. As president, I've seen the devastating toll of climate firsthand. Since I've been president, I've flown over all the major fires and the thousands upon thousands of.
What's that, Biden? What's that? You've flown? How much? How much CO2 have you polluted the Earth with in Air Force One?
Probably less
How
than
much?
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, probably.
I imagine if Bernie was president, he would still he would literally be the president who had like the
He'd
bus.
drive everywhere, or he'd like
Well,
take the
because
train everywhere.
he'd be
or
like
something.
it would be like Airbus one.
He would recommission FDR's train. Was it FDR? He was the one with polio, right? Whichever one had polio, the one that had the train, recommission the train.
Well, listen, we cut all the talk of trains out of our history. We don't learn about them here anymore. We pretend that they don't exist.
Maybe great comrade Bernie can rebuild the train lines to reinvigorate the heart of America.
But yeah, think about this though, like trains have like a bad rap in America. They have a bad history. You have the Chinese Exclusion Act,
True.
And then also they're associated with expansionism and colonialism and genocide. You know, it's not roads.
Sure. Just give the people high-speed rail that they can get from New York to California in
First of all,
8 hours.
If it's integrating into New York's transit system, we're already making a mistake.
Well, okay. How about this? We'll make it to Chicago, and then you can fucking get your own way to New York, and then it can be 6 hours, and it'll be fast as fuck. Imagine being able to take a train 6 hours to LA. That'd be pretty cool. Just don't go to Chinese companies. Go to the
How
Japanese
come
ones.
Canada doesn't
Make
have one?
maglev. Because Canada's fucking cold.
Everyone talks about US this, high-speed rail that. Where's Canada's?
Canada's shit. Canada's still in the Commonwealth. They don't count. They're not even a country.
Mexico's building a train.
Yeah, well, Mexico's not in the British Commonwealth, are they?
Yeah, but their train is also, like America's train's history, displacing native people.
Yeah, but they're not in the British Commonwealth, are they?
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking. They've babysat countries. They don't exist. They don't deserve to have country status. They're colonies.
Okay. Okay, baby.
Yes, that applies to Australia. And yes, I'm saying it facetiously because these countries should never have been fucking colonies. But they've been withheld and fucking. These countries don't have their own systems.
But then you wouldn't exist.
Good.
That's what I was going to turn the joke into if you didn't.
Maryland combined. I met with families whose homes were wiped off the map by devastating hurricanes, floods, and storms. Last year was Earth Day's hottest day on record. And over the last 2 years, natural disasters and extreme weather in America have caused $270 billion in damages. And the impacts we're seeing, decades in the making, because of inaction, are only going to get worse, more frequent, ferocious, and costly.
If you don't
Kamala
control
took
China's
office,
pollution.
we've been acting, and today I'm proud to announce 2 major steps forward. The first, energy costs are among the biggest costs for families to budget, particularly poor and middle-income families. In fact, low-income families can spend up to 30% of their paychecks on their energy bills. It's outrageous. To reduce family energy costs for folks with low and moderate incomes today, the Environmental Protection Agency will invest $7 billion from my Inflation Reduction Act.
Kind of show this
a new
week they
program
really
called
got into the
Solar for
EV
All.
stuff again.
Mm,
If you didn't see it yet.
no. Might be in this.
It award grants, 60 grants across the country to states, territories, tribal governments,
The
municipalities,
show, the
nonprofits,
China show.
to develop programs that enable
Oh,
low-income and disadvantaged
yes, I
communities
have.
to benefit from
Yes,
residential
I think
solar
I have
power.
seen it. Yeah.
And it's a big
Yeah.
deal. This new Solar for All program means that 900,000 households, 900,000, will have solar on the rooftops for the first time and soon. Millions of families.
Is this the
will
first
save
time
over
you
$4
guys have done solar rebates and shit?
California has had them.
Mm,
Federally, yes.
interesting.
I believe so. Well, I think there was I think Obama still had rebates and stuff, but like they were really only practical for like upper class, not even upper middle.
Yeah.
Because like I remember as a kid asking, why don't we have solar panels?
Mm. Yeah, because they're like it's a big thing here, and they're like super cheap, but that's because they buy from Chinese garbage ones.
Mhm.
So I'm assuming these ones are going to be American made. The fucking eagle printed right the fuck on the glass. I'm assuming because
It depends on like if they subsidize it like that.
Mm.
It'd be good if they did, if they subsidized their own solar panel
be
industry.
anything but fucking stupid not to.
I mean, like Elon Musk that was his big thing, is he was going into the solar panels and that collapsed.
Mm. Yeah, I
And
mean,
they covered it under the rug. And said, "No, my company is Tesla. I didn't." What do you mean, Solar City? That's not me.
Like for Biden not to subsidize solar panels to undercut China is insane, or just massive tariffs on Chinese solar
Yeah,
panels.
well,
ban
also this
American
comes after
markets.
him just putting the tariffs on their steel too.
Shh, it's coming.
Right?
$1 a year.
It's
in utility
coming.
bills.
It's in the
That's
news. You just
$350
ruined
billion
it.
nationwide. My dad
Spoilers.
said it matters what's there at the end of the paycheck. But the month is out. Do you have anything left?
We already knew that.
It means we'll cut more than 5 million metric tons of carbon pollution annually. And folks, Solar for All will give us more breathing room and cleaner breathing.
How about Medicare for all?
It can also create 200,000 good paying and union jobs over the
Maybe
5
he's setting up people getting used to the for all.
You know how notice
wording.
how nobody gave a shit until he mentioned, "Hey, people are gonna get jobs."
But maybe he's just working into the lexicon the for all, and then he's going to be like, haha, medical care for all, haha. And then they'll be fine, maybe. We'll see.
Over the 5 years in communities that need it most, fence line communities. You know, as I always say, I think about climate. When I think about it, I think not only about health and safety, but I think about jobs. And that brings me to my second announcement.
Jobs.
Last fall,
Line on paper must go up.
program that my administration was launching with the help of my colleagues on my right here, called the American Climate Corps. As I said, and I'm not being solicitous, Ed Markey talked about that long before. It's patterned after the Civilian Conservation Corps
Why are
and
you
the Peace Corps
yelling?
and America Corps. Like them, it brings out the best in young people to do what's best for America. And we'll put tens of thousands of young people to work at the forefront of our
Interesting.
climate resilience and energy future. Clean
Okay,
energy.
He's talking about using the AmeriCorps.
American Climate Corps is what he's saying. That his first job postings for the American Climate Corps.
Not the
Today,
American.
I'm proud to announce that Americans across the country can now apply to become the first members of the American Climate Corps. We're recruiting for over 2,000 positions in 36 states to start with in Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, with many on the way. Just go to Climate Corps, as mentioned already, climatecorps.gov to apply. You'll get
Sounds like military posting, which means you get a gun.
paid to fight climate change, learning how to install those solar panels.
You
fight
get to
wildfires,
shoot
rebuild wetlands,
the
build
clouds.
homes, and so much more.
No, this sound. This has got to be an offshoot of AmeriCorps.
Maybe.
Right. So
It does. It sounds like
AmeriCorps delivers
more.
several programs designed to help communities address poverty, the environment, education, and the other unmet human needs.
Must be. Interesting.
To ensure a pathway
Yep,
to good union jobs and
American
careers, you'll
Climate
have
Corps.
access
It's right here.
It is a part of it. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Is that what the Peace Corps is and shit?
I think the Peace
What the
Corps
fuck's
is
the Peace Corps?
something else.
I always hear
They
about
do
the
like
Peace Corps.
international stuff.
Ah, okay.
So let me see if it has a similar logo, but it's federal shit anyway. You know, they're government agencies anyway.
Yeah. Ugh, feds. Ugh.
Well, they're an independent agency. It's a
Right.
federal independent agency.
Honestly, though, having an American government agency dedicated to installing solar panels is a fucking great way to do it, as opposed to the way that they do it here, which is private companies and door knocking.
Yeah, like it works basically the same, except one is national and one's international.
Okay. Interesting.
Interesting. One of the things in the Climate Corps is the Indian Youth Service Corps, and it's which is a weird name to call it, but it's the Public Land Corps. Was authorized by National and Community Service Act, Community Service Trust Act of 1993.
Land Corps.
Yeah, so
they steal the land and then say, "Here, you can have a job guarding."
2019 created the Indian Youth Service Corps within the Public Land Corps. The Indian Youth Service Corps recruits tribal nations individuals aged 16 to 30 for educational, non-federal employment and training opportunities in conservation projects on federal and tribal lands.
Interesting. I see no downsides.
Yeah. This is literally like what I talk about, where government creating jobs like this, where they create like this is the commie stuff. This is FDR stuff, which is interesting because Joe Biden is basically says that he wants to be the second FDR. This is a very FDR type thing.
Yeah, it does sound like it.
Free apprenticeship training through a new partnership we're announcing today with the North American Building Trade Unions. And when
Nothing here sounds
you
bad.
may remember when I announced in 2020, I initially didn't announce my climate position until I talked to the unions, because unions were all against.
Well, it's bad because it's woke ESG nonsense.
IBW stepped up, they all stepped up, and now our strongest support comes from unions. When you finish your service, you finish your term of service, you'll also be eligible for a streamlined path to federal government jobs related to climate and clean energy. We're also announcing a new collaboration with Bloomberg Philanthropies that puts American Climate Corps members and energy communities.
Bloomberg, billionaires.
The plan is
Boo.
strongly opposed by Republicans. Crazy.
Power plant communities that have powered
You
our
mean they
nation
hate our economy because it gets them political points?
Today's announcement builds upon unprecedented historic action we've already taken to tackle the climate crisis, deliver environmental justice, and build a clean energy future. Just look at the last few weeks alone. To ensure clean energy, we issued new standards for chemical plants that emit toxic pollution. Now is ending. Because of the Clean Air Act, we're going to reduce the number of people at risk for cancer in fence-line communities who have been smothered for decades by pollution by 96%, according to studies.
I mean,
by the way, parenthetically,
we're basically wrapping up now. So
yeah, I mean, what do you mean? Elaborate a bit more. Same stuff. What do you mean? Like elaborate. I don't know what you're talking about. And what's open panel?
my state of Delaware.
like if we bring people on for panels, which we do,
I mean,
it just depends on what's going on.
For the actual show, sure, but like for the streams, not really.
I mean, we brought on Pega. You know, I would bring and
yeah.
We're also I'm waiting for this other person who's from Iran to come on to talk.
I mean, it's stuff that we are building to, I guess. It's just kind of stuff that it's involved in what we talk about and what we do is just sort of just kind of what we do here is we kind of just deconstruct the videos when we need to, when it's not obvious sometimes, and I don't know. Do you want to? I'm very bad at describing this. I've tried so many times. John?
I mean, it's just news review.
Yeah, it's media literacy essentially. Is probably the best way to break it down. Then we have the other stuff. So the other stuff is the actual show. We're building the non-profit. We're actively trying to interview people. The whole point of the show that we do is to interview people that you wouldn't necessarily normally see being spoken to, people generally from the places, with unique perspectives. Ones that aren't just white dudes in a suit that the news picks. That's kind of where we started, and we're building and expanding and doing all that sort of stuff. But we stream. Was it Monday,
Wednesday, Friday, if you're in America.
Yeah, on Eastern time.
Yeah, 8:30 Eastern if you're in America.
Park that goes up into Philadelphia, into Pennsylvania, into the Delaware River. More energy plants, more oil refineries than anywhere, including Houston, Texas. And I live in just literally the school I went to was literally a quarter mile from that border. And the prevailing winds were southeast where we live. So there was never any incentive for the Pennsylvanians to move.
Nice. I mean, if you want to talk more, you can send us a message and stuff, and we can talk and see if there's anything that we want to do or something. Because I'm like always open to if people have like similar stuff going on. I'm always open to working with other people. So we're just about to wrap up here, though.
Yeah, but we're most active on Instagram and Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, there's the socials down below too, so whatever you use is fine.
Highest cancer rate in the 1970s of any nation, any state in the nation. And guess what? A lot of us, from me included, ended up with bronchial asthma and many other diseases. Fence line communities are the ones we have to help first because they've been taking the brunt of all of this. To ensure clean drinking water, we issued the first ever national drinking water standard that will protect people from exposure to harmful substances known as forever chemicals. And after 30 years of inadequate protections, we finally are going to put a ban on asbestos, which we know causes cancer. It's all part of a plan to reassert America's climate leadership. We rejoined the Paris Agreement and sparked the domestic clean energy manufacturing boom, providing incentives for 80,000 farmers to implement climate-smart agricultural practices. So plant what absorbs carbon from the air and pay them for doing it. We've quadrupled the number of electric vehicles sold.
Oh, you're not interrupting. Like we talk and bring up the chat the whole show.
Yeah.
We're such a small audience and stuff, so we can actually talk. Whoever wants to talk to us, we'll you know, sometimes it's really unhinged people and it gets funny.
Modernizing infrastructure with better roads and highways, energy grids, and more, so they can withstand and recover from extreme weather. Already underway, we're replacing every single lead pipe in America so everyone can turn on a faucet
Nice.
at home or at school and drink clean water that doesn't contain lead.
Getting rid of lead? Awesome.
Also reducing flood risk for communities, improving drought resilience, and conserving 41 million acres of most precious and sacred lands and water. I committed that I'm going to try to take of all non-developed land and water, we're going to take 30% of it by 2030 and make sure it is conserved, period. We're well on our way.
Okay.
We've already attracted nearly $700 billion in private sector investments in advanced manufacturing and clean energy, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America. And all across the board, we're lifting up communities and workers too often left out in urban, rural, suburban, tribal communities all across the country. But folks, despite the overwhelming devastation in red and blue states, there's still those who deny climate is in crisis. My MAGA Republican friends don't seem to think it's in crisis. They don't
All regular ones don't think so either, buddy.
Funding for a vast majority of these projects. And roll back clean air protections for clean air.
You can do it.
And I'm not going to go into it now, but I'm not making it up. It's real. Just listen to what they say. Anyone in or out of government who willfully denies the impacts of climate change is condemning the American people to a very dangerous future and the world, I might add. They want to take us backwards, sideline our workers, let China and others lead the race for clean energy. I'm determined, absolutely determined, that we move forward. We move forward. Let me close with this. In 1933,
wasn't that a slogan, like forward or something?
When Roosevelt outlined civilian
not
conservation
sure.
Corps, he said, quote,
Build Back Better was his
"More
slogan.
important
Somebody had
than the material
forward.
gains will be the moral and spiritual value of such work." He always put it in the context that went beyond just what the immediate need was. I'd say the same holds true for what we're doing here today.
I guess we'll finish with that Chinese doping story because that's the only thing in the headline that we haven't done.
Okay.
Optimistic about America's future. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity.
Yeah,
We work
Build Back Better World is just their replacement for the counter
It's
Belt and Road.
Yeah, it's the Belt and Road counter. That's all it is.
It was called something else, and then it changed.
Mm.
Also, Mehdi Hassan, although he had remember I pulled up the trailer for Zateo and it was like mad cringe, right? So he did an official launch and AOC was at the launch and helped the launch as well. So maybe Friday we'll look at that with AOC and Mehdi Hassan.
Yeah.
I condemn the anti-Semitic protests. That's why I've set up a program to deal with that. I also condemn those who don't understand what's going on with the Palestinians.
Nice.
And how they're being.
Should the Columbia University president resign?
I didn't know that. I'll have to find out more.
Resign?
Do you need the abortion issue to win the election?
No, I think the abortion system follows.
What a schizophrenic line of questioning.
Well, that's relevant right now because there is like points then and margins and stuff because of the abortion issue specifically.
Okay.
Navy helicopters crashed into the sea during a training exercise. That's according to Japanese Defense Minister Minoru Kihara on Sunday. He added that at least one of the 8 crew members on board was killed.
The flight recorders of both aircrafts were found and recovered in close proximity to one another.
Go back where? To the last video? What do you need? What do you want? Oh, he does?
Abortion issue to win the election. What will your legacy be on abortion?
What will your legacy be as a news person?
Mr. President, probably will the weapons be getting to Ukraine?
What did he say? What did he say? What will your legacy be in what?
No, I think the abortion system follow what's right.
What will your legacy be on abortion?
What will your legacy be as a news person?
Mr. President, probably.
As a news person?
Yes. He just know you that motherfucker.
Board was killed.
The flight recorders of both aircrafts were found and recovered in close proximity to one another. On this basis, we will investigate the cause of the crash, including the possibility that the two aircrafts collided.
Interesting.
Maybe if they opened their eyes.
Jesus Christ, John.
What? I mean, you have to be blind to crash two helicopters into each other. What are you thinking? What are you implying, Jack? Mr.
Two
Chinese
SH-60
food
patrol
delivery
helicopters were
opening
conducting
video?
anti-submarine exercises on Saturday night
Mr.
near Tomoshima
Chinese.
in the remote Izu
People
Island
are the
group
same.
off the southern coast of central Japan. Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force, or MSDF, and
You're
Coast
gonna
Guard
be okay.
are searching for the remaining 7 crew members.
Delete
Earlier on
this
Saturday,
episode.
MSDF Chief of Staff Yoshitaka Sakai indicated he did not believe there was
Also, this we'll cover it on Wednesday. But the homelessness stuff is kind of interesting right now. There's a Supreme Court basically going to outlaw homelessness.
Okay, because I did leave that out because I do have some homelessness videos because Hassan has one reacting
So
to the
that'll be
project.
something. Yeah, we'll do that Wednesday.
And the project is just the worst news production program ever
Also,
produced.
on Friday,
it is fucking unbearably awful. Like, take the Young Turks and dial the pretentious up to 20, and that's what this show is. It is fucked. So
the
hopefully
Friday
they
we'll
don't
also
claim.
revisit the line because there's been some updates on Saudi
Hmm.
Arabia's Line City.
Yes.
Basically what we all expected. Not that it's fully canceled, but
It's much.
But yeah, there's people who made videos on that already, which is funny.
Okay.
between the Myanmar junta and rebels scaled up on Saturday in Myawaddy, a town close to the Thai border. That's according to witnesses, media, and Thailand's government. Rebels were pressed to flush out junta troops to hold up for days at the bridge border crossing. In this
Solar panels.
video obtained by Reuters, a helicopter appeared to get hit.
See how high that
Thick black
helicopter
smoke
is?
was seen rising in another video. Several Thai media
Did they say the
outlets said
helicopter
about
appeared to
200
get hit?
Appeared to, yeah. It might have been just flares though.
Well, it's just the height that it's at. I can tell that they have
black smoke was-
anti-air measures. Judging just this, like helicopters
Just
don't
by
fly
how
that
high.
high.
Yeah,
If they
Been rising in
aren't
another
under
video.
threat.
Several Thai media outlets said about 200 civilians had crossed the border to seek temporary refuge in Thailand. Resistance fighters and ethnic minority rebels seized the key trading town of Myawaddy on the
One of
Myanmar
the
side
rebel
of the
groups
frontier on April 11th.
started their
It was a big
wildlife
blow to a
conservation
well-equipped
rangers.
military that is struggling to govern and is
They're
now
not
facing a
waiting.
critical
You
test
know, they're not
of its
going to wait
battlefield
for the
capability.
government to be established to
Thai
do these
broadcaster
critical things
NBT
that
in
need
a
to
post
happen.
on social
You know.
media platform X
Yeah.
said resistance forces used 40mm machine guns and dropped 20 bombs from drones. They targeted an estimated 200 junta soldiers who had retreated from a coordinated rebel assault on Myawaddy and army posts since April 5th. Reuters could not immediately verify the reports, and a Myanmar junta spokesperson could not immediately be reached for comment. Thai Prime Minister Seta Tuasin said he was monitoring the unrest and Thailand was ready to provide humanitarian assistance if necessary. Myanmar's military took control in 2021 from an elected government led by Aung San Suu Kyi, who remains in detention. The country is locked in a civil war between the military.
Didn't you say something about Canary Island?
Yeah, this is very brief. There's not much to say on it.
Okay.
Hey, yellow and blue. I mean, it's important because, I mean, Spain is like everything. Spain is going to break up. You know, at this point, all their people hate them, right? Like all the
Yeah.
like with the Canary Islands aren't actually attached to Spain, so there's really.
I thought it was just a place that rich assholes go to launder money.
It's also used for people to flee West Africa.
Oh, okay.
They land there and get immigration asylum. I mean,
okay, in Spain.
Yeah. It's the safest crossing to Europe on that side of the coast. So like Senegal. So like refugees from Senegal. That's one of the reasons why they have such a drain on their population is that the Canary Islands are right there, and it's not. It's still crossing the ocean. Like like people die all the time trying to get there, but you have to cross the desert and then the Mediterranean to get to Europe any other way.
Mm-hmm.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is heading to China next
I love that
week.
YouTube's
This will
just
be his second
breaking
visit to
it all now.
Beijing as America's top diplomat. He went to China last year to stabilize relations after that Chinese spy balloon flew over U.S. military sites. Right now, the U.S. is especially concerned after Beijing's support for Russia during its ongoing conflict with Ukraine. The future of Taiwan also is expected to be discussed.
China's Guangdong province faces severe floods.
Thought I'd chuck in
Rescuers on
China news
boats
while
rushed
it's
to
here.
evacuate residents on Monday, carrying some elderly people on their backs. Helicopters were deployed.
By the way, all of this footage sourced from China is all probably staged rescue footage. Like, there's a high probability of it.
To save villagers who were caught in landslides. Ling Zuizhen lives in Qingyan City.
Since 2 years ago, the rainfall started to get relatively heavy, and this year. In the past, the floods rarely rose to this point. At least
the sky don't lie.
Yep.
Floods got drained.
Situated in the densely populated
Thanks, YouTube. Can't even handle pausing.
Pearl River Delta, the province once coined the factory floor of the world, Guangdong is prone to summer floods and has previously put in place strong defenses to limit the effects. But since Thursday, the region has been battered by record-breaking rainfall, bringing the wet season earlier than expected. That's raising concern that flood defenses are becoming inadequate as global warming makes weather events more
Well, it's not near Beijing, so they won't care. And I tell you what, though, they're also pretty lucky because it's not near Beijing, they won't redirect the floodwaters to poor areas and flood them out instead. So, silver linings, I guess.
predictable and more extreme. No
This is
fatalities
just going to
have
get
yet
worse
been
for China, too.
reported, but a number of people
It's gonna
are
get worse for
missing.
everyone.
On
Everyone,
Sunday, domestic flights arriving in Guangzhou were briefly cancelled and international
China
ones
already,
delayed.
it's
Some
even
foreign
before
carriers
climate change, it had the highest risk for somebody to die of natural disaster, and it's just
Yeah.
because of all the biomes it has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's so many. I would say there's probably all of them.
Yeah, no, it does. I think I think it does have all of them. I think America pretty much has all of them too.
Yeah.
But it's different because the floods in China, and then they have quakes.
Mm.
I don't think they get tornadoes. That's about it, you know?
China's Guangdong province has been hit by severe floods following record-breaking rains.
We got that right.
I bought this one brush for less than $2.
Janelle Arias has found a bargain basement place.
Chinese link to e-commerce. Okay, don't care about this.
It's about Temu.
Is it? Fuck Temu.
Yeah.
Don't buy from Temu.
This is just going to be text. I
Okay.
think.
It just says international. It's seeking people to join its submarine academy internationally, which is strange.
Wonder what kind of people they're looking for, huh? What kind of credentials specifically that they're recruiting?
He's Naruto running. Yeah, Naruto running.
Just generally, people who know about submarines are like very secretive, right? So it sounds
Yeah.
to me like, hey, like them opening up to have foreigners on their submarines is weird because submarines are so secretive and how
Yeah.
China is. So it
And
seems
it's
to
also
me that
very
they're looking
curious-
for a specific type of person, somebody who has
Yeah.
enemy knowledge of how their submarines work. to
Isn't
come
it
fix
also very
theirs.
curious that it also pops up right as AUKUS is becoming stronger?
Mhm.
And what is the main thing of AUKUS, everybody?
Poop. Commands? None? I don't know. I don't know. Is this a Twitch thing?
Okay.
I don't.
Must
I
be
don't know
Twitch.
anything about Twitch.
I don't know. I don't know what is happening.
We're so small that we don't know shit about Twitch.
What is going on?
He's You know, he's just posting special emojis.
He's
for them.
emojiing us.
Let's get more now.
What is that one? Is that a hammer?
Yeah. It
On
looks
our
like
top
the
story,
Mortal
the
Kombat
confirmation
dragon.
by World Anti-Doping Agency that 23 Chinese swimmers had tested positive for the banned substance tramatazidine in the lead up to the 2021 Tokyo Olympic Games. Joining us now is Professorial Fellow in Sport at Canberra University, Tracy Holmes. Always great to have you on the show here, Tracy.
That painting, my God.
Thanks, Fazio.
It's yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So now the New York
I don't-
Times, as I've read it,
Like we mainly we put Twitch on and we put it on politics because we multicam stream because we stream to multiple sites. But mainly we put Twitch on politics because it brings like unhinged Nazis in here, and then it makes the show funny when we interact with them and like rag on them.
But yeah, I'm gonna learn Twitch soon. I'm gonna need to, so that'll be a little bit better hopefully soon. But right now, I have no idea how anything on Twitch works, so it's very basic. But it's also news streams, so I'm kind of in the middle.
We're
on whether
basic.
we should- yeah.
is
Now-
reporting that Chinese officials had secretly cleared these swimmers of doping, and then the World Anti-Doping Agency had chose not to intervene.
Oops, I hit my
Talk
space
to
bar
us
cleaning
about
it with a
this
Q-tip.
testing process. Is that the normal testing process?
It's a very good question, and I've only just finished doing an interview with the Senior Director of Science and Medicine at WADA, Dr.
Did you do an interview with him with that painting in the background? Because that's a very interesting choice.
Olivier Rabin. I need to go back just a little step because there's a German documentary company run by a man called Hayo Seppelt who's been very big on chasing doping sagas around the world.
Is this
And
the
he's
one that did Icarus? That's such a good documentary.
I'm not sure. Yeah, people who support and idolize politicians are cringe in general. So
been working on a documentary
it's
on
Biden
this
or
topic, the 23 Chinese
RFK or Bernie or whoever, cringe.
swimmers ahead of Tokyo for the past 2 years. That documentary is to air tonight on German television. Now, the New York Times has also picked up on this story and run
Oh my God, Hunter, fucking icon.
with it. They found out
better
coincidentally
than
that they were
Trump's
working on
son.
the same story
Fucking
independently.
political icon. What a nothing person becoming something that nobody should give a single fuck about, but is somehow just all over the media. Amazing.
What's that?
Any
easy?
worship. Any worship. The inability to criticize said person is idolization. It's the same as a cult as cult worship. It's the exact same mentality.
And have shared some information.
Think fandoms. Think celebrity.
I don't know.
worship.
I don't
They-
have much bad to say about Bernie other than like, you know, he could change up his rhetoric and have more than like one policy on the campaign trail, you know?
Sure, but also you
He
don't
also
need to
said, I have a
idolize
black
him.
friend and his name is Martin Luther King. That was funny.
That is fairly funny.
What are you going to do for black people? I knew Martin Luther King. Okay, what are you going to do for black people though?
Yeah, that's exactly right. The hive mind. That's exactly the exact thing I'm talking about. It's the literal inability to criticize the person that you look up to is a good indicator that you should take a step back.
Information. So what has
What if I
happened
look
is
up to
WADA has
OJ,
since
but I'm fine with criticizing him.
Then you don't idolize him.
The joke is just that you should still take a jet back because it's OJ.
Sure, he was a football player.
Uh-huh.
since come out and confirmed that they knew about these 23 positive tests. They knew that China did their own investigation. It was
lied?
impossible for other people to get inside China during the whole COVID lockdown period, which is when this happened. Given the number of people that tested positive, they said it
An
was
authoritarian
in
government used
keeping
COVID to their advantage.
with the findings of the Chinese investigation, which was that it was a contamination event. And it wasn't doping. It wasn't a whole team that had been doping on purpose, but they had been contaminated by something.
Okay, you're boring.
We are less than a.
I put
I
the
put
Australian
another
one
one in
on
there.
because I was going to compare it to the PBS one,
I didn't
and I
realize
can already
I
tell
put
the
2 in
PBS
there
one
on
is going to
this
be better.
story.
No, I put that Australian one in there.
Oh, okay.
I put more in there.
100 days from the opening ceremony of the Summer Olympic Games in Paris, and a new doping scandal has erupted involving Olympic swimmers from China. Nearly 24 Chinese swimmers were cleared to compete despite testing positive for a banned drug prior to the Tokyo Games. Jeffrey Brown has the story.
Several of the swimmers who
I hope they
tested
ban them
positive
and
went
make
on
them
to
so they
win
can't
medals.
fly their flag, and that way Taiwan will be the only legitimate China.
Oh my god, that would be. What would
Even
be
though
even
Taiwan
funnier?
can't run under their shit either.
You
They
know,
run
you know,
under
what'd be
Turkey's.
even funnier though is if they made China go by PRC and use the Taiwanese flag that's being used right now, and then let Taiwan be called Taiwan and use their flag because they're not cheaters. I think that's only fair.
Including 3 gold medals. Chinese authorities and the World Anti-Doping Agency, or WADA, had found the drug TMZ, but cleared the swimmers
TMZ?
and did not flag problems to Olympic or other officials. In fact, none of this was widely known until the New York Times and a German TV broadcaster broke the story this weekend. TMZ is the same drug that led to Russian Olympic figure skater Kamila Valieva's 4-year ban after she was disqualified from the 2022 Beijing Olympics. For now, Chinese officials and WADA stand by the results of their initial investigation, saying the use of the drug was not intentional. But that has not satisfied many in the sports world, including the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency. Its CEO, Travis Tigert, joins me now, and welcome to you. Your
Nice.
contention
What
is
a
that
good
this should have
guest.
been raised well
Yeah.
before those Olympics and gone through a more standard process?
It's not just my contention, it's actually the rules require it. And it's beyond question that China didn't follow the rules.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
Because they didn't find a violation, they didn't announce a violation, they didn't disqualify the athletes from the event at which they tested positive. And this is absolutely mandatory under the World Anti-Doping Code that all nations are required to follow, and that didn't happen.
Now, WADA says that it did consult with some scientists. It did conclude that this was unintentional. It said that, of course, this was happening during the COVID lockdown. That made some of the investigation, the traditional on-the-ground investigation, impossible.
Yeah, listen, it's just simply not believable to think during the COVID lockdown that 2 months after these athletes ate in a hotel, that 2 months later they continued to find or found. And remember, it was the Chinese, security that found it and did this report that WADA just accepted. That TMZ somehow still remained right in this hotel kitchen and somehow got into these athletes' systems. I mean, I remember many of your viewers, I'm sure do too, those terrible times during COVID. Many restaurants weren't open. The ones that were doing a daily, if not hourly, cleaning. So to think that this drug that has no business being in a kitchen somehow lasted there for 2 months during this COVID time period is just incredible to believe. But even if you did believe, right, Tinkerbell came and sprinkled some fairy dust, and that's what cause these positive tests. Under the rules, it is without question, you still have to disqualify. You still have to find a violation, and you still have to announce the violation. And this is the tragedy for athletes, because this could have been announced at the time, and we wouldn't necessarily be here. But unfortunately, they allowed China to not follow the rules and sweep this under the carpet. And then WADA didn't do their job in ensuring that the rules were effectively forced. And it took a whistleblower and other people in the New York Times and German documentary, public station to come out and expose what we're now seeing. And of course, we're all horrified. And you have to ask, well, why didn't they do the things that were required?
We did note the different response to the Russian figure skater. Why do you think this was treated differently by WADA?
Listen, I think on the eve of the games, and WADA in its press conference today acknowledged, the games were coming, and that obviously had a major influence on them. The Valieva got out during the games, and I think if you go back and look at it, it was actually leaked out. So at that
How many
point,
times
WADA
are they
had
going to
no
replay
choice.
the
They were
same
forced.
cutscenes?
I don't know. I want to just show people what China did during COVID to clean COVID. If you think that this was just going to magically be left in a kitchen in China, I got a story to sell you.
Yeah.
This is like they went around literally spraying the streets with a decontaminant. So if you think that there was just like some drug that was magically left inside a kitchen in China, you're an idiot. If you think that they didn't do this intentionally to try and cover up their drug use of PEDs, you're pretty stupid.
Russia's
It's
is so
literally Russia.
interesting because they like drill a hole in the wall
Mm.
and like we're transferring the pee out.
Yes, yeah. Like it's
Anyway.
insane.
Anyway, anything else?
100 days
You
from
want
the
to finish
opening
this
ceremony.
package?
No, there's
I think
another
we're
one.
pretty much good.
Yeah, there was a 3-minute one from Sky News,
The World Anti-Doping
which
Agency
is a right-wing one. So we'll see what they say.
has
And then we'll
confirmed that
finish on this.
23 Chinese swimmers had tested positive for a banned drug ahead of the
In the holes in the wall.
2023 Tokyo
Okay,
Olympics.
so it should be on Netflix. The documentary is Icarus. It's about the Russian doping scandal. And basically the pee testing lab that they had to test for the steroids, they like basically drilled a hole in the wall from the outside of where the Russian athletes were testing so they could then shove pee through the wall for the athletes to then take that pee and say, this is my pee, and it wasn't.
Hilarious.
The agency eventually accepted claims made by China by China's anti-doping agency that the results were due to substance contamination. Sports lawyer Tim Fuller has spoken out following the revelation,
in their
highlighting
blood.
the double standard.
I remember when this came out, where they're like, athletes have been suspended for contaminated food, resulting in performance-enhancing drug testing positive. I was literally at the start of learning about all this shit. This was in 2020, 2021 maybe. Literally at the start of learning about fitness and how the body works and how everything works. And I'm just like, you can take oral steroids. I don't think these are orally taken.
I got a definite 20-second finisher.
And you definitely
that relates to
cannot
this doping
have
scandal.
Doping contamination from food, I don't think. The first thing I said to myself when I heard this was, no.
Bullshit.
Bullshit, yeah. And it's funny that this has come out.
Standards in how some athletes are treated. Tim, who represented Australian swimmer Shayna Jack, joins us now. Tim, great to see you. I agree with you. There's a bit of a double standard here. Are you talking about essentially that they're given the benefit of the doubt, their names were kept secret? In other instances, they're not.
I think Laura, the biggest concern is the secrecy that shrouds this whole case. When any athlete in the world tests positive to a banned substance, they are automatically stood down, and then the process kicks in, and that process can take a period of time, as people are aware about. But in this case, we're finding out 3 years later that 23 athletes were held to be not at fault, so 0 fault. No fault findings are very rare to start off with, but they are always publicised. We are always aware of who's been stood down provisionally. In this case, there's a lot of questions still to be answered.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Peter Bowl as well. He'd probably be aggrieved by finding out this information as well today.
Oh, look, absolutely. Like what he went through was, horrendous. But we've had other situations where athletes, then are subjected to appeals by WADA. We've had we've had football clubs like Essendon that were subjected to appeals.
Fucking
In this case, the decision that was made, as you point out, by the Chinese anti-doping agency has been waved through by WADA. They have looked at this and they've said no case to answer. It's very strange because they have a substantial period of time, around 45 days, before they can file an appeal. In this case, it seems that it's been
you
waved
ready
through.
for the 20-second finisher, right? I fell down and accidentally took steroids, right?
Yeah.
I fell down and I accidentally took steroids. All I could think of was this video.
I think I've seen this.
مرحبا وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
يا شيخ اليوم بالغلط وقعت تمي شاورما مع زيادة طحينية.
نعم.
وكمان قطعة تفاح وتقريبا 3 لتر مي. فمش عارف هل أكمل صيامي ولا أطعمني الله وسقاني.
This dumbfounded look from him is just so funny.
Damn. I was hoping I could quickly find this meme video, but I couldn't. It was similar vibe, except it was more of like an intentional thing where it was like, I'm Natty, and then he trips and injects steroids into his ass.
You do Liver King.
Whoops!
Anyway,
Accidental steroids.
We'll see you Wednesday. Thanks for watching the show.
Yep.
Remember to subscribe. Hey, check out our
Like.
Patreon now. You'll help us start an NGO and support journalists in conflict zones and places with limited freedoms, and help us form unions globally to protect journalists in places like Gaza, and stuff like that. Anyway,
The chair will advise that the rules do care.